Hi, everyone. My name is Pam Heath, and I'm the Yes Coach. I'm a certified life coach, business strategist, and branding expert, and I teach my clients to say yes to life. I am so excited to be able to share my passion with you because I am somebody who takes entrepreneurs and I take them from wherever they're at, whether they're just starting out, whether they've begun their business and they've hit a lid, some kind of limitation they've put on themselves, or a limitation inside of the genre or the industry that they're in. Wherever they're at, I have them say yes, and we create the strategy that will take them to the next level. I call it my yes GPS. Just like the GPS on your phone that you plug in the coordinates and it tells you exactly how to get where you're going. I'm your yes GPS, and I take you where you're headed. All you have to do is have the courage to say you want it, and it's yours. And that's what I do for a living now. How about that? I'm going to share with you my zero to hero story because it's compelling. And I'm also going to share with you a little bit of my process so you can take it on. What I want you to know is I'm somebody that when you share with me your dreams and your visions for life, I listen from yes. I say yes to you so you can say yes to life, to the life and business of your dreams. So let's begin. So I am Pam Heath, and I can tell you that I achieved in life about 10 years ago what most people would consider to be success. I rose from the humble beginnings of legal secretary to where I was actually the administrator of the law firm where I worked at. It was no small law firm. It actually had almost 22 lawyers, and I was the liaison between the lawyers and the staff and the administration. I managed and produced results every day. I troubleshooted and put out fires, and I was known for somebody who was very, very positive minded. I actually would be so happy to show up for work, and I was known for that. And then the unthinkable happened. One day, in the midst of this incredible life where I had the husband of my dreams, the house of my dreams, the car of my dreams, and the career of my dreams, my eldest child, my beloved daughter, committed suicide. She died. And she died in a way that for me just cut me to the heart because she died because she gave up hope. And I had no idea she was in that space. It's a terrible thing for a parent to lose a child. It's not natural. When you lose your spouse, you're a widow or a widower. When you lose your parents, you're an orphan. But what are you when you lose your children? There's no phrase for it because there's no understanding of how you can actually give birth to a child and then lose them like that. And there's a certain stigma that's attached to suicide. Society looks at suicide like it's this cowardice thing, like it's something that people do when they're too afraid to face life. And I can tell you from experience, it's not cowardice. I know because I wanted to die when my daughter died, and I couldn't bring myself to do it. And so when it happened, I became somebody who began to spiral down. I couldn't face going to work, and so they let me go. After 17 years at this ideal job, this career that was defining me, I lost it. And having lost my job, I couldn't pay my mortgage, so I lost my house to foreclosure. I couldn't pay for my car, so they repossessed that. And I ended up on the street living in my son's minivan. And to add insult to injury, when all of this settled, my husband of 26 years, he died from complications of undiagnosed diabetes. He had diabetes and he didn't know he had it, and untreated, it killed him. So there I was, on the street, living in my son's minivan, and I thought I had nothing to live for. As a matter of fact, I actually believed at that time that I wanted to die. And I kept asking God, just take me. I don't have the courage to take my own life, and I don't have anything to live for now. Just take me. And that's where I was until something happened, an incident that for most people would be tragic and unsettling and more of the same of the sucker punches that life was dealing, that was tearing me down, disempowering me, and leaving me unfulfilled. This incident was life transformational because I launched my coaching career due to this incident. You want to know what happened? I'm going to tell you because I want you to know. I was attacked. That's right. Living on the street, your senses become very keen to your environment. And I felt it. Like it says in the movies with Spider-Man, my spider senses were tingling. Somebody was watching me, but I couldn't see them. For whatever vantage point this person had, they could see me, but I could not see them. And then the day came when he made his move. I was rummaging around in the back seat of my home where I was living on the street. And all of a sudden I felt someone coming up behind me. And they were moving fast. I heard their footsteps. And I stood up straight. But before I could do anything else, he grabbed me from behind. And I knew with the strength of which he grabbed my arms that this man meant me harm. And in that moment, I had two epiphanies. The first epiphany I had, which was a shock to me then, and even now when I think back on it, I'm a little surprised. But that shock came as a revelation because I knew in that moment when he grabbed me from behind that I wanted to live. In that moment when he grabbed me, I knew he wanted to hurt me and I wasn't going to give in. He was not going to hurt me. And so I fought like a Tasmanian devil. I fought and it was instant. The moment he grabbed me, I began to shake and I began to push and I began to shove and I took him by surprise. I did my arms like this and shoved my arms like this, and he went to the ground and I saw the shock on his face. He wasn't expecting that level of fight. And when he laid there, I hesitated not one instant. In a nanosecond, I dived into the car, shut the door, and locked all the doors, and he couldn't get in. He tried. He shook it. He pounded, but he could not get in. And while he did all that, I got my cell phone out and I called the police and I started describing him and I took a picture of him and he ran away. Now, that epiphany that I wanted to live was the first epiphany that launched my career. The second epiphany that I had as I sat in the car crying hysterically and speaking to the police, I knew I wanted to live and I knew I didn't want to live like this on the street with nothing, homeless and despondent and destitute. And so I made up my mind right then and there. I was going to make something of my life. Despite all the tragic circumstances I had been dealing with, I was still alive. And I knew there was something for me to take on. So the next day, after I pulled myself together, a friend helped me get it together, I called another friend, an associate of mine, who had a business of his own, and he had a team of 4 people. And I called and I asked him, hey, how's it going? How's business? How's your team? Would you like to have someone come there and empower them? If someone could come there and coach and support your team to be more productive, to be completely sales oriented, to actually have the bottom line of sales and production for your company, the first thing on their agenda. If you could have all that in a coach, would that be of value to you? And he said, absolutely yes. And I told him, not knowing how I was going to do it, not even having an agenda or a plan of action, I said to him, I'm that coach. If you hire me, I will empower your team and I will bring them to the level where they are living and working to forward your business. How about that? Say yes. And he said yes. And that was my first client as the yes coach. He was so fully happy and satisfied with what I produced with his team, he told all his friends, and one by one, client by client, I built a six-figure coaching business. I pulled in $96,000 my first year in business from simply showing up and being a yes. I have to tell you that never in my wildest dreams did that seem a possibility until I created my new identity as the Yes Coach. And in 2020, I wrote my best-selling novel, my book that outlined my story and how I built my business. And I called my book, Say Yes, 7 Steps to the Life of Your Dreams. And in that book, I outlined the 7 fundamental areas of life that I consider to be the important areas of life that you need to deal with on a daily basis so that you can be happy and fulfilled and have the life and business of your dreams. I wrote that book to tell my story as I'm telling you my story now. But the intention was also to teach entrepreneurs what it is to have a successful business, is to actually deal with all 7 of these areas. You'll read about my story in my book, and those 7 areas, those areas are your career and your finances, your health and your well-being, your home environment, your relationships, and I break those up into 2 categories. The first category is your romance, your love relationship, whether you're married or you're in a engagement situation or whatever your romance is, your boo. That relationship category we deal with separately. Then there's all the other relationships in your life, your work associates, your extended family, and your family, your siblings, your parents, your children, and your community. Because I'm highly committed that you be active in your community, a leader that's leading the way for the community to profoundly succeed because you are a part of it. The 6th area is your spirituality, the connection you have to a higher power, which I think is the most important thing. And the 7th category, the area of life which I consider to be important, is fun and play. Without fun and play, then what are you up to in life? It's just a workaholic. So those 7 areas of life are what I deal with all of my clients, not just coaching them for lead generation and message to market and everything they need to do to get their business and their brand out in the public eye, but also so that their life works. And that's what the Yes Coach provides. One of the foundations of my training and development is I teach something I call instant clarity. Instant clarity is what I got when I had those 2 epiphanies back when I had given up on life and had no hope for the future. I got clarity around what it is that I was up to and what it is I provide. And that's what I bring to the party. So you hire the Yes Coach, and the Yes Coach brings you instant clarity. How do I do this? Well, it's very simple. I have a 3-step process that begins with you discovering your unique message. So the process of discovering your message has to do with you getting in touch with your brand, who you are, why you do what you do for the service or the product that you provide to others, and how you go about doing that. Now, a lot of people struggle with their purpose and their mission in life. What I do is I make that struggle go away because I get you keenly connected to your purpose and your mission. It's important. It's everything. The foundation of everything you're doing is geared from your purpose. So if you're not clear on your purpose, and you might think you are, but when you get done with the Yes Coach, you'll be clear that you are. Discovering your purpose and your mission and actually learning how to articulate it effectively is the foundation of the first step in the Yes Coach process for you to get instant clarity around your message to market. The second level of this 3-step process to get access to power around your success and your abundance in life is that you then begin to design your message. And how you do that is you design it inside of your personality. What kind of deliverer are you? Now you can see part of my delivery method is I'm a storyteller. You might have recognized that from the get-go. I tell really, really good stories. My stories are compelling, engaging, and they keep you on the edge of your seats. Now, some people are by nature storytellers. Some people are educators. They are really, really profoundly connected to teaching, and they teach from a certain standpoint, either like from the front of the room, as speakers and motivational people do, or they teach in virtual environments, but they teach to have you learn something that they know that they want to give away to you. Some people are preachers. They're very spiritual. They connect you to a higher power. They actually create a context for you to look inward. They're transformational speakers, and they teach with a guideline to how you can, go internal and get that power from within. Some people are rock stars. They're like movie stars, or, the Mick Jagger of their ability or their industry. There are actually about 12 different kinds of designs around how you deliver your message. I'm going to help you get access to that. It's one of the things I do. Now, if you're listening to my comeback challenge, you're hearing it for the first time. You may say to yourself, Pam, exactly how do I go about distinguishing what kind of deliverer I am? So one of the things I'll tell you, because I'm happy to teach this to you, whether I ever meet you in person or whether or not you ever hire me, you can determine what kind of message deliverer you are very easily. Are you someone who is introverted or extroverted? Are you happy and comfortable in an environment where other people are present and they're relating to you? Like everything you say, every word that's coming out of your mouth is important to them, has value for them. Does it make you uncomfortable, the thought that what you say matters? We can start to work with you to find out what kind of deliverer you are, and then you will start to design your talk, your delivery, so that you can effectively speak about your methodology and others will get it every time, guaranteed. The third step in my 3-step process, the discovery of your message, the design of how you deliver your message, and then the delivery of your message. How you deliver that message has everything to do with your choice of platform. Whether you're somebody who goes on social media and shares on Facebook or YouTube or LinkedIn or Instagram, TikTok, whatever that is for you. Social media is one platform. Live stages is another platform. What's your platform? What turns you on? What floats your boat? These are the kinds of things that we will distinguish as we work together to get access to your purpose and mission, to help you discover, design, and deliver your unique message to market. It's what I am up to. It's what I do. And I think it's important. I think that when you say yes to life says yes to you. So the last thing I want to talk about, you may have recognized this in my talking, but I'm somebody who is a manifester, and I manifest inside the law of attraction. You may have heard of the law of attraction. There was a film that came out a couple of decades ago now called The Secret, and it was based on the law of attraction. And much of my teaching is grounded in that law, but I teach it a little bit differently than you might have seen in the movie or read the book by Rhonda Byrne. The law of attraction is not just something you think about. It's very, very action oriented. It's the thing that's missing for a lot of people, which is why some people don't believe in the law of attraction. Let me tell you something. The law of attraction is a very, very finite law of the universe. And there are many laws of the universe, many of them. And we live our lives inside the confines of these laws. For instance, I'll give you an example of a couple of laws of the universe you already are aligned on. Number one, gravity. Gravity is a law of the universe. It doesn't matter whether you understand it or can distinguish it for another human being. You don't have to believe in gravity for it to affect you. What goes up must come down. So you can't go to the top of the apartment building where you live or the Empire State Building and jump and expect to land without consequence. What goes up must come down, regardless of how you feel about it. Unless you have some structure in place pushing against that law, for instance, a helicopter or an airplane, you're not going to be able to survive a fall from a high distance, because when you hit the ground, there's going to be a consequence. So the law of gravity is a law of the universe. It's one of many, by the way. I'll give you another example of a law of the universe that we live inside of, whether we understand it or not. It's called balance. Remember balance? For some of you, for many of you, you learned how to ride a bicycle when you were a young child. You woke up one Christmas morning and there it was with a pretty bow tied on it right there next to the Christmas tree. And you took it outside and you had an adventure learning how to keep yourself solidly grounded in one position without falling, because balance is a law that says that unless you are equally balanced on that bicycle, you're going to go down. And balance is not something we talk about on a daily basis or distinguish for other human beings. Many of you don't even know how to distinguish it, but you live your life inside of it. And when you truly, truly understand balance, you can perform all sorts of tricks like people do in extreme sports, on skateboards or on bicycles or motorcycles. They understand balance and they are managing to stay on top of their structure, bike or motorcycle or skateboard. They know what there is to do because they understand balance. You understand balance. You and I live inside of that law. The law of attraction is just like the law of balance or the law of gravity. It is a law of the universe that says that what you put out is what comes back to you. And so for you to manifest powerfully, abundantly, miraculously, you have to be willing to put out what you want and to take the actions correlate with you having that thing. In other words, you don't get to have the benefits of manifesting inside of the law of attraction unless you're willing to take the actions correlate with you having that thing you're manifesting. So that is how I teach the law of attraction. There's a lot of value in learning and understanding this law, and it's what I bring to the party. Pam Heath, the Yes Coach, when she comes stacked with the law of attraction and my 3-step process. I can take you wherever you're at in your business to whatever level you want to get to, and we'll do it together. So I wanted to share my comeback story because it's not easy to come back when you've gone as low as I did. But coming back is a function of your willingness to take it on and reinvent yourself. There is no power on earth that can match you when you're committed to creating a result in your life and you're unstoppable in the face of whatever obstacle comes up. So I'm Pam Heath. I'm the Yes Coach. And I say yes to the glory, the magnificence, and the power of living the life you love, the life you're creating by design. I can't wait to meet you in person. If you want to get in touch with me, there's my website address, yescoachforyou.com. You can go to my website and sign up to receive my communications whenever I'm up to something or producing an event. You could also get for free my ebook called Transform Your Money Mindset. Transforming your money mindset has everything to do with you altering any limiting beliefs you have around creating money. Whether you believe it or not, money flowing to you like rain from the sky is as easy as 1, 2, 3. You can have anything you want in life when you're willing to say you want it and take the actions correlate to you having it. Transform your money mindset and go to my website, yescoachforyou.com, and download my free ebook, Transform Your Money Mindset. I can't wait to meet you. Thank you for listening. I look forward to the opportunity to making a difference in your life. The Yes Coach says, say yes to life. And I'm saying now, thank you for listening. Take care and be well. Bye-bye.
Hi, everyone. I'm so excited to be here today and to teach you how to unlock your profit potential through micro-niching. My name is Tracy Blem, and I teach holistic professionals how to skyrocket their income and dramatically increase their impact through creating their own signature programs. And after 20 years of working in the holistic health field and coaching a wide variety of businesses, the number one thing I've seen that constrains business owners is the lack of a proper niche, and even more so, a micro niche. So today I'm going to teach you what that looks like, along with walking you through a simple process that gets you unstuck and into flow so that you can create more income way easier than you ever have before. So what are the signs that you have a niching problem in your business? You're struggling to fill those client slots. Each flavor of service offering is completely different. And what you may or may not realize is that each of those flavors requires its own specific marketing strategy that's being nurtured every single week in order for it to be lucrative for you. You may have clients that are price matching or doing the price comparison when it comes to your services. And what this becomes is a dollar for dollar issue versus the true value that you bring to the table. You have maxed out what you can charge per hour without upsetting or losing your clients. You're exhausted, possibly on the verge of burnout, and you want more money, but you have no idea how you can possibly add more time to your week to take on even more clients. You have tried discounting packages and weird offerings to try and get people to book more with you, to find that as soon as those discounts go away, you go right back to your regular hourly fill. When I had my large clinic, we did the packages, deals, and discounts, and none of those tactics brought true sustainable income. They just don't work for true business and income growth. People will always wait for the deals. Let me give you an example of one of those. Here is one of our non-niche brain farts that cost me a ton of money and heartache to put on, as in no return on investment by the time we shut the lights off for the night on this one. We used to do these as a quarterly demo night, and this was to have people come and try out therapies and modalities that they have never had or have never ever heard of before. And we used to advertise it out the wang, as in everywhere. People would show up for their 20 for 20 and try to jam in a full session. Honestly, people would want a full acupuncture session in 20 minutes for like $10. For me, it would be rapid fire, and they'd show up with a tape recorder, if you can remember those, and belt out questions like the world was coming to an end. Then they wouldn't come back, or they would try to book in the next quarter to try and do it all again for $20, get those 2 sessions. And by the 4th attempt of trying to tweak and adjust it to make it profitable, we threw it in the trash. It was too generic. What's happening here is competing in a generic environment, and that creates what I call communication fog. It's also known as generalization, and it doesn't work. You have to find some way to cut through that fog, stand out as an expert, or your business will never command great prices and never scale. It's that simple. You can't be the master of anything because you can't master it all. And the service style marketing puts you into a competitive price war where no one wins, and the profit margins drop to the point where money's being lost, not made. So how to change this all around? You need a niche. Even more specific, you need a micro niche. So let's go through it together so I can show you how this works to make your life easier and bring you more money with less work, and even better, a single track for marketing to reach your clients with less effort that you can master and profit from. So the first level is where typically people start when they start looking at niching. And that is a large overall niche, which we call a mega niche. So for example, health and wellness is a mega niche. So is business, career, and money, or love and relationships, or personal growth, and there are a couple others. So when I first opened my clinic back in 2009, my personal private practice was undiagnosed infertility. I was a baby making master, but the clinic and the therapists that worked for me were using the mega niche of health and wellness. And I ended up burning through an entire year of marketing budget in 2 months because we just couldn't get any traction with it. So let me show you where you might be going wrong by staying at that mega niche level and what that means for you. So we're going to keep going with the health and wellness as the mega niche for the illustration on this. And here's what a typical day for a therapist looks like. So as you can see, it's very difficult to market to this. It's difficult to position yourself as the expert. And you are competing with everyone else out there in a very generic way. So standing out from the noise is almost impossible. This business model, which is selling the modality or service type only, sets you up for that dollar for dollar comparison model where the cheapest offer wins that we mentioned earlier. So then we move into the next level of niching called micro niching, which in this continued example of health and wellness would be specific symptoms or specific illness. Now, the reason we're switching out of the service offered or modality offered into symptom or illness is because people pay for transformation. No one cares how you get them there. No one is searching for your service or training. They are searching for the solution to their symptoms and issues. I used to say all the time during our therapist trainings, every service can heal everything, but not everyone. In other words, you need a niche. You need to be even more profitable than you micro niche. So let's use another instance so that it's not all health and wellness. And in this case, we're going to talk about website optimization as an example. You are not selling website optimization. You are selling client attraction and conversion. Make sense? Transformation sells, not modality of service. But we're going to continue with our health and wellness example. So one level down is switching from the mega niche of health and wellness to a specific illness. And we're going to use as an example, diabetes. That requires a very specific type of focus and therapy modification to assist your clients, as well as your marketing. And you can take specialty trainings and courses to sharpen around this, or better yet, provide those kinds of things to your clients for purchase. This is definitely more specific, but still quite a broad group of people. But you can see how easy it would be to make finding these people a breeze. This could be support groups, doctors' offices, online forums, and social media groups where they would be hanging out. So already easier to find those clients to make that offer to. But what happens if we take it down another level to type 2 diabetes? Now that narrows it down more around who you work with, and it would make those clients pay attention when your lingo and offerings are tailored to them. You want them raising their hand saying, "That's me." However, if you wanted to be the master of your niche, you could take it down one more step, down a third level, which could be type 2 diabetes in teens. You want to see parents line up cash in hand to help their kids. It's right here. Now, let me show you that you can even take it one more level if you wanted to. It's not required. I just like being hyper-specialized. So that would be something like type 2 diabetes in teen girls. Now, why would I do that? Because type 2 diabetes in teen girls affects all their hormones and all the stuff that goes along with that is not the same in boys. And moms will fight you for a spot for their daughter when it comes to hormones and periods. Trust me, I've got 2. And it's even easier to find where these moms are. You can then add to your looky-loo to try and find your clients to moms groups, support groups. All of that plus the list we already mentioned when we narrowed it down to diabetes. How easy would it be to know where exactly to hang out and place your offers when this is your micro niche and no one else is doing it, which automatically sets you up as the authority and the go-to person. So let me show you where you might be going wrong by building your business, marketing, and offerings only on a service-by-service style of offering and what that means for you when you stick to that mega niche. So let's go back to a typical session day for a therapist doing health and wellness. So we've already discussed it's very difficult to market to this, to position yourself as the expert, and you're competing with everyone else out there. This again is that dollar for dollar issue. Going one level down doing diabetes is what this day would look like. Better, right? So easy for you to master your services and your craft because you're working in this arena with every single person, which means you get to find all the nuances and weird quirks that no one else has the time to, or even just the number of exposures to this issue to find the patterns. But for high profitability, Still too many variants. So let's look at your micro niche, type 2 diabetes in teens. Your offer could revolve around maintaining blood sugar, weight loss, meal planning, or pre-made meals and snacks programs. You could run support groups, et cetera, but you want to pick one to build a program around, and then you will know exactly where to advertise for this while being paid extremely well. So let me give you a full micro niche example. I work with teens who have type 2 diabetes to lose weight, maintain their blood sugar, and dump the fatigue so that they can do all the things that confident teens do to have fun, feel good in their skin, and make lasting memories with their friends. So, what's the transformation? Lean, energetic, confident teens. That's the outcome, whether they are seeing an acupuncturist, an energy worker, a massage therapist, a nutritionist, whatever. That's what they're buying. Lean, energetic, confident teens. That's the transformation. And who you advertise to is the teens. You talk to them and you make an offer to them. Or with teens, actually, it would be your mom. So in other words, this is what your micro niche is willing to pay you for. Here's what that looks like overall. Now that you're a specialist, AKA you have your micro niche, you can create laser-focused content that speaks to your ideal client each and every time you share, with higher conversion rates. You have less competition. You're focusing in on your strengths, and it's easier to pre-qualify your customers. You get to choose working with a particular type of person that you love. And when you go to see a specialist, what happens? You, the specialist, can scale and make more money per client while doing it. And who doesn't want that? So here's why micro-niching is where the money's at. And we're going to use doctors as an easy example. So here's what a general medicine doctor makes in Alberta, Canada for the year. They work their butt off, they have crazy long hours, and just like our earlier mega niche therapist example of a client day, each appointment can be vastly different. Now, here's what a micro niche as a brain surgeon looks like and what they make in Alberta, Canada for the year. And it takes forever to get in to see them. Why? Because they only work certain days of the week. They never have to work those evenings or weekends. They don't do walk-ins. They are a specialist. So they get to tailor their days and hours because they are in high demand. And for me, I will wait for the specialist in everything that I do. I want the best. And so do you. And so do the clients who come to see you. Now, say you are that holistic professional and you're getting paid as the expert, and then you add a signature program offering to it that's online. Can you hear the clients and money rolling in? Can you see the opportunity when you stake out this micro niche as the expert, the increased demand? How about how that translates into more impact that you can make, and of course, more profit for your business? I call that time freedom, which is easily doable now that you have micro niched. So who wants to be the expert? I know I do. So let me show you how to unlock where your profit potential is within your micro niche. Now that you've nailed down your niche and to something that you like and love and are ready to get going, you just need to make sure it's going to be profitable. You want to ensure that what you offer is exactly what your micro niche wants and is willing to pay for, thus unlocking your profit potential. So here are the steps to validating your micro niche and your offer. Step number one is you want to research, as in how many people have what you're offering to solve. Do they have the issue that you have the solution for? You want at the very least 10,000 people as a minimum for it to be a viable market that you can grow and scale into. Google is your friend here. Once you know that, you can move into the next step, which is interviews. Now, this is a critical step that I take my clients through when they sign up for Signature Program Mastery. I have it templated to the point where not only are you figuring out where your profit potential is, you also gather crucial information on where and how to market at the same time. You are looking to interview 10 to 12 people that will actually purchase what you are offering, not people who offer what you offer or family and friends who aren't struggling with what you're proposing to solve. Actual potential purchasers. 10 to 12. Do not skip this step. It is so very, very important. And last but not least, you need to determine if your offer passes what we call the face test. After you've done the research, completed your interviews, and then have sharpened what you're going to offer, you want to ask 10 people if when you state your offer that someone comes to their mind, as in it passes that face test. If you don't get at least 8 yeses, then you need to go back to the drawing board. And this does 2 things for you. 1, no matter what or who you share your offer with, they can come up with someone to refer to you. And 2, if it's them, they're going to say, hey, that's me. And this allows you to attract the clients you want, and it ensures that you're attracting your people into your business. So now let's talk next steps for you, because micro-niching and developing a signature program is so crucial to your business and wealth growth. And in 20 minutes, I have very limited time to share with you. So therefore, I've created a free PDF for you called Your Comprehensive Micro-Niching Checklist to Nail Your Niche and Make Marketing a Breeze. In this checklist, I lay out in detail the overall mega niches and what's included in each. And using my template that I've created, you will be able to narrow it down to a micro niche. You're going to also look at the 7 criteria of it being profitable and how to put together your transformational offering, along with deciding what type of program or product to create for your niche, and of course, to see if it passes the face test using my special face test script. This checklist has everything you need to nail your niche and make marketing a breeze. And who doesn't want that? So I thank you for your time and energy. I look forward to sharing with you again. And thank you for being here with me today. Cheers.
Bonjour and welcome to Superpreneur. Congratulations for being in attendance. I say congratulations because you are here, which means that you had this real talk with yourself and you also made a decision. You are in this room because you are prepared or preparing for what's next in your life. You want something new, something different, something powerful, something that is going to get your energy level on the rise, your feet dancing, and your soul full. How do I know? Well, I'm glad you asked. You see, researcher Brene Brown says that uncertainty, such as what we are experiencing in the world today, in our society, for example, we have this abortion right thing going on. Our economic conditions, we have the Great Resignation. And basically what those are things that's happening in the world that keeps us playing small. And we play small because we are afraid. And fear just, we don't get out of it. We latch on to what is familiar. That is what Brene Brown believes, that uncertainties makes our comfort zone smaller. Now, it doesn't mean that because it's shrinking that we get to grow out of it. It doesn't happen that way. Instead, we shrink along with it. And the thing that we do know, now we heard what Brene Brown says, but what we do know is that with the right system, the proper tools, and continued support, you can have a big enough breakthrough to break out of the small space that we have come to know as our comfort zone. And when that happens, we start to learn a little bit more about ourselves, which will help us grow and develop. We also start to make new experiences because we're out of our box. We're no longer small, feeling small. And because of that, we're making new experiences, and we are also creating the lifestyle we deserve, or, creating the lifestyle that we want. And I say that because my name is Martha Dubois. I am a personal development strategist. I help prepare and position women entrepreneurs to live life on their own terms. That means breaking away from the unhealthy mental, physical, emotional, and financial habits some people call curses, but I call them habits and patterns. We got to break out of that. And soon I am going to be, throughout this presentation, I'm going to be a favorite. I'm going to become your favorite development strategist because I am going to help guide you out of your comfort zone and get you to living life on your own terms in as little as 7 steps. That is correct. Now, I can say that because, see, right now, I am about 57 years seasoned. And I feel honored to help and promote women entrepreneurs and allow them to live right out of their comfort zone, preparing them and positioning them to live on their own terms. But it wasn't always like that. In fact, I used to be the one looking for guidance, looking for the example, looking for an outlet. Yes, years ago, I can remember as if it was yesterday, because I talk about it often enough. I got married at a really young age. I got married at the age of 21. By the age of 29, I had 3 children. I was juggling everything: full-time job, company, projects, unrealistic deadlines, school activities, homework, housework, wife duties. Woo! Can you say woo with me? Yes, because my dreams and me had a big gap in between. Big gap. I was running and it wasn't even my race. How many of you can relate? Like me, many of you thought you could do it all back in the day. You were handling things and that meant, oh, I'm Superwoman. But that's not the case. See, for me, keeping it all together meant that I had to keep it all in. And as a matter of fact, as time goes on, how many of us know that stress manifests itself into physical form, right? I began to suffer panic attacks. And for those of you who don't know what panic attacks are, let me share my experience with you. First of all, they come out of nowhere. They come without warning, right? The thing that I had to establish was that moment, that second before it actually took place. And for me, it was just feeling the hairs in the back of my neck stand up. And I knew my mood was about to shift. I remember one day coming home from work and I wanted to stop at the grocery store so that I can get something to prepare for dinner. I felt it, that oh moment. It just came and my mood shifted. I looked down the aisle and all I can see was blur. I felt as if I was in a cartoon movie and I was a character. All I can see is that the aisle kept going and going and going. And once I seen that, my heart started pounding and pounding and pounding real hard, real fast. Now, normal heartbeats go da-dum. It has a certain rhythm, right? Da-dum, da-dum, da-dum. But my heartbeat lost the rhythm because it was just going da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And as if that wasn't bad enough, I was sucking up air like I couldn't get enough. The faster I sucked up, the more my head was spinning and my eyesight were blurry. I couldn't see, I couldn't think clearly. And the more that my head started to spin, the more I panicked. The more I panicked, the stronger my heartbeat kept going. It was a vicious cycle. I saw people's mouths moving, talking to me, but I couldn't hear or understand what they were saying. And I felt myself sliding to the floor. In an instant, I so wanted to be in my comfort zone. I wanted to be home, away from these strangers. I couldn't move. My senses stopped working. I lost feelings in my legs, so I couldn't crawl, walk, stand, or run. All I could do was fear. Fear of not knowing what's going to happen to me. Fear of what these strangers are going to say about me. Fear of how I'm going to get away from this. And I was shrinking. I was getting smaller and smaller and smaller. Now, of course, the transportation came and took me to the hospital. And I was there and I was thinking, and the doctors was talking to me, but I didn't want to hear them. I just wanted to go home and do something else. But when I got home, however, I had to have this conversation with myself, the same as you had to get into this room. I had to say, you know what, Murtha, this is not the first time. What are you going to do about it? And guess what I had to do? I had to make a decision. Do I want to feel small all the time? You know, and because I was feeling small, guess what happens? I also have to play small. So going back to Brene Brown, my comfort zone was shrinking because of the social conditions I have allowed others to put on me. The house, the job, the children. For years, I made myself conditionally unconditioned because I was serving people instead of serving myself. I was loving on people and not loving myself. How many of you can relate? I was tired, frustrated, overwhelmed with anxiety. And that's when I remember the words, start where you are, use what you can and use what you have and do what you can. So I closed my eyes and I heard a whisper, Bertha, you are undeniable. And I had to accept that. Yes, I am undeniable. Yes, it is possible for me to live on my own terms. I don't have to stop serving people. I don't have to stop loving others. I just have to include myself in the serving and the loving. Listen, we are not here by happenstance. Despite the challenges, the naysayers, you too can get to your next level. That's what being undeniable is about. Getting the desired results you prayed for, worked for, and want for. In my personal Undeniable You 7 Steps to Soar blueprint, I documented what I learned going through the process, going through my personal process. The interesting concept is that I aligned the steps I took to get uncomfortable in my comfort zone to the steps a baby takes from birth. The reason is because it's a process and we have to unlearn to relearn. Contrary to popular belief, when we know better, we do not do better. And the reason we do not do better is because, just think about it. We are in this room. Do we not know better? But we're not doing better because we don't have the proper tools, the right systems, and we don't have a continuous support system. And we can't get to the finish line without them. So I'm going to go ahead and share the 7 steps. So go ahead, grab a pen and paper, get a recorder, your smart device, because trust me, you're going to want to write the action steps down so you can start to make a move. The number 1 is about intentional breathing. See, intentional breathing happens oftentimes when we need to become aware, we need the clarity. I had a mentor once that always talks about what's now and what's next. I look at intentional breathing just like that. Breathing brings me to the here and now. It answers the question for me, where am I? Because you need to know where you're starting from before you know where you're going. So just for a moment, I'd like for you to inhale through your nose slowly and deeply, taking in all the power you have not yet unleashed, all the possibilities that come with it. I want you to hold that air internally for a few seconds, allowing every inch of your body to be filled with goodness, allowing the oxygen to fill your lungs and the blood to circulate through your body. Now go ahead and exhale through your mouth, boldly and completely releasing all those toxins, all the things that are no good for you, all the things that have been weighing you down, all the lack, the doubt, the fear. Release it. Very good. I'd like for you to practice this regularly throughout your day, sisterpreneur, even if it means pulling over on the side of the road. Now, speaking of roads, let's move on. Senses. There are 5 of them. We know them: seeing, smelling, feeling, touching, tasting, hearing, right? How is this affecting you? Well, this is the adjustment stage, right? The seeing stage is the first step, and it's about vision, because a man without vision shall perish, meaning there'll be no growth. You can't get to the next step. We have to come to identify what we see what you believe, and hold on to that vision so you can move towards it. The next is about hearing. What are you listening to, and who are you listening to on a regular? How is that helping, or is it hurting? You see, if you are moving towards your undeniable life, great, right? Because we know that we're going to get to live life on our terms if we do that. But if you're not listening, if you're listening to noise, then you need to get yourself some noise canceling headsets until you can move outside of the environment so you can hear something that actually prepares and positions you for better. The next sense is smell. Now, the sense of smell. If it's good odor, it leaves us feeling positive. If it's bad odor, it leaves us feeling negative. And when you smell something bad, what do you want to do? You want to hold your breath. You want to move away. So therefore, identify what you smell around you and make the move. Same way. Same way. It doesn't change just because you want to be politically correct. Don't do that. Don't do that to yourself. Next is about touch or feel. And this is, it can actually regulate your emotions. This is the sense of touch is about reducing the stress level associated with feeling overwhelmed and frustrated. Think about you being intimate with someone. Does that touch bother you, or does it bring you pleasure? Does it leave you feeling satisfied or not? And guess what happens if you're not satisfied? You're not going back. You're not allowing this person to continue to touch you. Next, the sense of taste. This is about identity. Sometimes when we haven't tried something, we always say, what does it taste like? Does it taste like chicken? Does it taste like what? Right? But what happens is if you try it and you don't like it, or it leaves you feeling sick, do you stick around? Do you continue to eat that food? The same could be said about people and things in our lives. We have to be selective. Do we want them to make us feel sick, or do we want to be removed from that area? Next is about eating. This is all about health of the brain and health of the body. Okay, this is you want to win. You want to identify who and what agrees with you and make them your preferred food, because they can either give you energy or they can take away your energy. Okay, now let's talk about stages. The first one is crawling. Crawling is about claiming your independence. Ever seen a baby learn how to crawl? They are gone. They are zipping and zapping all over the place. So this is a way for you to develop. This is where you start to develop, start to build your muscle. The more you move, the stronger you get. Now, I want to pause here for a moment because I want to remind you that a baby starts to crawl before he or she can walk or stand or run. You are not in a race just to be the first one to get to the other side. You are on a marathon, and it's about just simply getting to the cross line, right? It's about gaining strength, having some level of improvement, circulation, and it establishes how you do certain things. Next, standing opens up your vision to what you can become. It allows you to explore. Explore is about learning. Remember, we have to unlearn to relearn, and it's all about you. Then we have walking. Walking prompts you to create that rhythm, not that panic attack rhythm, heartbeat, right? It creates your rhythm with a nice beat to it, da-dum, da-dum, and it builds your momentum. And this is about balance as well. Take a moment here when you get to this stage to celebrate. And running. Woo, running is all about being in the know. I mean, the wind is on your side. You're confident. And you don't even need noise canceling headset, because whatever was being said, you can't hear it. The wind is a source of positive energy, and it's all about momentum and what is ahead of you. Now, the point that I want to make is that you are called, you are chosen, and like me, you too are undeniable. The problem that we have is that we give so much of ourselves that we have nothing left. We give so much of ourselves that we have nothing left for ourselves. We go through the shadow of someone else, we start to lose our identity, and now we're juggling so much that we become lost in service and the people that we serve. What's the solution? The solution is what I introduced to you, the 7 steps, being in the know, making it simple. It's not easy because you have work to do, but it can be simple because you can trust the process. You can unlearn to relearn. You can get tools that you need, the systems in place, and you can also receive continued support. Now, what I can say is clear, because you, sisterpreneur, are coming back. Yes, you are the comeback champion, and you're coming through. So I'm going to go ahead and step out of the way, step aside. But remember, My name is Mirtha Dubois, your personal development strategist, and I would like nothing more than to start strategizing with you.
Champions always come back. Hello, everyone. My name is Bernice Cooper from Vacate Victimville, and I'm going to talk to you today about how I connected my setback to my comeback. I hope you heard that. Did you catch that? My setback to my comeback. Like I said, my name is Bernice. I'm a mom. I'm a wife. I'm a licensed marriage and family therapist. I'm an author. I'm a professional speaker, consultant, but I came to talk to you today about being the mayor. Yes, a lot of people don't know about me being a mayor. I was actually the mayor of a place called Victimville. Yeah, you probably haven't heard of it because it's not a physical place. It's only a place that exists in our minds. And I'll talk to you a little bit about that because to say that champions always come back means that there has to be a setback, right? So let's talk about this place called Victimville, where I reigned as the mayor for many years, right? And how I knew I was there, people were saying, Bernice, well, how did you know you were mayor of Victimville? Well, I did things like this. On my way to work, and this is no shade to Starbucks, but on my way to work, I would stop at Starbucks knowing that I was 5 minutes late already, but I needed the fix, right? Because in my mind, I was not operating from a place of excellence. All right, let's get back to the setback. Let's talk about the setback. In Victimville, there's 3 things I want to tell you about that you're going to have to understand before you leave Victimville, before you vacate Victimville. 1, here's some hard things you're going to have to do for your comeback. The first thing, forgive people who are not sorry. I'm going to let that sit in for a minute. Yeah, because sometimes we're waiting for an apology. An apology is not a prerequisite to forgiveness. So yeah, that was the first lesson I learned in Victimville. If I wanted to vacate Victimville, I was going to learn how to forgive people who are not sorry. Yeah, don't wait for the apology. Don't do it. The second thing I had to stop doing is I had to stop isolating, right? Because when you experience a setback in life, because you will, if you haven't already experienced some, you will experience some. When you experience a setback in life, you tend to build a wall, right? You actually begin to build a story about why you isolate. Now you've created a narrative about why you don't deal with other people. And when you build a wall, it doesn't just keep other people out, it keeps you trapped in. So I had to learn to stop isolating, right? We don't just need, as human beings, we don't just need community, we also need connection. We absolutely need connection. The other thing I want to tell you is that we must learn to celebrate other people. And see, it's now 2022. And what celebrating others looks like is pushing that like button. Yeah, you guys know what I mean. Pushing that love button. Yeah, on their social media, right? Also, when I talk about celebrating others, there's something else I try to practice, right? Which is celebrating people who are doing better than me and building up people and bringing up people who are not where I am, right? So a lot of times I ask people, rate yourself, are you a 10? They're like, yeah, I'm a 10. I'm a 10. I'm a 10. And I say, okay, great. Now I need you to find a 7 so you can bring them up, and a 13 so you have something to aspire to. All right, so that's how I knew I was in Victimville. This is how I knew those 3 things. I had to forgive people. I was struggling with that, forgiving people who were not sorry, isolating and celebrating others. But let's talk about the comeback, because you guys came here for the comeback, right? Because champions always come back. To leave Victimville, the only thing you have to do, you ready, is move. For the note takers, write that down. Move. M-O-V-E. Yeah, that's all you have to do. You just have to move. M, make a decision. What is it that you want? And I'm not talking about those tangible things. I'm talking about the intangibles. What is it that you want? Right? Make a decision about what you want. Oh, operate in excellence. That might require some people who are listening to this to do small gestures of operating excellence so they can get to those bigger gestures. Things like, I don't know, taking your grocery cart when you're done with it and not leaving it on the side of the okay, some of you guys aren't ready for that. Operating in excellence, right? V, visualize it. Can you see the place that you want to be? Can you see it? Have you drawn it out? Right? Is it something you talk about or something that you're actually able to visualize? And are you ready for the E? Execute. Move, you would have to execute, right? Once you make a decision of what you want to do, how you want to move, you actually have to make the steps to get out of Victimville. Because let me tell you this about champions. Champions don't take the stairs. Have you ever been in a really long stairwell, very high stairwell before, right? It gets tiring. Sometimes you just want to go back down, right? The thing about champions is that they understand that this thing called life is not so much about who's going to work the hardest, who's going to climb the fastest, who's going to have more grit, right? Champions don't take the stairs. They understand the power of an escalator. Yeah, because they understand that once you're operating who you're supposed to be, you are now aligned, right? You're no longer depending on your own strength because you understand the power source of the escalator. For some of you, you don't even know your power source, right? What do you believe is powering who you are? Are you aligned? Are you being who you need to be to come back? Or are you still the same person from the setback? Right? So let every setback be the springboard to your comeback. Let every setback be the springboard to your comeback, because champions always come back and you have to move. Movement is the transportation to your transformation. My name is Bernice Cooper. You can follow me at Vacate Victimville on Instagram and Facebook, or also at my website, www.vacatevictimville.net. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Lori Johnson, money and tax strategist, international speaker, and two-time author. And I have a question for you. Why did you go into business? What got you excited about it? What made you say, I have to do this? I am leaving my career and stepping up on my own and launching this business. Did you have an experience that was so impactful that serving in this area became a passion for you? Was it to have more freedom, like no more bosses? Or did you want to be able to help family or maybe other people in need? So go ahead and put your answer in chat or write it in your notes why you started your business. What was it that made you turn your idea into action? As for my business, I was 14 years into a regular 9-to-5 with a pension when my husband's job started moving us around from state to state every year. I could not find a job. I was feeling pretty useless and I had no control. So my business was born out of my need for consistency and security and independence. But the IRS says that there is only one reason to own a business, and that is to make a profit. Here's the problem. Most small business owners aren't aware that there's a set of rules that the IRS has in order to consider you a business. There are things that you could be doing in your business right now that can not only be increasing your tax bill, but also slowing down your business growth and leaking your profits. So let me show you the progression of what the IRS has going on over the last few years. So a couple of years ago, Bloomberg reported that the IRS had announced a 50% ramp up in small business audits. Those audits have already started. Then this year, the IRS added 2,500 new auditor. And then the Hill, a warning that expanding the IRS is the latest front in Washington war on small business. And recently, just very recently, the Wall Street Journal, the IRS is about to go beast mode, carving out $45.6 billion just for audits. The article says that a particular target is pass-throughs. That's small businesses, sole proprietors, LLCs, partnerships, and S corps. The article also says that many of these small businesses will settle rather than fight the IRS, which is exactly why the IRS has made small businesses their target, because they count on you not having a floor of accountants, not having a room full of tax professionals, not having a financial advisor, and they definitely count on you not having the time, money, or energy to fight back. So how do you keep your business out of the crosshairs of the IRS? But before I start with your answer, I do want to disclose that this is not legal or tax advice. As always, you will want to seek out a professional who can give you advice on your specific circumstances. So today, I'm going to share with you 3 out of the 9 factors that the IRS looks at when they are determining if your business is what I call a 100% certified hustle or a hobby. A hustle means that there is a provable intent for the business to make a profit. And then a hobby means that the activity is done primarily for pleasure or recreation. And the reason for this distinction is so important because it has something to do with the amount of taxes that you pay. If you are a hustle, you will report all of your income and be able to deduct all of your expenses. So that is accounting, tax services, marketing, supplies, etc. On the other hand, if you're declared a hobby, you would still declare all of your income, but you would not be able to take any of your deductions. So here's an example. For a hustle with $60,000 in income and $20,000 in expenses, the taxable income would be $40,000, putting it in the 12% tax bracket, and the tax bill would be about $4,600. A hobby with the same income would not be able to take any deductions. The entire $60,000 would become fully taxable, moving it into the 22% tax bracket, and the tax due would be $8,950. This almost doubles the tax bill, adding an additional $4,350 in taxes. And the more income the business makes, the more extreme this example gets. So let's get started with those 3 factors. The first factor that the IRS looks at when determining if you're a hustle or a hobby is elements of personal pleasure and recreation. These are activities in your business that speak to enjoyment rather than the pursuit of profit. It can also refer to an industry where there's a natural tendency for the activity to be a hobby. Say, for example, a housekeeper. They provide necessary services that they may actually enjoy providing and doing, but when you speak with them, I don't believe that they say like, I'm passionate about scrubbing toilets. And if you look at their list of activities, it does not scream personal pleasure or recreation. On the other hand, I work with a client who was a fashion stylist for a popular clothing brand, and she started that business because she loved their clothing and she wanted to have a discount. And so even though she had a quarterly quota, she never cared if she met it, because she just grabbed the items she liked, put them in her closet, and the rest she sold at cost. It was apparent from her business activities that it was not her intent to make a profit, which is why the IRS declared her a hobby, instantly adding over $3,000 to her tax bill. If in your industry, there's lots of pleasure, there's travel, there's meals, if you are doing something in your business that is that someone else might do just for the enjoyment of it, if any of this applies for you, you have to look at your activities and ask yourself, do they point to you being a business where your intent is to make a profit, or something that you do for pleasure or recreation, or is it something that you're doing to while away your free time? And if the answer is not, my activities are a 100% certified hustle, here are your first steps. 1, make your business legitimate. If you haven't already registered your business, make sure all of your required licenses and permits are applied for and received. Get business insurance. And then number 2, track your IGAs, your income generating activities. Show how your activities are leading to closing deals. And when you get that business, use a contract. Contract shows that you are legit, that you are protecting your profits, because there are clauses in your contracts that do that. And then after that contract is signed, use a legitimate payment processor that is intended for business. Don't use the Zells or the Venmos or the Cash Apps. The IRS considers paying merchant services fees a regular cost of doing business. And if you don't have it on your tax return, it's a red flag. When your business has activities that qualify you as a hustle, you are focused on making a profit, which allows you to reach your goals faster. You can have as much fun as you want to have because you have receipts that you're trying to make a profit. You can also feel confident knowing that the IRS can't come after your deductions. When you are engaged in more pleasurable activities or activities that are not resulting in a profit, this lack of focus on what you need to be working on makes it take longer for you to reach your goals. Your business is waving a big old red flag to the IRS, putting you right in their crosshairs, and you could be declared a hobby and all of your deductions taken away. So another factor that the IRS looks at is time and effort. How much time and effort do you put into making a profit? Not only how much time and effort do you put into working on your business, but also working in your business. Those are income generating activities. Not long ago, a well-known TV personality came to me because she had received a letter from the IRS denying her business deductions. She was doing courses and going to business retreats and summits and conferences. And the IRS said, no, you are not making enough money in your business to prove that these expenses were made with the intention of making a profit. And so no business deductions for her. If you are not sure that your time and effort would make you a 100% certified hustle, here are your next steps. First, create goals for your business. Studies show that having goals in a written plan increase your chances of growth by 30%. Next, ensure that your activities are aligned with your goals. If your goal is to have 20 sales conversations in the next month, what income generating activities do you need to participate in to ensure you reach that goal? And third, use the 80-20 activity rule. Spend 80% of your time in your business doing the things that lead to profit, like prospecting or having sales conversations, following up, income generating activities. So that leaves 20% of your time to work on your business. gaining new business skills, creating new programs, developing strategies, doing accounting and taxes, and truthfully, some of those things are better left to someone who specializes in it. You want to avoid doing things that you aren't good at. Pay somebody $20 an hour for it, because that will free you up to do the things that you are great at, where you can earn $200, $300. And because your time and effort qualifies you as a hustle, you know exactly what is necessary to achieve the results you desire. It is like right there, you have a plan in writing. You work more effectively and therefore work less for greater results. And because you have your mind focused on your money, you make more profit and you don't overpay in taxes. But when your time and effort is hobby, you can become completely overwhelmed with the sheer multitude of tasks that have to be completed in your business. You can be putting in long, hard days and still getting too little return on your time and effort investment. And you could be declared a hobby and all of your deductions taken away. So the last of the factors that I am going to go over is a biggie. It is participating in a business-like manner. And this means that you are running your business like a successful CEO would and maintaining clear and accurate records. So imagine this. You are sitting in your office doing a little happy dance because you just signed a new client, flipping through your mail when you see a letter from the IRS and the dancing stops. Because you know the IRS did not send you a letter to say, hey, we owe you a couple $1,000s. No, they send letters saying you owe them money, or you are being audited, or they're declaring you a hobby. And when you get that letter, what will the IRS see in your records? So here are the steps you want to take to prove that you are 100% certified, participating, 100% certified hustle, participating in a business-like manner with clear and accurate records. So 1, clear up your numbers and make a business budget. There should be no commingling of funds, commingling personal and business money, like using the same bank account for both, can make it so your business, if your business were sued, they might be able to come after your personal asset, like your home or your car. Get an accounting system. An accounting system connects your bank and credit card accounts and automatically categorizes your spending into buckets that will support the numbers on your tax return. A spreadsheet is not an accounting system. Again, you want to participate like the big bosses, and Walmart does not use a spreadsheet for accounting. Step 2, use your numbers to make better business decisions and then document those decisions. Your accounting system creates reports that acts like an X-ray into your finances and helps you make decisions like, do you need sales training? Should you increase your prices? Is it time to hire an assistant? And when you make those decisions, you want to document the reason for them. So say you decide to pay $25,000 for a sponsorship. Instead of just handing the IRS the receipt for what you spent, you should also be able to show that there were like 3,000 attendees and 80% of them were your target market. And you made that decision because a 1% conversion rate would double your investment, or whatever the numbers are. So that is proving that you are participating in a business-like manner. And step 3 is to make sure that you are in compliance with all federal, state, and local rules and regulations, including keeping up with your accounting and filing your taxes on time. When your business-like manner qualifies you as a hustle, you know exactly what is going on financially in your business. You know how much money you have, how much you owe, your income, your expenses, if you have enough cash flow to get through the month. And you know exactly what to do to make the profit you need every month. You can tell if you're on track to hit your income goal. You can also see if you're not hitting your goals, where you are in your client funnel that you're having problems, so you can fix it. And knowing your numbers makes it easier for you to make those business decisions. It gives you permission to buy what you need to grow your business. So if you need a tax and accounting person or a business coach or a new piece of technology, you know the money is there. And even better, it gives you permission to say no. You will never have to say, I don't know again if I can afford that. You know, whatever it is, the program, the software, the new administrator's assistants, because you already know the money ain't there. But when you are running your business like a hobby, you yourself are threatening the shield of legal protection that your registered entity gives you. You don't know what to do to make a profit. It can add years of struggle to your growth because you don't have a plan. And you could be declared a hobby and all of your deductions taken away. So now is the time for you to get your hustle on and fight back. I have been in the industry for over 27 years, and me and my staff dedicate hundreds of hours every year to keep up with compliance and IRS rules and regulations, so the thousands of clients that I've worked with can pay less in taxes and make more profit in less time with less effort. And so that I can put together this information to give to you so that what you can have what you really want, what you were really imagining when you thought about starting your business in the first place. Waking up confident that you know what you need to focus on that day, with a clear plan for making profit, the profit you need, knowing exactly how to protect that profit with your books in order, giving you time, freedom, and flexibility to have closer bonds with friends and family, a shrinking bucket list, zero fear of the IRS, and fun in your business. So I invite you right now to go to hustleorhobby.com and download both the slides for this presentation and also a checklist that will let you know if you are a 100% certified hustle or a hobby.
Close your eyes. Take a deep breath. And another one. Now, I want you to go back to a place in your life where someone has said something to you so horrific, so terrifying. They have done something to you so just out of pocket that has changed your whole mindset of who you thought you were. Changed your whole mindset of who you thought you were, who you thought you were. It changed everything that you ever knew about yourself. It all changed with this one split second. It all changed in this one split second. Everything that you thought you knew about yourself just changed. Now, some may have had that moment, some may not. I've had that moment. Ninth grade English class. Sitting in ninth grade English class, just chilling. You know, the bell hadn't rung yet, so that means that the teacher wasn't teaching yet. We were all just kind of congregating around in class. You know, not really doing anything too serious, just congregating. I was in my seat, and there was a young lady that sat directly in front of me. And she turned around and looked me dead in my face and said, I mean no harm. Let me pause there for a second. If somebody tells you, and you may know this already, but I'm just going to say it anyway. If somebody says to you, I mean no harm, 9 times out of 10, there's going to be some harm followed behind the next statement. I'm just saying, I digress. All right, so she proceeded to say to me, I mean no harm, but if I had a child that looked like you, I would throw it in the trash can. So I paused because I'm trying to process what was just being said to me. Like, what do I do with that? How do I process that? Like, first of all, what type of person are you? Okay, to say that to another human being. Like, how do you, who created you? You know what I'm saying? Like, who created you? How do you look another human being squarely in the face and say that? How does one do that? I don't know. But at any rate, I started to look around behind me to see if perhaps she was talking to somebody behind me. And I'm like, I know she's not talking to me. Sadly enough, she's talking to me. She's talking to me. Now, that comment will be a comment that would forever change my life. Forever change my life. Hello, I am Coach Latoya Rush, the Disabilities Empowerment Coach and Speaker. And today we're going to talk about using your pain to push you to purpose. That's right, using your pain to push you to purpose. Now, some of you may or may not be able to tell I have a disability. I have a rare genetic syndrome called Pfeiffer syndrome. Now, don't get so caught up in the lingo. It just simply means that I was born with my bones didn't connect the way that they should have connected. Your bones are supposed to fuse a certain way in your body, and my bones didn't do that in my skull. So when I was born, my skull was sitting on top of my brain, practically crushing my brain because there was no stems or anything to protect my brain from my skull. It also caused hearing loss and vision loss. And I don't quite look like everybody else. With that being said, you can imagine that I have had my fair share of pain, or my fair share of experience in pain. You know, somebody once said, 2 of the greatest days of your life is the day you were born and the day you understand why. Now, as we all know, being born is nothing that we have any type of control over. We don't have no control over being born. We have no control over when we're born, who we're born to, how we're born. All of that is left up to God. That's in God's control, not ours. We have no responsibility for that. But the second part of that, the why. The why, that thing that keeps you up at night. The why. That thing that keeps you running around this thing called life in a merry-go-round. That thing that causes you to throw things up against the wall to see what sticks. That why. What is that why? That why that causes you to bounce from job to job. That why that causes you to bounce from relationship to relationship. That why, that purpose. That's what we're going to try to get to. That purpose. That purpose. So many of us don't understand or realize or recognize what our purpose is. We don't even know how to get to our purpose. As I said before, I have encountered a lot of pain. As I said previously, I was born with a disability. And that came with its own set of pain. I've had 30, 40, 45 operations. I've been in surgery so long that I was in surgery from one day to the next. Now, I know you can't imagine being in surgery for a whole 24 hours, but I've been in surgery for a whole 24 hours. I've lost blood, pints and pints of blood. I've had to have blood transfusions. I can remember being 5, 6, 7 years old, being wheeled into the operating room, begging God, please, let this be the last time. God, please, let this be the last time. I don't know how much more my body can take. My body can't take anymore, God. I can't do this anymore. Please, let this be the last time. And God said to me, hold on. I got you. So, on top of having a disability, God felt like I needed some special parents. My mother was addicted to crack, and my dad was an alcoholic. No, wait, my dad was not an alcoholic. My dad was a drunk. Let's just be all the way real life. My dad was a drunk. He did not attend any Alcoholics Anonymous meeting. The only meeting my dad attended was the meetings at the liquor store. That was it. So, growing up in a tumultuous household, sometimes coming home to fussing, fighting, arguing, the police at my house, coming home to no food in the refrigerator, coming home to just chaos, pain, more pain. Going to school, getting bullied, getting picked on, getting laughed at, getting teased, pain. At the top of it all off, I go to foster care. My parents finally got to a point where they couldn't take care of me anymore. No surprise there, no shock there. They get to a point where they can no longer take care of me. And I have to go to foster care, where I'm passed around from home to home to home to home to home. I think in a matter of a year, I was in 4 different foster homes in 1 year. 4 different foster homes in 1 year. Another set of pain. Each foster home was met with its own level of abuse and neglect and abuse and neglect and abuse and neglect. More pain. And again, now I'm going back to God at this point. Okay, I'm like, okay, God, really? Really? Like, this is what we're doing? Like, I don't understand. Like, I'm confused at this point. I need some answers. I need to know what's going on. Like, okay, the disability, the parents. Now I'm in foster care. What else you got for me? You got anything else for me? Can you got anything else for me? Anything else? Because at this point, I don't think I can take anything else. Hold on. I got you. Hold on. I got you. And every time I went to God, that's all he kept telling me was, hold on. I got you. I managed to survive foster care. But I never understood why I had to go through all of that. Like, to me, it never made sense. I never understood why I had to go through all of those trials and tribulations until now. I understand now that every one of those situations that caused me pain is to get me to this point right here. Because I went through that pain, I became a college graduate, not once but twice. Because I went through that pain, I became a 7-time published author. Because I went through that pain, I became a business owner. Because I went through that pain, I'm standing here before you whole. Because I went through that pain. If I had not went through that pain, I wouldn't be standing here before you. If I had not went through that pain, I would not be able to stand up here and speak to you the way that I'm speaking to you. I'm speaking to you like this because I understand what my pain was for. I understand why I had to go through that. I understand what the purpose, come on now, what the purpose of my pain was. Now I'm going to give you three, count them 1, 2, 3, 3 techniques that I use that work for me and my pain. Now, some of you guys' pain may not be nowhere near what I've gone through. It may not be. It may not be as bad as mine, or it may be worse than mine. But at the end of the day, pain is pain is pain. And I guarantee you, these 3 simple techniques that I'm going to share with you right now is going to help you get to know and understand how to use that pain and to push you to where you should be. Okay. Tip number 1, recognize. Recognize. What do you mean, Lakeisha, recognize? Recognize, when I say recognize, I mean feel it. I mean feel what you need to feel in that moment. So that's the problem. So many of us are scared to feel pain. So many of us are scared to sit in it for a second and get what we're supposed to get from it and feel it because it hurts. I know it hurts. I know it's not comfortable. I know it feels bad. I know it just doesn't feel comfortable and it doesn't hurt. And it does hurt. And it doesn't feel good. It's not comfortable. And it hurts. It's supposed to. It's pain. If it didn't, then it wouldn't be pain. It wouldn't be pain. If it didn't hurt and if it didn't feel uncomfortable, it wouldn't be pain. See, we become so accustomed to sweeping our pain under the rug so we don't have to deal with it. We become so accustomed to ignoring it because we don't want to deal with the feeling that the pain brings. Recognize it. That's number one. Number two, take what you need from it and move on. Take what you need from it and move on. What do you mean, Latoya? I mean, there are things in that pain that you need. You take what you need from the pain and you move on. You take what you need from the experience and you move on. You don't sit in it. You don't soak in it. You don't have a pity pat party in it. You take what you need from it and move on. People often ask me about all the things that I've gone through. When I tell them my testimony and I tell them all the things that I've gone through and all the things that I've had to endure, being in foster care, being put out, being homeless as a kid, all the stuff that I've ever had to endure, I tell people about it. And they often say to me, wow, you're not crying, you're not upset, you're not angry. And I tell them, if I sat in a corner and I cried about everything that ever happened to me, I'd be crying forever. Life is too short for that. So I refuse to allow my pain to hold me hostage. I refuse to allow my pain to keep me stuck and stagnant. So therefore, I took what I needed from my pain. I took what I needed from that experience that I had with that young lady in 9th grade. I took what I needed from it and I moved on. I no longer allow it to control my life. I no longer allow it to determine who I am. I no longer allow it to determine where I'm going to be and where I'm going to go and what I'm going to do. I no longer allow it to. I don't. I took what I needed from it and I moved on. Lastly, number 3, I use it. I use it. I use what she said to me in 9th grade. I use it every day to push me. I use it every day. Every time I get up and I'm getting ready to do something, I use it. I use what she said. If she had a child that looked like me, she would throw it in the trash can. I use it. I use it as my fuel. I use it as my ammunition. I use it as my gas. I put it in my car and I allow it to push me to the next level because I understand that experience happened for a reason. That experience happened because God knew that I would need something to push me. God knew that I would need something to make me go harder. And I go hard every day because of what she told me in 9th grade. I go hard every day because of what she said to me. So that's what you got to do. You got to take that pain and use it to your advantage. Don't let it use you. You use it. Don't let it take over your life. You take over it. You take that pain and you put that pain inside of you and you store it at a place where you can use it. You store it in your gas tank. Allow it to be your fuel in the late night hour when you don't feel like doing it. You get up and you do it anyway because you got that pain to push you. It's pushing you to better. It's pushing you to more. It's pushing you to greater. You allow that pain to push you to where you're supposed to be. You allow that pain to elevate you to where you're supposed to be. You allow that pain to formulate you and push you to where you're supposed to be. That's what the pain is there for. That's the purpose behind your pain. The purpose behind your pain is to push you to higher, to greater, to better, to more. That is why you went through what you went through. Come on. That is why you have experienced what you have experienced because God knew that you would need a push. God knew that you would need something more. God knew that you would need something to push you and motivate you and encourage you and take you higher. He knew you would need that. So you take that pain, you get up out the mud, you brush yourself off, you hold your head up high, and you take that experience and you put it in your car and you push to the top. I am Coach Latria Rush. Thank you very much.
Her name is Beauty by Bella. Her name is Beauty. You can call her pretty. Her friends call her cute. Strangers say appealing. She spends her days wandering, draws eyes wherever she goes, like a worm lures fish or a magnet draws metal. Everyone wants to be her. She thinks the world is gorgeous. Everyone gets to be unique, to have their own skin. She wishes she was like them, but everyone who takes her picture, everyone who tells her what she looks like, gives her a different image. She is not unique. She looks like everyone at one point or another. She doesn't know who she is. All she wants is to be unique, like you. Beauty is her name. How often do you hear the term beauty? And when you do hear it, do you think about beauty on the outside or do you think about beauty within? The term beauty can have so many different meanings. However, when you think of beauty, people tend to only look at the outside. They look at the person with the beautiful eyes, the beautiful hair, the beautiful face, the person with just the beautiful body, the person with the beautiful car, the beautiful home. Folks tend to look at the outer beauty. But what about that internal beauty? What about that beauty within? The person with the beautiful heart, the person with the beautiful personality, the person with the beautiful soul, with those positive vibes and those positive energy, the person with the beautiful mind who can inspire, encourage, support, be genuine, and be authentic with people. What about that person? The beauty within. The challenges of life can impact one's mental health and overall well-being. Teens to young adult females, they face their own set of challenges. Those challenges include self-esteem, self-worth, depression, anxiety, self-harm, suicidal ideations, and their own beauty, defining their own beauty. Not to mention the impact that COVID has had on society today. We're all facing different challenges in our lives today. The stigma of seeking mental health services prevents many from seeking necessary help, especially those in the teens to young adult population. We all struggle within our culture, within our community. We struggle with seeking mental health services that are necessary. You know, back in the day, it was what goes on in this house stays in this house. You know, or I don't want to see a therapist or anyone because I'm not crazy. Well, no one is saying you're crazy. All we're saying is that there's a point in our lives where we all need some type of help. And it's okay. It's okay to seek that help. It's okay to not be okay. Those individuals like myself are out there to hold your hand. Those individuals are out there to say, you know what? You don't have to do this alone. We're going to walk this journey together. I'm here to walk this journey together with you so that all those things that life has plagued you with, you can find the beauty within. Beauty is her name. During this time, my focus is to see what is beauty in regards to emotional and physical, from the emotional and physical standpoint. We're going to look at ways to improve our overall emotional and physical well-being. We're going to look at coping strategies, and we're going to just look at different things. I want to share my story with you because we all are unique. We all have our own unique story, and I will share my story with you. So our time together is great. It's going to be a great time. You're going to be inspired. We're going to be encouraged. I hope you feel supported. where we're going to look at some of the most common mental health disorders that are out there, like depression and anxiety. We're going to look at self-harm, and we're going to look at suicidal ideations. We're going to look at all of those things because those things impact our lives. Those things are who we are, and we're going to look at those things, and we're going to walk the journey together. We're going to walk the journey together. So who am I? Who is this chick right here talking about what we're going to do and this and that? My name is Trish Noel, and I am honored to be a part of the Comeback Champion Summit. Yes, I am like stoked, super excited. Stoked. Do people still say stoked? But I'm so excited about being here. I am back. I have my story. I am the founder and the CEO of Noel Integrated Services Incorporated. It was established in 2020, right during the height of COVID. Because why? There were people who were going through stuff that looked like me, who wanted somebody to talk to that looked like them. So here I am. I am also the founder of a support group called Just Breathe. And instead of the J, we use the semicolon because we're looking at individuals who have struggled with losing family members to suicide, or individuals who have thought of harming themselves in some kind of way. In that group are females between the ages of 12 to 21 who struggle with depression, anxiety, self-harm, and suicidal ideations. What I do with NIS, I provide mental health and substance use services, and to help folks to work through their depression and anxiety and so many other, and trauma, and so many other things that plague our lives that sometimes make us stuck. We get stuck. And when I think of the Comeback Champion Summit, I think of a point in my life when I was stuck. As a mom, as a married woman, I was a married woman for 28 years, 3 children, and then you get hit with a divorce. And you're like, what do I do now? What do I do now? So not only was I hit with the divorce, but I'm dealing with health issues. So I'm dealing with managing chronic pain. Okay, so what do I do? So there was a point in my life where I wouldn't even say I hit pause. I would just say I stopped. It's like, at what point do you start living and not just existing? And I felt like I was just existing in life. Like, okay, now who is Trish? Trish is no longer this person's wife. Trish is still these children's mother, but Trish could not figure out who Trish was. Trish lost her identity. So the Comeback Champion Summit, let me tell you, Trish has been on a journey of finding herself. And I always tell folks, it's faith over fear. Totally God. And I had to be in that valley for a minute. I had to be in there. I had to seek therapy. And I'm like, I'm a therapist. I should be able to help myself. No, not at all. I had to seek help. I had to get somebody to hold my hand on the journey as I was coming up out of that valley. And it's still like, I always say, I'm not like 100, I'm not way, way up here, but I am not in the valley anymore. The comeback kid is coming back. She has came back and she continues to work on I continue to work on who I am, improving myself, surrounding myself with powerful people who will not only encourage and support me, but those people who will give me that kick. When I need that kick, we're like, you know what, Trish, you can do this. You could do this. So as a result, Noel Integrated Services was birthed. And yes, I struggle with imposter syndrome. Like, can I do this? Will people come to me? What am I supposed to do? I have a family that's totally dependent upon me now. What am I supposed to do? I've got to do something. So to do something, I got to work 1 job. I got to work 2 jobs. I got to work 3 jobs. And not to mention, I'm a parent caregiver. So I'm like 3 kids, a mom that's aging. Whew, I had to breathe. And for so long, I had stopped breathing. And I had to figure out Trish. And in the midst of me figuring out Trish, my middle child was going through her challenges. And I'm a therapist and I'm thinking, why can't I not help my own child? My own child who was experiencing bullying, was experiencing low self-esteem and self-worth in school as we transitioned from Maryland to North Carolina. You know, it was things that she was experiencing and I thought I was helping her. And come to find out, she was going through things that she didn't share with me. And I was devastated. I was devastated as a mom. I was devastated as a therapist. Like, this is what I do. This is what I do all day long. How did I miss it? And I had a dear friend to say to me, Trish, you're too close. Your mom, she's trying to protect you. So out of all of what she went through, and once I got over my own shame, once I got over my own embarrassment, the comeback was there because it wasn't about what other people thought of me anymore. It was about me overcoming the obstacles that were placed in my path. It was about me overcoming my fears and my embarrassment and my shame, and me being the mom that I am, me being the professional that I am. And as a result, my daughter came to me and said, Mom, I'm not only experiencing this, I have friends that are experiencing this. So we birthed Just Breathe. We birthed the support group, and the support group is there to help that age range. And she and I now are both, we're out there, young women come to us from the ages of 12 to 21 that are struggling with different things, and we share. We all can come back, but sometimes you need that help to bring you back. And so we walk the journey we walk through. And if I am not a superhero, but my goal is if I can help at least one person, I could just help one person. And that's what I try to do. So again, I am honored. I am honored to be a part of the Comeback Champion Summit. I am honored to bring before you Beauty is Her Name. We will look at not only beauty in the mental sense, but we're going to look at beauty in a physical sense. We're going to look at beauty when it comes to mental health, because that's who I am. I am a mental health professional. I love what I do. I love helping people. And I always tell people, I call myself the wounded healer, because I have my wounds, but I allow my wounds to help other people. So as I'm healing through my wounds, I'm helping other people to heal through their wounds. So that's who I am. I am Trish Noel, licensed clinical social worker. I am Trish Noel, licensed clinical addiction specialist associate. I am Trish Noel, the founder and CEO of Noel Integrated Services Incorporated. I am Trish Noel, the founder of Just Breathe. Well, co-founder, because I got to give my daughter some credit. The co-founder of Just Breathe, and I am a comeback kid. And I am honored to be here today. So I'm going to share with you a little bit about Just Breathe. Again, it's an all-girl support group. We believe in supporting each other through whatever battles life is facing us. And what I learned from my daughter is that sometimes she didn't need me to say anything. She just needed me to be there. And that's presence is everything. Not just in this age group, in every age group. It's just like, we need support. Sometimes we just need that shoulder. We need to cry that tear, we need silence. And people struggle with being in silence. Like sometimes silence is good. It gives you a chance to reflect, and it just gives you a chance to breathe. So with Just Breathe, we support them. There's the girls basically run the group. I'm just there to facilitate it, to provide professional guidance as they work through trying to gain control of their lives, as they work through developing healthy coping strategies. That is our goal with Just Breathe. The vision of Just Breathe is to provide a safe environment with a strong support system. Because I know, again, me as a mom, had it not been for my village, I don't know where I would be. Even after the divorce, had it not been for my village, I don't know where I would have been. 28 years, you're thinking we're going to be in this thing forever. But no, life hit, and it hit like a brick. And I was like, what am I supposed to do? I had stopped breathing. I had stopped. So just breathe. Yeah, even though the focus is on this specific age group, there are things that happen in our lives where we all stop breathing. And we have to seek the help to help us to breathe again. So this group offers us a supportive environment. It offers a safe environment. We just really help them to be brave about sharing their story. Because again, we all have our own personal story. We all have our own personal journey. But with Just Breathe, we want them to know that, again, we're going to walk this journey together. So what is beauty? Let's think about that. I hope you have a pad, a journal, and some paper, a paper and a pen that you can just write down some things, because we're going to talk about what is beauty. What does beauty mean to you? So as you think about that, I want you to write it down. What is beauty? What does beauty mean to you? And when you think about what beauty means to you, I want you to think about beauty in the emotional and physical state. Like, what is emotional beauty to you? What is physical beauty to you? That's what I want you to think about, because it's real. Mental health is real. It is definitely, it's impacting us with COVID and just having that social isolation, not being able to get out, not being able to hang with your peers. All of that impacts us. And we don't think about how our lives are being changed. Like we get consumed about how COVID affects us physically, but are we thinking about how COVID is affecting us mentally? There was a point where we couldn't go out, we couldn't socialize, we couldn't go to dinner, we couldn't do this, we couldn't do that. We're working through it, but we still have to be aware of where we are. We have to be aware of our mental health status. I talk to folks and I'm like, we get a cough, we get a headache, we get something. We're quick to go to the doctor when it comes to our physical well-being. But what about our mental well-being? When things are going on in our mind, when we're having these thoughts, when we're experiencing these feelings, are we as quick to go to a mental health professional as we are to go to those physical professionals? No, we're not, because of the stigma. And I want to help relieve some of the stigma that comes with mental health. So let's think about mental health beauty. We got the emotional, we got the physiological, the social well-being. We want to look at how we think, how we feel, and how we act, because those three work together. What we think will result in how we feel, and sometimes we respond to the way we feel. And sometimes those responses aren't the most positive response, but they're there. And we want to look at where we are in every stage of our lives. Because again, even though Just Breathe looks like the ages between 12 and 21, we look at what happens after 21, what happens before 12. We want to look at all of those stages of life. And my goal has always been to provide a safe place for people, and that people will really see the importance of their overall mental health and not just their physical health. So I love this image. I love it. And I want you to think about, and I want you to write down some ways that people have been dealing with their mental health. And when we think about those ways, some of the ways I could think of is a lot of times people turn to drugs and alcohol. Some people turn to OCD. They become obsessive shoppers, or they indulge in defiant behaviors or inappropriate behaviors. Some people get so focused on just really sexual partners, just trying to get that need, just trying to get that desire met, but they go through so many different other things. And so the one thing that we have to work on is avoiding. Avoidance is one of the things that we do. especially in the Black and brown community. We don't want to admit that we have a problem. We don't want to admit that we're struggling. We don't want to do that. So we avoid it, praying that it'll go away. Does it go away? No, it doesn't. It does not go away at all. So we can't deny it. We can't avoid it. We can't ignore it. And it's hard. It's hard. But that's an area in our lives that we really have to fight to get through. What about therapy? You know, some people don't want to go to therapy. It's like, no, I can't do that. You know, people going to think I'm crazy. Come on now. You know, and with therapy, I always say your therapist has to be a fit for you. Not only does the therapist have to be a fit for you, but you have to be a fit for a therapist. Because a therapist, I tell folks all the time, I'm not there to fix anybody's life. That is not the job is to walk the journey with you, to help you as you figure it out. And then each person is different. Each person's journey is different. So we all got to figure out what our journey is. What path are we going to take? How do we get to that beauty within? We have to walk the journey together. And it just makes you think. It makes you wonder, what do I do next? What do I do next? I'm a big fan of journaling. So I really believe that we should, I love writing my thoughts and everything down, just writing it down, just being able to process it, really to think it through. It is so important to put it down and just okay, what am I thinking today? Or even with journaling, when it comes, a lot of people journal when they're working on their goals and what I want to do 2 weeks from now, 2 months from now, 2 years from now, 20 years from now. But when it comes to your mental health, sometimes we get so consumed by our thoughts. And I encourage folks to use journaling during that time. Empty those thoughts out. Write it on paper. Hey, I'm thinking this good, bad, or indifferent. Write it down. Get it out of here and put it on there. So think about that. So I hope you're writing this stuff down because that's some good stuff. This is good. So let's look at some of the most common mental health disorders. And we've all heard of them. You know, we've heard of them. Some of us experience them. Some of us know people who experience them. I'll be vulnerable, going through my divorce, that depression kicked in because I was I'm used to having this 2-parent household. We're used to having these 2 incomes. Now what do I do? So I went, and then on top of that, dealing with my own physical health, dealing with chronic pain, not being able to interact with my kids as much as I could, man, I sunk into this major depression. And I was like, I got to come back from this. I got to find my beauty within, and so I had to fight. I went to therapy. I was like, look, I don't want to do this because I'm a therapist. I'm supposed to be able to help myself, right? No, I had to go get help. Anxiety, I struggle with that. Because when your life changes like that, you're trying to figure out what's the next thing to do. And you get anxious and you worry. And I've realized a lot of times that the stuff that I was worrying about, I really didn't need to worry about. But at that moment, I needed to worry about it. But as you grow and you learn, you say, okay. And it's okay to not be okay. We're going to look at bipolar. We're going to look at PTSD, a lot of post-traumatic stress disorder. And within the world of society today, folks are really dealing a lot with PTSD, and PTSD is real. So Bolo, let's go. Let's do this thing. Be on the lookout. Bolo. So if you're experiencing any of these symptoms, I want you to think about it. If you're experiencing some sadness and hopelessness and just emptiness, persistent low mood, feeling irritable, frustrated easily, hard to concentrate, not able to sleep, feeling worthless. If you're feeling all of these things, you could be experiencing depression. So I just want you to think about those symptoms that we just looked at. And think about, are you experiencing any of those things? And if you are, let's look at some emotional and physical beauty strategies. So you're feeling low, you're not sleeping, You're easily irritated, you're frustrated. So some of the strategies, the beauty strategies that you could use is eat good. Now, I know when folks are depressed, sometimes people don't want to eat at all, or sometimes people overeat. So when we're looking at beauty strategies, we want to look at eating better, moving, that helps. And again, it takes energy to get out of that. So you got to work. And that's why you need that professional help. The professional help can help encourage and support you, trying to create a great sleep routine. Do the opposite of the negative, because the negative thoughts will tell us stay in bed. Don't shower today. Don't eat anything. Fight those thoughts and say, okay, well, it's telling me not to stay in the bed. Well, today I'm going to, even if I don't do nothing, get out of the bed and go to the couch. I'm going to get out of the bed today. So, and then do something new. Do something different that will get that dopamine pumping in your body, and you'll get all excited. Like, okay, but one day at a time, one step at a time. Don't overwhelm yourself. Let's look at the next bolo. If you're feeling nervous, restless, tense, if you have those increased heart rate, heart palpitations, if you're worrying a lot, cold and sweaty, feeling panicky or fear, shortness of breath, what about anxiety? So think about those symptoms. And if you're experiencing any of those symptoms, I know for me, with my anxiety, I get the cold and clammy feeling, and I'm like, my mind just goes blank for a few minutes. And I've got to do some self-talk. Sometimes I got to get a cold compress. I got to do something to kind of bring me back in. But guess what? We're all comeback kids. I'm coming back from it. No, I no longer allow those things to consume me. Excuse me. I've learned coping strategies to manage them. And so that's what I do. So let's look at some emotional and physical beauty strategies. Aromatherapy, big fan. Like candles. I worked with a young lady. I was like, she was just talking about how anxious and she was dealing with some depression. I said, I want you to take a bath. And she said, take a bath? I said, yeah. She was like, well, what's a bath? Do you have a bathtub in your bathroom? And she was like, yeah. But who has time to take a bath? I said, you have to make time. I said, I want you to run a bubble bath, a hot bath. I want you to get, they have that lavender Epsom salt. They got lavender bath. Bath and Body Works got all kinds of smell goods. Just put something with some aroma in it, light your candles, put on some soft music, and relax. And she was like, Trish, who has time to take a bath? You do. You have time to take a bath. Put some music on, read some good books, and, talk to your feelings. They're there. Acknowledge them. If you want to cry, cry. Allow the tears to flow. Tears are healing. But it's so funny, after she came back, she said, I took a bath. She was so proud. I was like, I took a bath. And I was like, and how do you feel? She was like, that's going to be my routine. She said, I'm so used to jumping in and out the shower because, I got kids. I said, but you know what? You could have a date with yourself. Even if it's just one night a week. That night, put the kids to bed early, take care of the house early, and run your bath. I want you to stay in the bathtub for at least 20 minutes. 20 minutes. You got to keep running hot water, but I want you to stay in there for 20 minutes. And she was like, thank you. It made such a difference. So it's the simple things that we need to do. The next bolo we want to look at. Be on the lookout for these symptoms. Decreased need for sleep. You're not sleeping well. Unusually talkative. Like you're just from one extreme to the next. 1 minute your mood is here, the next minute your mood is there. Easily distracted. Your thoughts, you can't control it. Your thoughts are constantly running. This exaggerated sense of well-being and self-confidence. I got this. When you really don't have it. And no one ever has it all together. Abnormally upbeat, easily agitated. If you're experiencing any of these things, could be bipolar disorder. Polarization. You go from one extreme to the next. Think about that. So let's look at some beauty strategies for this. Good support system is the key. Learning to say no. No is a complete sentence. Can you? No. Do you? No. A lot of times people ask us to do things and we really want to say no, but we find all kinds of excuses and everything. No is good. No is a complete sentence. Just say no. No. Don't. That goes to rushing and making a decision, because a lot of times we will make a decision to do something, but in hindsight, it was like we really don't want to. But now we've committed to something, and so then we start feeling some type of way about it. Monitor your mood. Be aware of those mood swings. Notice it. I have folks that I've worked with that some people don't notice them, but a lot of them do recognize, like, 1 minute I could be here, the next minute I could be there. What's that? And so we work through it. Medication, medication, medication. Folks have a hard time with medication when it comes to your mental health, because now if you have high blood pressure, you're going to take that blood pressure medicine. If you are diabetic, you're going to take the insulin. Wherever we are physically, we'll take that medication. But where we are mentally, we're hesitant. You have a doctor, you have a psychiatrist, you have a mental health professional. They will help you monitor your medication. So if you're taking it and it makes you feel a certain way, you let that provider know, like, hey, when I take this, I feel like this. And don't just stop the medication, but use your resource to help you work through the medication and take it. And when you start feeling better, please continue to take it, because that's where we mess up. We start feeling better. We're like, oh, I don't need this anymore. And what happened? The symptoms come back and they're exacerbated. They're worse than they were before they was. So please keep taking the medication. And guess what? It's okay to take medication. It really is. It really is okay. So let's go to the next bolo. What is the next thing we're going to be on the lookout for? Flashbacks. Reliving traumatic events. Excuse me. Having those recurring dreams and memories, and the overflow of negative thoughts, that negative mood, just reacting to certain things. You might get a certain smell that will trigger something negative. You might hear a certain song, or you might come into contact with a certain person that when you see that person, they trigger that in you. What are we talking about? Post-traumatic stress disorder. It is real. It is real. It is real in the Black and brown community. And sometimes you have that indirect trauma that you deal with because someone else has faced it, and now you're impacted by that trauma. And so it's affecting you. It's impacting your body. So we need to be aware of that. So what are some of our emotional and physical beauty strategies for this? Learn about trauma. Learn about PTSD. Learn what it is that you're going through. Learn, meet with your mental health professional and talk about what you're going through. And because knowledge is power. The more you know how to address your symptoms, the more you know how to manage your symptoms. Practice relaxation techniques. Now, this is so crazy when I tell people this. I teach people how to do the deep breathing, and we do all that. But for me to try to do it myself, this girl be struggling. I get struggling because I'm like, there's so much stuff going in my head, and I have to kind of shut things down for a minute so that I can relax, so that I can practice those techniques. Enjoy peace in nature. Get outside, be one with God. Look at, walk, take those walks through the park, go take the hikes, just be one with nature. Get out there, create, again, a strong support group. I tell it takes a village. Had it not been for my village, who knows where I would be? My village was there from day one of the separation, the divorce, like everything. My village was there. And divorce is traumatic too. So, I mean, you gotta be real with yourself. You gotta be real with your situation. You gotta be real. Lastly, avoid alcohol and drugs. Now, that's the last thing. However, that's what we tend to do first, is we turn to alcohol and drugs to deal with our mental health. But all that does is it increases the symptoms. So we need to be aware of that. So I'm just telling you, mental health is real. Beauty is real. We have to deal with some of the stuff that's going on in our mental so that we can be secure in who we are, so that we can find that beauty within, and that we will have the confidence that we need. It's work. It takes work. I tell people every day, the person here, I used to call myself the background singer. Like, I'm good standing in the background. I don't need to be up in the front. But I have been challenged by my by my friends, by my colleagues. Like, girl, you got something to say. Say it. You're coming back from some stuff. You've been through some stuff. And, I always thought like, hey, we all go through stuff. But they was like, look, you are the comeback kid. You are coming back through stuff. Not only were you married for 28 years and you're coming back from that, excuse me, but you have kids that you worked through that have had their own traumatic experiences that they had to work through. You were there when you lost your brother. I lost my brother a few years ago to stage 4 lung cancer. And, we had him with us, and we did the family, we just rallied around him as a family to support him. God has definitely been amazing in my life. And so I'm coming back from stuff that I always thought that I wouldn't come back from. But here I am to share my story with you, that we all can come back, whatever it is that we're facing. Yes, it's going to take work to come back from it. But if you're willing to put in the work, the time, the energy, if you get that professional help that you need to help you to figure things out, get that professional help you need to walk the journey with you, you can overcome. You could be that comeback kid. You could dream big again, but you got to work hard. I would have never thought that I would have my own private practice. I dreamt about it, but then it came to life. I never thought that I would be speaking to people. This girl, this background singer who does not like talking in public, look at me. So I've done some local stuff, some domestic things. I've had the opportunities to speak internationally. Oh, yeah, little old me, this little scared girl right here. But I came back and I had to fight. I had to fight through all my fears. I had to fight through all my insecurities. I had to fight through my anxiety, the depression, everything. I had to fight through all of those things, but I did not fight alone. I had God and I had my village. My village held my arms up when I couldn't hold my arms up anymore. My village was supported. I remember nights just praying and crying, and I'm like, just get my mind right. Get my mind right. So we looked at depression. We looked at anxiety. We looked at bipolar. We looked at PTSD. If you're experiencing any of those things, I've given you some coping strategies. Just implement. Get your journal out. Write things down. Knowledge is power. Seek the professional help you need. And I just want you to know through all of that, I just want you to breathe. Just breathe. Just breathe through it all. This just breathe means more than just this. The support group that we have is phenomenal. It is impacting. The goal is to really branch outside of North Carolina with this group and become a nonprofit and just really put it out there. But we need to just breathe in our lives in general. I had stopped breathing. My children had stopped breathing, but we're all now. I got to stop calling them children because they hear me calling them children. They're adults now. My oldest will be 20. But, we all had stopped breathing for a minute. And now I can exhale. Is life perfect? It's not perfect, but it's a lot more manageable. This girl right here who went through the divorce and dealing with the chronic pain and the job that you don't feel appreciated on, all of that. And God has blessed me. God has blessed me with a new relationship. God has blessed me with somebody who understands me, somebody who is supportive. My village continues to grow. So get you a village and breathe. Get you a village and breathe. Again, I just want to thank you all. I just want to thank you. I'm so grateful for Shay and being a part of the Comeback Champion Summit. This is my first one. I'm so excited about it. This is my contact information. You can reach me on my website at www.nistherapy.com, or you can email me at tnoel@nistherapy.com. If you email me and let me know that you listened to my presentation today, I have a special gift that I will send you. And I am just, again, I want to come back. I want to come back, guys. I'm telling you, Life has had its challenges. Life had its hold on me, but I had to fight through it. I had to trust God. I had to trust the process. And I realized that I was not on that journey by myself. So as you seek the help that you need, please, we are out there to help anyone who needs help. And just know that we are on this journey together. Thank you, and get ready to come back as the champion that you are.
Well, hello, everyone. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I am Leslie Hardy, and I am so honored and excited to be presenting to you today. Prepare for a purpose, embrace the process. The 3 E's of the process to live and love better. I'm excited to share with you. I have my notes because I want to make sure I don't forget anything. And I want to ask you to take notes too, because I am sure there is going to be some valuable information I'm going to share with you today that you can begin to implement to start your transformation. So I am going to share my screen so that we can all see here together and get started. So we're going to jump right in by talking about what is this process. Well, I happened to write a book a few years ago. And in the book, I talked about the process. And I defined process in this way: the means whereby we journey through life and attain information to become equipped and prepared to be most successful in realizing and walking in our purpose. That sounds like a mouthful, right? Let's just break that down. What that really means is, as we journey through life from the time that we're born until we come into our adulthood, all of the life experiences that we've had, the family we're born into, the beliefs, the morals, the values that we adopt from our family, the relationships that we've had, the experiences that we encounter, all of those things help to shape us, and it's a part of our process, which helps forms our perspective. And it's from that place that we live our world view. That's what perspective is: your view of self and yourself in the world. So the reality is, every day that we live, we're actually living out patterns. We're living out patterns of behavior, and these patterns of behavior have created the very life that you now live. And what you do about that is up to you. And so we can all change the trajectory of our life by changing our perspective and changing our choices. Perspective, we live it out every day. And whatever you learn, whatever you live, you continue to repeat, unless and until you do something different repeatedly. That is how you begin to transform your life. So I want to suggest to you that perspective, mindset, and personal development are the 3 most important factors that influence and impacts who you are, how you live, and what it is you then have. So like you, likely, most people have experienced something along their journey that impacted them negatively. And for a lot of people, those impacts negatively created a stunt, if you will, in your development somewhere along the way in your earlier years, to the point that it's created a hindrance, if you will, maybe even a blind spot, maybe even some limiting beliefs about who you are, what you can do, and what you can have. Well, you may not be responsible for all those things that happen to you, but as an adult, I want to suggest to you that you are responsible for what you do now. And this is why. Because the moment you accept responsibility for everything in your life, the good, bad, the ugly, is the moment you gain the power to change anything in your life. Think about it. We all have free will. And it's from that place of free will that we make choices. But sometimes we can be limited by the choices we even think we have based on how we think. And that is truly the crust of what we're going to be talking about today.
So who knows that better than this woman right here? Now, I'll bet money that everybody knows who this is, Miss Oprah Winfrey herself. And how fitting is it that she is the epitome of this very thing, how to transform your life to live and love better. Isn't it just ironic how her initials actually spell out OWN, Oprah Winfrey Network, which is what she owns, right? And so someone asked Oprah along the way, what was one of her biggest aha moments? And this is what she said. I realized it was when I figured out that my thoughts control my whole life. No matter what life deals me, I can always choose my response to it. We are each responsible for our lives, and more important, the thoughts that create them. If you want your life to be more rewarding, you have to change the way you think. And that is so, so true. So we don't necessarily control what we think, but we can control what we do with those thoughts. And a lot of the thoughts, in fact, all of the thoughts that we have growing up are pretty much thoughts that we were given and that we inherited, that we adopted as our truth. Because as children, that's what we do. We believe and trust the people around us that care for us. And, you know, we, for the most part, do what they say do, and we live life, right? And so what happens with that, though, sometimes is that the things that we inherit, the things that we adopt aren't necessarily good for us, aren't necessarily affirming for us, and it can cause a disruption in our development. But everything starts with a thought. Oprah said it, I'm saying it, but who am I? Why should you believe me, right? Well, in addition to my own life experiences, my formal training, education, and professional experiences for 28 years, these are just some of the accolades that I've accumulated along the way to help inform me in this work that I do. I'm a licensed clinical social worker, licensed psychotherapist, inner healing and deliverance coach. I'm a speaker, a trainer, an author. I'm the CEO of my own company, and I have the privilege, I get to work with some powerful men and women, primarily women, who've decided that they want to take ownership of their own lives, that they want something different, that they're willing to do the work to have something different. So they're willing to gain the insight, the awareness, the skills, the tools that they need, that they realize they may lack. Now, sometimes we come into that realization because we keep doing the same thing, expecting different results. And we know what we call that, right? But we're not going to do that anymore. And I'm here to help those people who want to have a change. So research has shown that professionally, we're killing the game. I work with so many powerful women who are exceeding and excelling in their careers, in their education. But when it comes to the personal side, they're consistently challenged to have the same level of achievement and success in their relationships. And they want to change that. And I want to help them change that. So these are some of the 5 factors that impact relationships and the quality of life that most people experience. And what we're going to focus on today is the individual personal development, because that is truly where the root of everything is. How you think about yourself impacts how you relate to everybody else. So we're going to talk about individual personal development. This is my why. This is my guy. This is my son. I'm a single mom of this 31-year-old young man. The picture on the right is him at his wedding. He got married earlier this year, and I'm so, so proud of him. He has truly been the guiding force, the pulling, if you will, for why I do what I do with the passion that I have. Now, Philip was just about to start kindergarten when I actually started out in my first career job. And we've journeyed this journey together, and he truly has been a source of inspiration for me. But just like any parent, single or not, parenting, I believe, is the most important job that we have. And it is a full-time job always. How you do it may, show up differently depending on your child and what they're going through developmentally. But it is by far, in my opinion, the most rewarding as well as challenging job that there is. So he started out with me when he was about 4 or 5. I'm on my journey. I started out as a mental health therapist right out of graduate school, which was uncommon at the time.
And then I matriculated over to be a foster care social worker. I really wanted a more holistic experience of what it means for people to experience life in different ways. And so I did that for about 5 to 7 years. And then I just felt called and pulled to do more. And so I stepped out on faith and I became a full-time entrepreneur the latter part of 2002. During that time, I became a realtor. My son was finishing high school. I started a couple of other businesses. You could say I'm a serial entrepreneur. I've just been called to it. I have the bug, it's in me, and I love it. I love being able to maximize my time and have the flexibility to do the things I want to do. And so I was on this journey of entrepreneurship for about 8 good years, and it was good. Now, how many of you know that 8 is also the number of new beginnings? Well, I had no idea that I was about to embark on the new beginning of a downturn. Oh me, oh my, yes. Life was good. In those 8 years prior, the Lord had just blessed. Now, if you don't know, social workers don't earn a lot of money. And I was no different. I started out earning about $27,000. Well, in those 8 years, my income had pretty much almost tripled. And so it was great. I was actually right over 6 figures for the first time, right? And I remember thinking, people used to say, oh, social workers won't make any money, but I never received that. I didn't know how. I just knew that was not going to be my story. And so fast forward on, things were great. The economy had an impact, and it impacted my business in a severe way. So not only, my son is now in college, my business had failed. I started a mental health agency. I had to close it down. I ended up doing a solo practice, which I still continue to do now, my practice. But both my properties had gone into foreclosure because you see, in 2006, business was great. The Lord blessed me to buy a second property. So I had an investment property also. But now the economy's down. My income is severely impacted. I lost pretty much 60% of my income within 3 months. The bank accounts were being garnished any given day. I only had about $100 in my account. To say that I was stressed and depressed is an understatement, literally is an understatement. And on top of that, I had a failed relationship, and then he was going through. I'm like, really? Really? But needless to say, it brought me to my knees in a whole different way. I got to know myself in a whole different way. And I became a warrior because I had to fight for what I said I believed. I believed that I was called to greatness. I believed that wealth was my portion. I believed that this was not the life God had for me, what I was being living. But I had to put some faith and work to what I said I believed. And it started with me developing me. Because you see, before, I was really suffering from the imposter syndrome, but I didn't even know it until the rug had been ripped from under me. It was then that I began to see I was overly concerned with what people thought about me. I was ashamed. I felt guilty about presenting myself one way in public, but behind closed doors, I was crying. I didn't know what I was going to do. I remember being on the phone with the mortgage lender. Both my properties were in foreclosure for about 2.5 years. That's how long that process was. And so I had to endure that. And it required me doing work. I had to work. And so I began to work on myself spiritually, mentally, emotionally, physically even. And in that process, my finances were beginning to be positively impacted because, to tell you the truth, they couldn't get much lower, okay? But I was developing me. And that picture represents the warrior in me. I was a baddie in a good kind of way. And I really got to a place where I was honest with myself, that the way I looked on the outside, the persona, everything I had on paper, it spelled success. I had the accolades, I had the degrees, I had the properties, I had the luxury car, but it wasn't. And I had to get honest with myself about where I was inwardly. And once I did that, hey girl, I see you. Yeah. Hey success, I see you. I had to encourage myself along the way. And as I did, God continued to restore, restore, restore. But I had to be obedient. I had to listen and I had to be obedient. In 2013, God told me to do it again. See, my property was still in foreclosure. And I'd just gotten off the phone with the loan officer and, well, whoever he was. And he said, Ms. Hardy, I'm telling you, the best thing you can do is to just do a short sale, because I had equity in the property, but I couldn't afford the payments because I'd lost over 60% of my income. And I said, not so. Within myself, I said, no. And as soon as I hung up the phone, the Holy Spirit said, do it again. So I applied yet again for a loan modification. And this time it was different. It was approved for both properties, and the Lord restored them both. In the process of all of that, he canceled over $105,000 worth of debt. God told me again to write the book. Well, what book is that? Prepared for a Purpose, Embrace the Process, because he told me to write it before, but I didn't. Why? Because he gives us free will, and I didn't want to at the time. But now I was in a different place because my walk had changed. My faith level had grown. I had decided that I needed something different and I wanted something different. But most importantly, I was willing to work for the something different. And God continues to restore. He continues to add. He continues to increase in my faith, in favor, in my finances. And it goes on and on and on. And now I am the proud owner of my own company, where I actually service individuals and couples. I help coach women, and I provide training and speaking for different businesses, organizations, and small groups. I founded the 3P Academy, where I help people to be planted, learn how to be powerful, and be prosperous in the life that they were given to live. So the Lord gave me this acronym, process, to help us remember why it is necessary. He gives us this process because it prepares us and it positions us to reflect, repurpose, release, and receive his original plan and design for our life. It encourages us to challenge anything that is contrary to his best. It encourages us to execute action steps to realize the promises of God, because faith without works is dead. And when we do that, we realize that our safety, our security, and our significance is found in him, which is where we get our identity, not just from our families of origin, not from our jobs, not from our identities as mother and father and CEO and judge and girlfriend, whatever, all those roles that we play. Our identity has to be anchored in him. And when we find that place, that's where we find our secret sauce. And that's where we excel to serve, soar, and really walk out what it is God's given us to be successful. So we're going to talk about what are these 3 E's of the process. The first E is examine. You really have to examine yourself. Really, really find out who you are. Not who you pretend to be, masquerade to be. Are you like me? Are you suffering from the imposter syndrome? You really have to take a look at who are you and why are you the way that you are? Is that who you want to be? Does it serve you well? The second E, embrace. You have to choose to embrace by exposing anything in you that God didn't give you. He didn't call us to be imposters. He called us to be our authentic selves. You can only be the second best of anybody you're trying to emulate. Our job in this life is to discover who we are and to fulfill the purpose and call that he has for us through the various assignments that we have. That is one of the greatest callings that we have. So embrace who you are. And in order to do that, it requires you to do some self-examination. It requires you to become aware of those things in you that are good, that are working for you, and those things that may not be working for you. It requires you to acknowledge what those things are. It requires you to reveal so that you can then choose to heal. The third E is establish. And this is where the bulk of the work happens. Establish the thoughts, the beliefs, and the behaviors that are consistent with what and who you choose to be. That is what we have to do. Now, consider this. We started out talking about how important thoughts are. These are some facts that I want you to really just kind of let sink in, because we have upwards to 60,000 thoughts a day. Now, when I first heard that, I was like, whoa, it was mind-blowing. Like, really? Oh my goodness, what? Yeah. And then consider the fact that 90% of those thoughts are recycled old thoughts from yesterday. Like, really? Yeah. And of those, 85% are negative. Is it any wonder people are walking around depressed and stressed and suffering from the imposter syndrome and full of anxiety? We have to learn how to quiet the noise, shut out the clutter, really get clear about what we're thinking, why we're thinking what we're thinking, and begin to change the thoughts that we meditate on. Because whatever you meditate on, your mind creates a vision of it. It creates a visual for you in your mind's eye. And it's that vision that pulls you to keep doing the things that you do, which may not be serving you well. In fact, I have this quote for you. Stephen Richards says that reality is a projection of your thoughts or the things you habitually think about, a product of your thought life. So what that means is, just because you think a thing, it doesn't mean it's true. It just means it's true for you. Another way of saying that is, for as he thinks in his heart, so is he. Where have we seen that, right? Yeah, what are you thinking about in your heart? What are you pondering? What is it that moves you? And how can you begin to change those thoughts? How can you begin to have new thoughts? Well, your thoughts create your beliefs. So one of the ways you can change your thoughts is, what is it that you're believing? One of the ways that you can do that is consider new thoughts by entertaining new people who are where you want to be. Research shows that we are like the 5 people we hang around the most, right? So when you do a survey of who's in your life, what does that look like? Because chances are, whatever you see over there is what you're reflecting and what you're emulating in your own life. You can gain new thoughts by reading new books, listening to new information, guarding what you listen to, guarding what you actually watch. Prayer for divine wisdom beyond anything we could acquire on our own, because all of your thoughts lead to what it is that you're believing. So what is a belief? A belief is a state or a habit of mind in which trust or confidence is placed in some person or a thing. Some person or a thing. Consider this. Now, this was a divine download I had when I was writing my book. And it is this: you do not have to work to change a belief. You choose to release a belief you currently hold as true, and you receive a new belief by faith. It is that simple. It's a matter of choice. It's a decision. So let's talk about some of the reasons that people don't do that. Why don't people do that? It sounds simple enough, right? Yeah, it does sound simple enough. But people don't do that because they want to hold on to old beliefs because they don't have enough faith that what they're releasing and what they'll get when they release it will be better for them. So their perceived value and benefit of the unknown, they don't have faith in that. People know what they know because it's familiar. They stay in their comfort zone. But in order to grow, you have to step outside of your comfort zone. You have to do something you haven't done before. You have to experience things you haven't experienced before. And most people are afraid to do that. And so they hold on to this belief, doing the same things, thinking something's going to be different just because they think it. It starts with a thought, and then you have to follow it with action. So we're going to talk about some of the reasons that people make excuses. That's what we do. We make excuses for why we won't change, right? It's not the right time. I'll wait till my kids are out of school. I just can't afford to invest in myself to make the change and learn the skills that I need to learn, to do the things I need to do. Whatever your excuse is, it's that. Because girlfriend, and all my guys out here, nobody's coming to rescue you. This is a process that you have to engage yourself. Remember our friend James? You got to do the work. Let the work be attached to your faith. And when it is, you'll create new behaviors. So it's only after you've chosen what it is that you believe that you then need to engage the work related to it. So first you think a thing and you attach an emotion to it. That emotion anchors it in you and you develop a belief around it. And that belief, you look for the evidence to support or not, whatever it is you believe, because there's always evidence there for both. You get to choose what you believe. And based on that, you're going to take action. And I tell you, the people that I work with, I can tell what they believe by what it is they do. Not what they tell me, what it is they're doing. And the same holds for me. I talk to myself about this too. So what are you doing? What are you doing? And when are you going to make you a priority? James Allen authored a book, As a Man Thinketh. And he said, the power of thought and how in our own thought world, each of us holds the key to every condition, good or bad, that enters into our life. And that by working patiently and intelligently upon our thoughts, we may remake our life and transform our circumstances. So you got Oprah saying it, you got Leslie saying it, you got Jay saying it, you got the Word saying it. It's true. It's true. So how do we do that? Well, first of all, you have to be mindful of what it is you're thinking. You have to learn to manage your emotions and not respond out of this place of reaction versus responding. There's a difference between responding and reacting. And then you have to choose to be consistent. Consistency is the key. We all are good at starting things, right? We're all good at starting things. Beginning of the year, we all start with all these goals. And statistically, within about 30 days, most people have abandoned them. Don't let that be you. What are you going to do? Know that you have everything you need to be successful in life. To what degree you realize success is truly dependent on your perspective and your personal choice. Ask yourself these questions. What do I need to do? What do I need to unlearn? What do I need to now learn to become who I was created to be, so I can have what God has promised me is mine and live a life of success? And again, my definition of success, as I wrote in my book, is to realize and walk in my purpose to live life fulfilled. I want to encourage you to embrace the process and own your life by walking out these 3 E's. Examine yourself. Really be honest about who you are, where you are. And that's the only way you're going to be able to begin to address it. And then embrace where you are. I love you where you are. That's where you start. You start wherever that point is. And then be committed. Be committed to establish the thoughts, the beliefs, the behaviors that you need to create the transformational change that you want. These are the 3 E's of the process. I encourage you to do what you need to do. You will not regret it. It is so well worth it. I'm a living testimony of it. Give yourself permission to embrace the process and enjoy the journey. I am Leslie Hardy. Thank you so much for joining me. I've thoroughly enjoyed it. I hope you've gotten some great nuggets that you can take with you. If you want me to partner with you along this journey, you want to get more information, feel free to reach out to me at my website. You can just Google it, and I'll be glad to work with you. I appreciate you. Have a great day and be blessed.
My name is Taisha Randall, and I am a speaker, contributing author, and best-selling, oh, I'm sorry. Oh. Hi, my name is Taisha Randall, and I am a speaker and contributing author of the Amazon best-selling anthology, When Destiny Needs an Intervention, Volume 1. Go with me on a journey as I share a moment where I faced an identity crisis in the workplace. I did not recognize the patterns, the need for comparisons, lacking self-confidence, taking feedback personally, delaying or better yet, denying self-care time to answer one more urgent email, process one more transaction, facilitate one more meeting, speak to one more manager, speak to one more employee, train one more new team member, complete one more priority task, and also respond to one more escalated issue. My workday was overloaded and I was depleted, overburdened, and under-rested, yet and still, I took the leftovers home for the day, glaring at a computer screen after hours. Anyone ever achieved work-life balance? Me either. I bargained with myself that it'll be worth it because they will see me and I will be rewarded. The reward for those long hours, that sacrificed, was a planned conversation with a rehearsed note of empathy. I'm sorry, but we're going to have to let you go. How could this be? I silently questioned to myself. I gave so much to this job. Its value became greater than myself by the way that I nurtured it. How I gave it a front row seat to who I am. Who holds the measuring stick to your identity? Do you find yourself in need of a release from rejection, which is to not accept, believe, or consider something? Expectations of others, which are values based on others' thoughts, opinions, trials, and disappointments? Lack of belief, which is the state of not believing in something? External validation, which is the adopting feelings of worthiness based on others' criteria instead of yourself? Anxieties, which are constant states of feelings of uneasiness regarding a present event or danger or a level of uncertainty? Shame, which is a painful feeling of inner turmoil or distress caused with oneself by the consciousness of wrongdoing? Or excessive pressure, which is the using of intense persuasion or coercion to make someone do something? What do you need today to release, to shift from existing to living? Existing is drifting without a purpose, and living is moving with intention. Existing is a misaligned assignment that was never for you. Living is valuing progress instead of the need to appear perfect. Existing is replaying a broken soundtrack that dictates your very being. Living is affirming who you are and being anchored in that belief. My measuring stick was my job. It was where I placed high value in my self-worth, but it did not value me back. Your self-worth are the feelings that you have about yourself and not relying on external influences to give you any level of worthiness or identity. It is at the core of who you say that you are. When you have the deep-rooted belief of knowing who you are on the inside, it permeates and projects on the outside. Building your self-worth is to own your voice and not to dim the internal GPS moving you towards your purpose. Your self-worth is not dependent on an other's mentality. It is nourished by the daily renewal of knowing what is your job and what is not your job. The who I am is not what I do. We're all too familiar with the infamous networking question. So tell me a little about yourself. How often is it that we are conditioned to quickly state what we do professionally instead of who we are? Is your profession a part of your true identity? The next time you're asked this question, I challenge you to give your response a makeover. Who are you are outside of the external measuring stick. The real you is more than enough. The key to unlocking your self-worth and living is to release everything and everyone that is distracting you to stay in a holding pattern of stuck. It's time to give people their stuff back. As you are unlocking your self-worth, you then have to shatter the soundtrack of limiting beliefs that has been on replay, rewind, and repeat. But in this season, it will be removed. Limiting beliefs extinguish the fire, the zeal to move with intention. You know the self-critic who takes up space rent-free, whose sole mission is to keep you paralyzed because it knows its job and does it well. However, the self-critic does have limits because it is no match for the force of positive thinking. It is powerless against any affirmation because when you hear yourself speak an affirmation, you are declaring who you are, not who you half-heartedly want to be or wish to be. Start with I am and fill in the blank with a bold declaration on a consistent basis and watch how your disposition changes. With time, the limiting beliefs will shrink and you will emerge more confident and have a higher self-awareness about yourself to release the toxicity that has hindered you from living. Your soundtrack may also need to switch up the playlist that has access to you. Are there associations that hinder you from, are there associations that hinder you Are there associations that need to be removed from your soundtrack? You get to decide who has access to you and who does not. Are they building up or tearing down your soundtrack? Affirming who you are is critical to your identity because if not deeply rooted, the other's mentality will creep in subtly until you're running, jumping, spinning, looking left, looking right, looking over, looking under, chasing someone else's assignment. The reality about chasing someone else's assignment is that you never catch it, and the cycle repeats itself until you decide to run your own race. The key to shattering the soundtrack of limiting beliefs and living is to release everything and everyone that is distracting you from being on your job, the assignment that was meant for you. And you know what your assignment is. It's the one that's in your heart, and it does not go away no matter how the self-critic attempts to convince you differently. It's time to give people their stuff back. As you're shattering the soundtrack of limiting beliefs, you lastly have to reframe how you view rejection. Rejection is a temporary experience. It is not a life sentence. You are not the rejection, you experienced it. Change your lens. The no that you experienced was to properly align you with your next offer. Your next offer is on the other side of the rejection, so continue moving forward. Heal the rejections of your past so that it does not create a toxic space in your present. It's interfering with your next offer. Process the rejection to give yourself the space and mental clarity to acknowledge what happened. Plan your next steps with defining actionable goals, measuring the progress, tracking the tangibles, minimizing distractions, and trusting the process to launch. The key to reframing how you view rejection and live is to release everything and everyone that has counted you out and be present in your own life, because you can do anything you set your mind to with the intention of getting it done. It's time to give people their stuff back. 3 key points to remember are: know that your self-worth is tied to who you are and not what you do. Know that shattering the soundtrack of limiting beliefs will move you from stuck to start. And know that you are still worthy after experiencing rejection. And as my free gift to you today, I am offering a PDF resource on how to stop existing and start living your life. Text the word EZ Champion to 346-466-3604. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm headed off to the mailbox because champions give people their stuff back. It's time to release what no longer serves you. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Cynthia Gallardo, your favorite legacy lady. Thank you so much for being a part of this fantastic event, the Making of a Comeback Champion Summit. You are in for a real treat with all the dynamic speakers lined up in this particular summit. And thank you once again for taking the time to be here at this particular time, this particular day, to discuss your legacy, the Launch to Legacy 5-step blueprint. I know you could be anywhere in the world at this particular point, so I really appreciate you being here with me today. I'd like to introduce a little bit about myself as we get started. It's always important to know who you're working with, who you're listening to. So my name is Cynthia Gallardo. As I mentioned, your favorite legacy lady. Everything I do is based on legacy. I am a catalyst that empowers and inspires women entrepreneurs and business owners struggling to transform a business idea. If you take that idea to a vision, to a reality, to a profitable business by discovering their unique business DNA, your unique business DNA, to launch, build, and protect your legacy. That's right, to launch, build, and protect your legacy. So you're probably thinking, what is the outcome? What's in it for me? Well, that's a great question. Well, I want you to, and I'm sure you want to, live life to the fullest, doing what you love, and also leaving a lasting legacy. We all want to leave a positive mark or a positive footprint on those we impact on a daily basis. So you are about to discover, are you ready? The 5-step blueprint to overcome fear, overwhelm, previous failures, and living life to the fullest while building a lasting legacy. That's right, living life to the fullest while building a lasting legacy. So let's talk about just a few housekeeping things. We'll be here for about 20 minutes together to make a discussion or to discuss your legacy. And let's have fun. We want to make sure, I learned so much from my 5-year-old son. He has fun doing whatever he does. Let's go ahead and have fun today as we walk through the legacy discussion. Also, one of the things I do that's very important, because what gets written down gets done, gets accomplished, is I take notes. So if you have a notebook there around you, something that you take notes in, maybe a journal, your planner, go ahead and take some notes today, because you want to make sure you have the opportunity to go back and review anything that you may, any of the gems that you may pick up, not just from my discussion today with you, but any of the speakers throughout the summit. And then also shut off all distractions. So this time is about you. Go ahead and put your airplane on silent, or I'm sorry, your airplane. I wish we all had an airplane. Go ahead and put your phone on silent mode or airplane mode, so that we can focus on you. This is all about you. And also, if you have some water, or if you have your favorite coffee, tea, let's go ahead and get started and have fun while we're doing it, feeling relaxed as we do it. So imagine how you would feel if you could. So if you close your eyes for a moment, imagine how you would feel if you could start, launch, build, and protect a profitable business. Supplement your family's income while you're doing what you love, and also having more flexibility in your life. How would you feel if you could accomplish those things? Go ahead and write it down. How would you feel? So let's move on now, and I'll share with you my story. I was in the exact position that you're in now, thinking about how I would feel if I could do those things. So there was a particular point in my life where my husband and I, we decided to transition from employee to CEO. I decided to transition from employee to CEO. I worked in corporate America for almost 15 years. I loved what I was doing. I love inspiring and empowering individuals to be the best version of themselves. And then at a particular point, it stopped. I was let go from my job, from my career, where I'd given 100% of myself for almost 15 years. I was in fear. I felt overwhelmed. I felt like a failure at that point, because I had never been let go from any job at any point. Then I realized it's all about perspective. Taking control of that situation and making sure that I worked to accomplish and achieve the goals that I wanted to. My husband and I had already been discussing becoming our own CEOs, becoming entrepreneurs. So now it was just jumping into that plan, making sure it happened. So we invested in ourselves and surrounded ourselves with other entrepreneurs who had already been there and done that. And then, based on all my experience, educational, secular experience, and just life lessons, I created the Launch to Legacy Blueprint to be able to assist you to achieve your goals or catapult forward with your legacy, launching, building, and protecting your legacy with light speed. That's right, with light speed. You launch it and you move forward at light speed. So how did I transition from employee to CEO? Well, as I mentioned, it took a process, right? It's all about the process. My husband and I are now successful serial entrepreneurs. We have the confidence. We're always working to improve our confidence, but yet we have the confidence and flexibility we originally aimed for as entrepreneurs, because we invested in ourselves, and the strategy, structure, support, and synergy we achieved by surrounding ourselves with other entrepreneurs allowed us to receive this particular ability and flexibility and to move forward quickly. And that's what it's about. So I have a picture here of my husband, my wonderful son. He's 5 years old now. We just love being entrepreneurs and being able to spend time and have that flexibility to spend time with friends and family. And I want you to be able to do the same as well. So today is your defining moment. That's the moment where you're at a particular fork in the road and you have to make a decision. You can either take the information and do something with it, apply it, or you can just let it go. Let it go. That's right. Not do anything with it. Just leave it in the note format. Or once again, you can apply the information. And there's a couple things that I live by, a few principles. One of those is results, not excuses. It may sound harsh, and it was actually something I shared with in corporate America when I was in grad school, through law school. It helped me in all aspects of my life. Results, not excuses. Be a problem solver and find a creative solution. Every problem has a solution. And remember, it goes back to perspective. What is our outlook on that particular situation? And also leave every interaction with a net positive. There's so many negative things out in this world. Let's make sure that every interaction we have, we leave it with a net positive. If there's a negative, you have to leave at least 2 positives to create a net positive. Because if you have a negative and a positive, well, it's neutral, right? You don't get any benefit from that. So always leave every interaction with a net positive. And also, you are the catalyst. We are the catalyst, the power of one. And then we can accomplish so much more with synergy. And I'll talk more about synergy as we move through the discussion. So this is an important step here. Step 1, we have to get started by launching into the legacy zone. What does that mean? Well, we want to keep it simple. You want to be yourself throughout the process. And as I mentioned before, you want to have fun. So I'll ask you if you could take one of those papers that you have, a favor here. Take that piece of paper and just, as you can see on the screen, there are a quadrant. Make a quadrant, 4 quadrants. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And in the first quadrant, if you could write down the word idea. That's right. And I have a little picture here on the screen. You can take a look there. You can write down the word idea in quadrant 1 or an I next to it. And then quadrant 2 will be vision. Quadrant 3 is your reality. And quadrant 4 is legacy. This is where your profitable business is housed, right? This is where you can live your legacy. So the idea is what's your passion? What are you passionate about? Write that down in number 1. And you may already have your business. It may be functioning great. What's that new business idea you have to catapult your business forward? Now you want to close your eyes and think about it. You want to be able to see it, hear it, smell it, use it all your senses. Then we move into zone 3, the reality. This is where you put the metal to the pedal. This is where you put the action in place. You want to make sure you're working your business plan, the strategies in place throughout this process for reality in quadrant 3. And then you move into legacy. This is where you're able to live and enjoy your legacy, that profitable business that you've worked to establish. So let's talk a little bit more about the idea. What's your business idea? Go ahead and write that down if you haven't done so. And you can put that there in that first quadrant. Then we move to your vision. So you want to strategically create a business plan. Write it down. We won't have time to create that plan all together today, yet it's something that will get you started, the catalyst for you today. Write it down. Visualize your idea, as I mentioned earlier. You have to be able to see it, hear it, smell it. Then you want to set SMART goals, specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and time-sensitive goals. Then you need to make sure you can evaluate and readjust as needed. And you want to do that frequently. You never want to stay behind in the particular market or industry you're in. Then you form your team. Actually, throughout this process, you're already forming your team. And you want to think about the word synergy. The whole is greater than the individual parts. As I mentioned earlier, you can do a lot by yourself, the power of one. Yet think of all the things you can accomplish by including other individuals that have that particular goal in mind as well. And also you want to make sure you know your ideal client. That is so important. So now that you're in the launch to legacy zone, if you take your pencil or pen from the idea, to the vision, to the reality, to the legacy, that you can draw a Z. This is your legacy zone. This is where you're working at your best. You're making sure that everything is in alignment. So now we move on to the next piece. My common denominator that I want to share with you, my secret sauce. This is the equation I use in everything I do throughout the synergy process that I'll be discussing with you in a few moments, and also the Launch to Legacy Blueprint. So if you write this down, it's very important. DNA plus synergy equals legacy. So if you think about DNA, what comes to your mind? That's right, that double helix there, you can see it looks like a ladder. You think about deoxyribonucleic acid, but don't worry, this is not a biology class by any form. We're not going to go into the details. What I want you to pull out from that is that Your DNA, you are unique. Nobody else can be you. It doesn't matter if there's a competitor out there because nobody else can be you. You are your only authentic self. Then we think about DNA and take it a step further. Think about your business DNA. Discovering your business DNA helps you really carry your business to that next step and making it something that is long lasting, your legacy, so you can live it now and leave a lasting legacy. Then we come to synergy. As I mentioned, one of my favorite words. I first came across this word in graduate school. We had an assignment to read The 7 Habits of Highly Successful People by Stephen Covey. And I was drawn to this particular habit, synergy, because as I mentioned before, the whole is greater than the individual parts. We need to surround ourselves with a fantastic team to be able to achieve our goals at a higher rate than we could even anticipate. So if you take DNA plus synergy, it equals your legacy. That's right, your lessons learned throughout life, and also your material assets, of course. So we put all that together as part of your legacy. So as I mentioned before, your business DNA is made up of the 5 S's: strategy, structure, support, synergy, and your story. Nobody else has a story like yours. It's unique to you. And that's built upon your purpose, your core values, and your culture is all drawn into your story as you carry that through. And your story is what makes your business gold. That's what makes your business unique to anything else out there. Now we come once again to my favorite word, and I wish I had more time to spend with you to be able to really share with you in more detail. But if we think about it, the sum of the whole is greater than the individual parts. If you take a star, if you draw a star on your paper with 5 prongs, in no words, nobody's going to be checking your art here. If you just draw a simple star, 5 prongs, you take that first prong and you write down SY, and that stands for save yourself. Then we get to the second prong, NE, next everyone else. The third prong is repeat, reevaluate, readjust, the R. Then you get to the give. The give. This is one of my favorite parts because you can actually take your protection here, protection for your legacy. You can think of a will, a trust, a trademark for your brand. All those things come into the give so that you can live it now and later leave it as a lasting legacy. Then we come to the yes, the why. This is where you celebrate your small successes, which lead you up to the big success, that achieving your big goal. And then you set other goals for yourself as you move forward. So once again, save yourself, next everyone else, repeat, readjust, reevaluate, give, and yes. So I don't have time to focus on all of these, but I do want to say with save yourself, think about a trip you took on an airplane. There's always a safety message. The safety message says if we are in need of oxygen, if there's an emergency, put the mask on yourself first, save yourself first before you save somebody else, because you can't save somebody else if you haven't saved yourself first. The same applies to business. It's a holistic approach to business, to entrepreneurship. So I want to share with you a success story of Gabriella. Gabriella knew she wanted to start a business. She didn't have the confidence. She thought she didn't have the skill set to start her own business, and she didn't have any of the process in place. She wasn't sure what her DNA was for her business. Now I can tell you, after working with me, Gabriella is a success story. She can confidently say she started her business and continues to grow her business successfully. So imagine if you could take that business idea you wrote down today, that you're passionate about, and turn it into a profitable business entity, your legacy. What does that look like for you? What does freedom look like for you? And let me ask you this, where will you be in 1 year? Well, if you don't get started, you'll be in the same spot. And I always tell people, we don't want to be like stagnant water. Stagnant water is murky and it tends to smell. We definitely don't want to be there from an entrepreneurial perspective. So where will you be in 1 year? So I hope you've taken back several pointers that you can utilize or implement immediately into your business or your journey as an entrepreneur. I want you to know that you can live a fulfilling life doing what you love while building and leaving a lasting legacy. Your unique business DNA can fast track you to realizing a profitable business. And you are the secret sauce in your business. And you add your unique story to your business. That's right. That DNA, think about that. Nobody else is like you. You are your own authentic self. So how many of you are going to need a little help with this journey? You know that you want to achieve or get to a certain destination, yet you need assistance. I know I need assistance when I want to achieve or go to a certain destination. I always use a GPS. In fact, my husband's always teasing me about that. Simplest point, simplest destination, I use a GPS. So you have 3 choices today. You can do nothing and continue to struggle by not having any of this sorted out. You can try to do it on your own, or you can fast track your journey by starting today and investing in a blueprint or guide. Remember, today is your defining moment. So what's the next step, you may be asking? Great question. I want to give you a gift. In Louisiana is where I live, and we talk a lot about lagniappe, giving that little bit extra. So I want to give you a free gift. If you go to www.cynthiagfreegift.com, you can book a free call with me, and we can discuss all those steps in the synergy piece in that star that we talked about, the 5-step launch to legacy blueprint. I've given you the high level, yet I'd love to be able to discuss the details with you. So normally the breakthrough call is $297, but because you joined today's summit, you're able to get a free call with me if you book within the next 48 hours. So if you go to www.cynthiagallardo.com, you will be able to book that free call. www.cynthiagallardo.com, and you'll be able to book that free call. I am so excited. I'd love to be able to work with you as your GPS. Thank you so much for joining today, and have a fantastic day. I'm signing off as Cynthia Gallardo, your favorite legacy lady. Thank you so much, and have a fantastic day. Bye.
It's a great day. My name is Shay Brown, the happy entrepreneur, and our company is Sales Team Guru. And I want to welcome you to this conversation we're going to have, which is how to build a 7-figure sales team. And we have one mission. Yes, one mission. And that mission is to make sure that we're able to give you all of the revenue. The revenue. If you're out there right now and you're an entrepreneur, say revenue. No, seriously, say revenue right now. Our number one mission right now is to make sure you get all of the revenue that's necessary to execute 3 visions that you have. This is what how to build a 7-figure sales team is all about. It's not about the money. It really isn't. But it's about making sure that you have the revenue that's necessary to execute 3 visions. First, the vision for yourself. I know there's a certain way that you want to live. I know there's a certain home that you want to be in. I know right now there's certain clothes that you want to wear. There's even a certain food. I know it's organic. And it's going to take some resources, which means you need some revenue. And that's what the 7-figure sales team is going to help you do. Yes, I know. For others of you, you have a vision for your loved ones. You want to send your kids to a school of your choice. I get it. You want to write a check for someone's health care insurance, or write a check for a cause that you believe in. I have the benefit of taking care of Mother Dear. She's still here. She's 74 years old at the time of this recording. And it's a blessing to be able to make sure that I can help her get what she needs and what she wants. And some of you are like me. It takes resources. That means it takes revenue. And let me tell you the third. I'm going to get into some good stuff. Don't worry. But I believe there's a third vision you have. You have a vision for the people you were called to serve right now. And the only way you can execute that vision is to have the resources. And I always start with the story of Noah in the Bible. And you don't have to be a believer. You don't. Don't worry. I'm going to get into how to build a 7-figure sales team. But if you're out there right now, I want you to know it's much bigger than that. So imagine you're Noah, whether you're a believer or not. I'm not going to impose my faith on you. And you tell yourself, you know what? I'm ready to get going. And before you get going, there's a knock at the door. And someone says, hey, Noah, I'm sorry to report over here, but there's no hammers in the house. You say, no worries, no big deal. I got all the experience, I got all the expertise. God's given me everything I need. And then there's another knock at the door. You're like, what's going on? No, I might report there are no nails either. No hammer, no nails. I'm okay. Rule number 1, don't panic. Oh my gosh, there's that third knock at the door. The third knock at the door, you know what that means. That means that ain't good news. Hey, Nora, I might as well let you know there are no people. And by the way, there are no wood. Good luck on this mission. And that's you. You're tired of that. You're like, oh my gosh, Shay, if I just had the resources, I could execute the vision I have for the people I was called to serve. Well, your prayers have been answered, not because of me. It's not about Shay Brown. I promise you. It's not about Shay Brown at all, but it's all about you and how to build a 7-figure sales team. So for some of you who are tuning in for the very first time and you just meet me, don't worry, by the way. My name, by the way, is Shay Brown, the Happy Entrepreneur. I'm super excited, but it's not about me. Although I'm here, it's not about me. It's all about you. And I do want to lay something on you that selling will solve any business problem. Go ahead and jot that down in your notes right now. Selling will help you solve any business problem. So we're going to talk about how to build a 7-figure sales team, because right now you're like, Shay, I need a new website. It takes revenue. Shay, I need to hire a personal assistant. It takes revenue. Shay, I need to make sure I can hire a tech team. It takes revenue. Shay, I need someone to do all of my marketing. I need a coach. I need a firm. It takes revenue. Selling will solve any business problem. You need a new computer right now, or you need you need a new webcam or a new camera? Selling will solve any business problem. Go ahead and jot that down in your notes right now. Selling will solve any business problem. And here's what I want you to know as we get started. All roads in business, everything you're doing right now, everything you're doing leads to professional sales conversations. So we talk about how to build a 7-figure sales team. Yeah, it's going to help you generate revenue. I get that. And yeah, it's going to help you get the resources you need. I get that. And yeah, your family, your family's going to live the way you always wanted them to live. But all of your marketing leads to a professional sales presentation. All your Facebook ads lead to a professional sales conversation. All of your webinars and masterclasses lead to a professional sales presentation. All of your technology leads to a professional sales presentation. Everyone jot this down in your notes. All roads in business lead to one place and one place only. And where does that one place lead? They all lead to professional sales conversation. So this conversation that we're having right now, this conversation is for you right now. If you're out there, you're like, you know what, Shay? I want to make sure I'm at the right place. If you hate sales, this conversation's for you. Although you got to do all the sales right now, you hate it. You pay attention. If you don't sell right now because you're a full-time entrepreneur, you don't eat. This conversation is for you. If you're just tired of talking to unqualified leads, like Shay, if I got to talk to one more person that don't have the money, that don't have the time, that not sure if they don't want to do it, I'm so frustrated. I could be doing something else with my time, then this conversation is for you. Or maybe, as you're listening right now, you just have a vision for the people you were called to serve. If that's you right now, then I'm going to introduce you to the 4S formula, and then we're going to get started. Don't worry, I'm going to share everything that you need. I'm going to help you out, but jot this in your notes. Write this down right now. Take a picture of this. If you don't do anything else, put this in your notes. This is my philosophy. It's what drives our company, and that is systems beat goals every single time. Put that in your notes. I don't want you to miss that. Systems beat goals every single time. Shay, why is that? Because systems are duplicatable. Systems are repeatable. Systems are something you can hand off to someone else to do the work. And you think about it. If you're lacking revenue right now, it's because of your lead generation systems. There's not enough qualified folks coming in. Someone say hello. Someone say, Shay, I hear you. If right now there's not enough revenue, it's because you have a system to have the right team in place to get it done. Someone say, Shay, that's me. Or maybe right now as you're listening, you've gone to all the seminars. You watched all of the webinars. You've been to all the masterclasses. In fact, you're tuning in, but yet there's no system to bring in predictable, reliable, consistent revenue because you got to do all the work and you're tired of that. If that's you, I want you to jot down your notes right now with every fiber in my body. I want you to hear me. Listen very carefully that systems beat goals every single time. So let me give you the 4S formula. Then we're going to get going. The 4S formula. Take a picture of this right now. S plus S plus S equals S. I want you to get this. Let me give you a system. So it's systems plus strategy plus sales equals a successful CEO. Shay, break that thing down for me real quick if you can. I only got so much time, but I'm going to help you build a 7-figure sales team. But first, I want to make sure you have revenue. What is a system? It's a set of detailed methods or procedures of what you're doing on a continuous basis in order to generate revenue. Sales team is a system. Now, if you didn't come to this call, you didn't show up at this webinar, you didn't show up at this masterclass, you didn't show up at this summit, if you didn't show up with just that one idea that I need a sales team, then I want you to know that a sales team is the system to generate the revenue you need. What is a strategy? We'll talk about that later. That's the evergreen revenue model. The evergreen revenue model is how do you do something one time and your labor's no longer involved. And that's what a sales team allows you to do. Yeah, there's an evergreen prospecting sequence. I get it. There's an evergreen engagement sequence. You got to engage your clients. I get it. There's an evergreen sales system. I get that. But at the end of the day, that's the model that drives everything. That's the strategy that you put into the system. We'll get into that. I don't have time right now. Then what is sales? Jay, you're talking about I need a sales team. Can you break down your definition of sales so we all have the same philosophy? Sales is a source that provides the revenue to purchase the resources that are necessary to execute the vision for yourself. Did I start off that way? The vision for your loved ones. Did I start off that way? And the vision for the people you were called to serve. So Shay, if you're talking about that and you're going to get into how to build a 7-figure sales team, I'm feeling you. I'm smelling what you're cooking in the kitchen over here. I'm with you all the way. But Shay, what is a successful CEO? Can you break that thing down for me? Sure. A successful CEO, this is you, has more cash flow, has more profits, and has more freedom to spend time with the loved ones to do the things they really want to do. So right now, if you don't have any freedom because you're working all these hours, then I want you to pay attention. If you're someone that don't have the revenue, because if you don't be there, you can't stop to go to your daughter's recital. You can't go to your son's football game. You can't even right now go to the doctor without having your phone like this. Then you need a system. You need a sales team. You need someone to help generate revenue. See, a successful CEO has more cash flow. That's money coming in, more profits than money going out, and they got the freedom. If that's you, I want you to use a daily affirmation I share with one of my clients and create the greatest breakthrough for them. I only got so much time, but I'm going to teach you how to build a 7-figure sales team. But jot this down in your notes. I am a successful CEO. Don't worry about being an entrepreneur. Don't worry about being a faithpreneur. Don't worry about being a happypreneur. Don't worry about being a mompreneur. You be a successful CEO. When you signed those papers down there at the courthouse or you went online and you came a business, a successful CEO is who you are. Put down, I am a successful CEO, because systems beat goals every single time. Jot that down in your notes. Please don't miss that. Systems beat goals every single time. I'm going to say that one more time. And please, if you're out there right now, I want you to jot this down in your notes. I don't want you to miss this. I want you to put this in your notes right now. Systems beat goals every single time. I am a successful CEO. Say it loud. I am a successful CEO. Say it one more time for me. I am a successful CEO. Here's what I'm going to do for all of you out there. I'm going to give you a free gift. It's my gift to you. And I'm going to get into how to build a 7-figure sales team right now. But I'm sensing some of you just want the playbook on how to put together the right system so you can not have to take any notes. 'Cause I'm about to go rapid fire, okay? You don't want to worry about taking notes. Text the word team right now. Text the word, get your mobile number. I'm only doing this. Get your mobile number out right now. Text the word team. I'm going to give you the playbook. I'm going to give you the masterclass series I did, because I only got so much time on how to build a 7-figure sales team. I'm going to give you the how to build a 7-figure sales team challenge. So I'm going to work with you for 5 days and help you build your team. And then for some of you, I'm going to do a one-on-one customized session with me or one of my certified representatives. So here's what you're doing. Let me give you the instructions, and then we got to go rapid fire. Number 1. Text the word team right now. Text the word team to 202-270-1662. Again, 202-270-1662. Let me give it again. Text the word team to 202-270-1662. Now, when you text, do it right now. Do it now. When now? When now? Now is the time. When you do it now. Include your first name so I know who you are. Include your last name so I know who you are. Include your best contact number. Now, you only texting team because you're ready to have a sales team. And put your best contact number and email. For some of you, we're going to just text it right to you. You can click a link. Some of you love to do it right on your phone. Others of you still want an email coming to you. I get it. So we'll send an email as well, because you might not be able to save it to your phone. Been there, done that. But here's my promise to you. It'll create a breakthrough. Now, I'm going to give you the 5 components of a 7-figure sales team right now. And I'm going to go rapid fire. I only got so much time, but if you're out there right now, you haven't done it, text the word team to 202-270-1662. Again, 202-270-1662. I know for some of you listening, now is your time. Now is your time. And one of the things my mentor has taught me, he says it over and over again, it's really landed with me. He says, Shay, now is the time to get the team going. When's the best time to plant a tree? When was the best time to plant a tree? 20 years ago. When's the best time to plant a tree? Right now. So now is the time. Let's prepare now. So let's do it. So let me go and go over the 5 components of a 7-figure sales team. Because when I asked the question to folks, what are the components of a 7-figure sales team? How do you even build a 7-figure sales team? Most folks don't even know. They have no clue. They're like, I don't know, Shay, hire a representative. And then I hire more sales reps. And I hire more people. I'm like, no, you'll never get there at that pace. So let me unleash the formula that's taken me 15, almost 20 years to learn. It's not about the 20 years, but you don't have to go through that. You want predictable. You want reliable. You want consistent revenue without your labor. Then let me go ahead and drop it on you right now. Let's go ahead and show it to them. And for those folks that texted in, you'll get all the details. Hope you did that. The components of a 7-figure sales team. There are 5 components of a 7-figure sales team. Component number 1 is a sales rep. The first thing I want you to do is make a commitment that you're going to hire a sales rep. Now, here's what a sales rep does. A sales rep works on 100% commission. That means that they go out, they understand all your products and services, they make a sale, and when they bring in the money, you get a percentage of it. So let's imagine for a moment that they go out and sell $20,000 of revenue for you that you didn't spend any time with. And yet, as a result, you paid them a 20% commission. But some of you is higher, some of you is lower. 20% of $20,000 is $4,000. So you got $20,000 of revenue without your labor. Minus $4,000, just for the example, that means there's $16,000 left in. How many out there right now are doing all the sales? And if you just had a sales rep bringing in half the revenue you're bringing in right now, or double the revenue you're bringing in right now, your business would double right now. Your problems would be solved. Put 2 hands up if that's you. Sales rep. Go ahead and make a commitment. Write down in your notes right now. I will have a sales rep. So number 1 is a sales rep. For those that texted in earlier, and I'll give you that number again, we'll help you recruit. We'll help you train. We'll do that for you. Don't worry. But you make a commitment that you're going to have a sales rep. Number 2 is you need a sales affiliate. Now, Shay, can you break down what's the difference between a sales affiliate and a sales rep? A sales affiliate understands 1 or 2 of your products. And they're a mercenary. They're only in it for the money. The sales rep understood all of your products and services. They're in it for the commission, but they like you. The sales affiliate, you got to think of Amazon. You walk into Amazon, they own maybe 30% of the products in there. The other 70%, they're affiliates of. When you get your charger, that's not Amazon. When you get the glass screen, that's not Amazon. When you buy headsets that use the Bose headsets, that's not Amazon. And so I want you to think right now, if you're a coach, what type of affiliates do you have right now to sell your products and services? A sales affiliates are mercenaries. They're in it for the money. They're in spaces you're not in. They're in places you're not at. They bring traffic to your website you can't generate. They bring people to your masterclasses and your webinars when you're not there. They fill your virtual summits and some of you your live summits. That's what a sales affiliate is. So it makes sense. For some of you, if you're a life coach, it makes sense that you have an affiliate with someone that maybe does health and wellness. Here's the question. How much revenue did you generate over the last 90 days from just a sales rep? For many, 0 or not enough. How much revenue did you generate just from your sales affiliates team? For many, not enough. And if that's you and you're saying, Shay, it's not enough, I understand. Let me go over the last 2 if I can. The next one is a sales ambassador. Now, we're going to teach you how to do a sales affiliate. I'm going to give you all of the software you need so it's none of your labor, okay? Some of you texted it earlier. I'm going to give you that number in a minute. You'll get that. The sales ambassador, they understand that they're not in it for the money. They're only in it for rewards and recognition. Rewards and recognition. They're already in your circle. And they believe in your mission. They believe in the company's goals. They believe in the company's objectives. They're not in it for the money. You cannot motivate them with money. You can motivate them with a free iPad. You can motivate them with an Apple Watch. You can give them gifts and recognize them for just believing in the mission, goals, and objectives. How much revenue did you generate over the last 90 days just in that one area? For many of you, not enough. just not enough. So I want you to have sales ambassadors. We're going to teach you how to do that. Digital sales solution. You know, this is hot right now and it's popular. A number of folks are talking about it. Yeah, you got to have a digital sales solution. You need a sales funnel. You got to bring them to a sales page. They got to buy. Folks aren't buying on their sales pages. And the number one reason they aren't buying on their sales pages is because the purpose of a sales page is just to get the information. So you need to take the pricing off sometime a sales page, and you need to take them to the checkout page. So they opt in, they give you all their information. Then they go to a checkout page where they can see the value. Now that's important because price only matters in the absence of value. So if you can get the value to be there, and then you take them to checkout, now you have all their information. If they don't buy, you can follow up. I was working with a client recently. They said, Shay, I don't even know who went to my page. I had 3,000 people that went to my page. No one bought. We couldn't follow up with anybody, because none of them opted in. They saw the price, didn't buy right there. For some of you, this is a breakthrough. Look, to build a seven-figure sales team is going to take a sales rep. It's going to take a sales and affiliate team. It's going to take a sales ambassador team. It's going to take a digital sales solution team. And I know it's going to take your sales cheerleader, which I don't have time to get into that, but the sales cheerleader, their number one focus at the end of the day is making sure that we tell the story of all your successful clients. Here's what I want to share with you. You can build a seven-figure sales team. Do you have to do all 5 at one time? No. But I want you to make a commitment right now that you're going to take your labor out of it. You will not be the number one salesperson. You will not be the number one marketing person. You will not be the number one project manager. You will not be the number one tech person. You will not be the number one Facebook ad person. You will not be the number one collaborator. You will not be the number one marketer. You will not be the number one recruiter. You're going to take those hats off. You're going to continue to do that. I want you to focus on just being you. Let your sales team do the work. Let the sales team bring in the revenue without your labor. If that's you and that really resonates with you and you're like, Shay, that resonates loud and clear, then I want you to do me a favor. In the time we have left, I want you to text the word team right now. I'm going to help you, give you free access to the playbook. I'm going to give you the masterclass series. I'm going to give you the challenge, and I'm going to work with some of you one-on-one. You've got to take action. The university rewards people who take action differently than those that don't. Text the word team right now to 202-270-1662. Include your first name. Include your last name. Include your best contact number. I'm requiring that. Now, I'm going to share this with you, and I'm going to help you on this journey. But at the end of the day, success is a team sport. You can only get so far by yourself. I love the quote. As many of you are texting in right now, I love the quote. You can build a ship by yourself, but it takes a team to sail that sucker. And that's what's going on right now. We're all out in the same ocean. Now, the question is, who's on your team? Build your sales team. Text the word text the word team to 202-270-1662. Include your first name, include your last name, include your best contact number and your email. I'm going to send you the playbook. I'm going to send you the masterclass series. I'm going to make sure you join the challenge. And more importantly, we're going to have a one-on-one session. With that being said, my name, by the way, is Shay Brown, the Happy Entrepreneur. Remember, time is long. Life is short. You got to live in the moment and you got to make it count. God bless. I'm out of here. Peace.
Hey guys, I'm Adana Biggs. Welcome back to the Comeback Champions Tour. Thank you so much, Shay, for having me to be a part of this again. It is such an honor to be here. I am so grateful to be part of this and so grateful to be aligned with Shay. And if you are not following Shay, you should be following him and watching everything he does. He's got a ton of free content, really, really good stuff. And, you know, in addition to that, some other things that are also super valuable that you can get from him. So go follow Shay. So I'm Adana Biggs. I'm a best-selling author, a speaker, and an empowerment coach. And I'm here today to talk to you about unleashing the beast within. So we all have that beast mode, right? We all have that part of us that we like to activate when we want to get stuff done and really accomplish things and succeed and overcome. And we activate beast mode whenever we need to, but sometimes we're just not quite there. We don't feel quite enough motivation or determination maybe to really activate it for ourselves. We'll activate it for our loved ones. You mess with our kids, you're in trouble. But for some of us to follow our dreams and to get what we want out of life, we need a little bit more encouragement. And I hope today to give you that. just to go to the next level. You might be doing something you already love. You might be completely loving life, but you might need a little encouragement to allow yourself to go to the next level. I'm going to talk to you about letting your inner beast out so that she or he can really claim what's yours, because it's there for you and you know it. So today, the main thing we're going to talk about several things, actually, and I've made some notes. My lights keep going out, but whatever. We'll just deal with it. We have so many ways that we can overcome and become the people that we want to be and to have what we want to have. I call it the future you crave. I try to encourage people to look at the future you crave for you specifically, not what you want for your family or your kids or your community or whatever. What do you want for you? We can look at all that other stuff too, but we need to know what drives you and what really motivates you. And it might be your kids, or it might be your family. Maybe you want to bring your husband home. Maybe, whatever. There's something going on there for you that really will help to activate you. We're going to plug into some of that stuff and talk about what's really holding you back, if anything, and what you can do to take it to the next level. So what could be holding you back? We're going to do just a little, in fact, I didn't start my timer, so let me start it now. And I don't know how much time I have anyway, so what does it matter? We're going to do some homework. So I'm going to give you some homework. If you have something to write on and something to write with, get that handy, because we're going to talk about what's holding you back, what's not holding you back, what's really holding you back. It's pretty cool stuff. So I would like for you to write down all the things that you believe are holding you back or getting in the way of you having the future you crave. So what are those things? Are they monetary? Are they relationship? What are the things? Is it because you think you're too skinny or too fat or too tall or too short or not pretty enough or not handsome enough or whatever those things are that you believe are getting in between you and the future you crave. Write all those things down. And you may not have time to do that during our talk. So make some notes, write down a few things that come to mind right now. And then we're going to go back and encourage you to finish that later. Okay. Because we're going to harness your inner superpower. You have a secret superpower inside of you. And if you're not using it, this is going to make a world of difference for you. So the other piece of homework is we want you to visualize what your future looks like 12 months from now if everything goes exactly the way you want it to go. Now, I say this particular bit in pretty much every talk that I give, but it's because it's so important. You've got to do this on a regular basis. Visualize what your life looks like a year from now if everything goes exactly the way you want it to go. The only thing I always ask that you not put in the equation there is winning the lottery, because winning the lottery is not what you need. You just need to activate your inner beast. You just need to activate that version of you that knows how to win. And winning the lottery is like a 1 in 700 million thing, and it's dependent totally on luck. You don't need luck. You've got everything that you need right here, and you can harness it and make your future, the future you crave, your actual future. So taking that out of the equation, if everything goes exactly the way you want it to go, 1 year from now, what does your life look like? Who are you hanging around? What are you doing in your daily life? What does it look like when you wake up in the morning? How does it feel? Who are you with? Who are you spending more time with? Who are you spending less time with? And if you're thinking of these things, please jot them down. But I also want you to dedicate some time to this later to really focus on what it is that you want. And you can even make this into a 24-hour experience. And over the next 24 hours, everything that you think of, because you might encounter something and go, I want that, So write those things down, keep track. I don't care if you keep it in your phone or if you write it down. I do care. I prefer that you write it down on a piece of paper, because you're training your brain when you do that differently than when you're doing this. Because, well, we're not going to go there. We don't have time for that. But at any rate, keep track. You might not have a pen and paper handy, so if you keep notes in your phone, keep notes in your phone. So your hidden superpower is your ability to visualize that future, is to visualize the specifics of what it is that you really want. So you might be walking down a road smelling pizza, you know, whatever it is, who knows what it is. But it might just be the freedom. You might be walking through the airport. You might be heading out somewhere, whatever it is, but it's visualizing all these things is your hidden superpower. And all the successful people that you've heard of use this hidden superpower. And everybody thinks it's so woo, but it's all science-based. It's neuro-linguistic programming. It's all you have the ability to program yourself for success or failure. You've been programmed up to this point. And a lot of people don't realize that you have been programmed to get into the system, go to school, get a degree, get a job, you know, and do all these things the way that society wants you to do them, which is great. If that's your bag, that's your bag. It's not my bag. But if it's your bag, that's great. But if it's not your bag, maybe you need to consider something else. And so I want you to think about those things, and also to realize that visualization is a tool that people have been using for so long, many, many years. There's even a reference to this in the Bible. It says, where there is no vision, the people will perish. And because if you have no vision for your future, what are you aiming for? What are you doing? You're just aimlessly wandering around, you know, picking up berries and surviving. That's not what we were put here for. We weren't put here to just survive. We are brilliant, amazing, noble, regal beings, and we are very worthy to succeed and to thrive and to create and to live a life filled with joy and amazement. And I fully, wholly believe that. But you have been programmed to believe something about yourself or about your family or about your circumstances that limits you. And so when you're making that list of things that you think are obstacles or limitations for you, we're going to go back and look at those and point out which ones are lies and things that we can recover from, basically. I tell stories all the time about how people are programmed. They're programmed with their own mind and by the people that love them, their parents, their teachers, their uncles, aunts, whatever. They get programmed to believe things about themselves that are not true. And I really want to undo that programming in everybody. I just want to release all the negativity and unleash that beast, I swear, because we know it's there. You know it's there. You've seen it and you felt it. And we just want to let that part of you out to where you can really just take over your life and undo all that programming, or at least overwrite the programming or overcome the programming. So an interesting story, because I tell these stories all the time. I don't want to tell the story because it's a long story, so I'm going to keep it really short. But there is a scientific experiment you can look up online. There's two I'm going to tell you about, where they trained rats to believe that they were going to die if they smelled cherry blossoms. They just scared these rats. Every time they would release a scent of cherry blossoms, it was mice actually, they would shake their cages, and it programmed the mice to believe that the scent of cherry blossoms was potentially fatal or dangerous, and they would quit, shiver in fear every time they smelled cherry blossoms. So of course it got to a point that when they would release the smell of cherry blossoms, the mice would tremble in fear, even if the cages were not shaken. What's interesting about this study is that they took these mice, which were all male mice that were in the experiment, put them with female mice that were never in the experiment. They did their thing, made babies. They took the dads out of the experiment before the babies were born. But after the babies were born, to the single moms, the babies would also tremble in fear when they were exposed to the smell of cherry blossoms without ever having seen their father. Just through genetics, that fear was transferred to the child. Those mice's babies, also never having been exposed to any part of the experiment, also trembled in fear when they smelled cherry blossoms, because they were just programmed, not even in their own experience, but through their heritage, they were programmed to believe something that wasn't true. And in the Bible, they call that a generational curse, because it can be handed down. And if you go Google mice cherry blossoms experiment, you can read this whole thing for yourself. It's fascinating stuff. But you could be believing stuff right now about yourself that isn't true, because 2 generations ago, your grandparents were programmed to believe something that wasn't true about them. I'm just saying, this kind of stuff can set you free. I hope you're listening. There's also another study recently that was really fascinating to me, a little different, but also really interesting. There was a clinical trial done with people receiving a new kind of chemo to treat a specific type of cancer. And so, of course, when they do clinical trials, they always have half people get a placebo and half people get the actual drug, right? In the placebo group, again, I'm going to keep this short, but in the placebo group, 30% of the people that were just receiving fluids and not chemo, 30% of those people lost all their hair. All their hair fell out. Do you know why? Because they believed they were getting chemo. There was nothing in there that would cause their hair to fall out. It was just what they believed. And their belief transferred into their whole being. And it made their whole, like their brain believed this is what was happening, and their body acquiesced. Their body was like, yeah, we're getting chemo, so we're going to let all our hair fall out. This is how powerful the human brain is. If you just harness it in the way that works for you instead of working against you, and you visualize these things positively instead of negatively, and you get off the complaining wagon, and you get away from the lies that were spoken over you that are never true, that were never true, you can really unleash some power within you and become whatever it is that you're, I don't know what you want to do with your life. You might want to make a lot of money, or you might want to just make enough to stay home with your kids, or you might just want to put your kids through school or whatever it is, or you might just want to live a long, happy, healthy life, and you need to be programmed for that. Be programmed out of sickness, and be programmed out of the darkness, and about, again, the enemy has spoken over you in some form or another, through your heritage, through your, through your parents, or directly from your teachers, or whatever. You have the power to undo all of that. And I'm just trying to encourage you to see that and understand that. The proper thing to do is process. Now, we do this in our Future You Crave Academy. We teach all this, and we go through all of this very specifically and do all these exercises together. But we are finding out what is not true. We're visualizing what we want, and we're visualizing what we want to be true, which is the truth. We're learning how to maintain that and to acquire and maintain the proper stance for victory. Now, you've heard of all these people that do all this crazy stuff with their body. Well, they do it for a reason. And the people who do this, they talk about it because it works. If you go and YouTube and look at motivational speakers and look at successful athletes and celebrities and all these people, you're going to find a lot of stuff in there with visualization. Kobe Bryant, Tiger Woods, some of the most successful athletes you've ever heard of use visualization as a tool to become phenomenal in their trade. And they don't just rely on their physical gifts or they encompass all the things that are available to them. If you encompass all the things that are available to you, what can you do? With the proper stance for victory, and that is having your mind right, so that you're always standing up tall, noble, regal, bold, and courageous, and being that whole version of you. Oh gosh, what could you do? I would love to know. I just see generations and generations of people coming forward, receiving the truth, and blossoming into amazing humans, and really making our whole world a better place. one person at a time, but it's spreading like, it's like popcorn. Once it starts popping, it's like, oh, have you heard about this? Have you heard about that? And boom, 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 boom. You know, now that we have all this information that we can share at a touch of a button, you've got Facebook, you got Reels, you got TikTok, you got YouTube, you got all this stuff, and you can share this, and chances are when you do overcome and become, the next thing you're going to want to do is share, because it has been my experience and the experience of all the people that I know who have done this, that the next thing they want to do is make sure that the next generation or the next people behind them in line are getting all the information they need to make this happen. Because once you have what you need in your whole, you can't help but want it for other people. You're just so filled. Your emotional tank is full. Your love tank is full. Everything gets full. And then you want to help other people do the same thing. And it's amazing. Absolutely amazing. I've made a couple notes. Let me make sure I haven't forgotten anything. We're 15 minutes in. That's not bad. Not bad. So the three things that I said that matter to me, you show up daily and you put in some work every day. Every little bit adds up. And if you improve 1% per day, how long does it take you to improve by 100% or 500% or 1,000%? It's actually a compound thing, so it doesn't take as long as you think. But just showing up every day and doing something. And if you do something like this, this isn't a 1% thing. This is a giant leap when you can overcome your programming and see it for what it is, and really learn how to overcome those individual things. Because those individual things that you think are obstacles, they will continue to nag at you. And you'll hear the voice in your head saying, oh, that's a little too big for you, or, oh, that, you know, you got to recognize that voice and be able to say, oh, no, I recognize you. You're not allowed in here. Bye. And it takes tools to be able to do that. It takes practice to be able to do that. It takes dedication to be able to do that, which is where my biggest character trait, I think, that makes people succeed is determination. Determination will win over savvy every time. Savvy is great. You know, if you're savvy in business or you're, you know, charismatic or whatever, that's all great. Doesn't do you any good if you're sitting behind your keyboard not doing anything. Doesn't do you any good if you're eating popcorn, watching movies. You know, not saying there's not a time and place for that, but I'm just saying if that's all you're doing and you're brilliant, somebody who is less brilliant than you but determined will beat you out every time. And some of us can get frustrated seeing people with half the talent or half the ability, half the gifts or whatever it is, outperforming what we know we're capable of doing. And sometimes you'll see somebody, even like me, there'll be people who watch me and say, oh, I can do it. I can do that. I can do what she's doing and I can do it better. Please do. Please do. Because that is the reason that we show up for these things, is to encourage you. We're not trying to be people. I'm not trying to be somebody I'm not. I'm not trying to present as something different than who I am and what I am. I'm just showing up to encourage you to be the next level version of you, and then the next level version, and then the next level version, and to understand how to have all the tools you need in your bags to continue to fight that fight and be determined enough to stick with it, so that on the days that are bad days, you take over. You don't let this take over. You take over and you say, no, not today. So master your thoughts, because they create your future. And if you can learn to do this very successfully and continuously and consistently, you really can change your whole world. You can change the world for yourself, but you can change the world for your family. You can change the world for your community, and you can change globally. You know, this message goes out to people in different countries, and we've already had people come to us from Paraguay and Australia and places and saying, oh my gosh, this is amazing. And it's amazing the impact you can have. Just a simple simple conversation. I think I'm having a simple conversation with you right now, and it's not even going to last 20 minutes. But that, well, maybe more, because we're almost there. But that simple conversation can propel you to the next thing, which can propel you to the next thing and the next thing that enables you to be, do, and have whatever it is that you want, because we're not put here for anything less than that. I don't believe that. And I don't think you believe that, because I don't think you'd show up to something like this if you didn't believe that. Did I say that right? I'm not sure. Anyway, so to wrap this up and put a bow on it, we always talk about the comeback story, comeback champions, and just to give you some encouragement to know where I've come from. I grew up in an abusive home. I grew up very poor. I had mostly hand-me-down clothes. Had a difficult life growing up. I decided as a teenager that I was not going to grow up and be poor and have a family and be poor and, live the way that I had lived. So I made some different decisions with my life. Now, I was abused sexually as a child. I learned some programming and behaviors that caused me to be in situations that were not good for me as I got older. I was abducted and raped when I was 19, abducted at gunpoint from my off-campus apartment. And I ended up in a relationship with someone who was very toxic and abusive for a very long period of time before I finally figured out what was really holding me back. And it was what was here. It wasn't my reality. It wasn't what had happened to me. It wasn't my circumstances. It was my beliefs and what I was allowing. And then I remarried. I met a wonderful man 6 years ago. Fantastic, wonderful, loving, amazing guy. And we were together for 6 years. We were married for 3. Last year, just before I was scheduled to do this event, last year at this time, he died from COVID. Very unexpectedly. My soulmate, my best friend in the whole world. I thought I would die. I just thought I would just give up. And for a couple of months I did, to be honest. And I went through a lot. But guys, I'm here today. And I'm standing here encouraging you. I haven't given up. And I just kept telling myself not to give up. I just kept telling myself, encouraging myself as best I could, even though I didn't want the encouragement at the time. But all I'm saying is, yeah, we've all got stuff. We've all been through a lot. And some people more than others, but we all have our stuff. And we can use that stuff as excuses to fail or reasons to succeed. We all have that choice, and you get to choose. Yeah, you may have had a rough time up till now, but you get to choose. You get to choose what happens from this point forward with you and how that affects you, how that affects the people you love. You get to choose. It's all the power is in you. All that you need is in you. So make some really good decisions and follow through with them and get out of the places that you don't want to be and get into the places that you want to be with the people that you want to be with, because you're certainly worthy of it. I believe it 100%. If you want to know more about how to work with me, you can go to adana.com. I think you can get a free guided visualization there. There's a free gift there. If you sign up for the newsletter, then you get the free gift. And then you can get connected with us and see what we do in the Future You Crave Academy. It's fantastic. We love it. And I can't wait to share it with you. But more importantly, I just want you to get what you need, regardless of where you get it. And I want to see you in the future doing this or whatever it is that makes you happy and proud and wonderful and joyful and noble and regal and amazing and living your whole life the way you want to live it. Because you can do it. You've got everything you need within you, 100%. You were born with it, and it cannot be stolen from you unless you allow it. Love you guys.
often have you been faced with challenges in your life? Well, I can tell you, I had a very interesting challenge. My daughter rented something called a slingshot. For me, it's a high-powered tricycle. And yes, I got on it. And before I knew it, we were going 120 miles an hour, not wearing a helmet, nothing protecting us, but I was having a blast. How many times have you been going 120 miles an hour with no protection, no roof over your head, no helmet? Now, it's not legally required to wear a helmet when you're on these particular tricycles, but how many of you have been in a situation like that? Going 120 miles an hour, no protection. And it was fun, right? But if you have a helmet or a roof over your head, you have so much more confidence and you have that sense of protection and you're able to move forward. How many of you can relate to that? You see, that was the way I felt that particular day. I was on the slingshot and 120 miles an hour, no protection. But when it comes to our business, it comes to our life, we need protection. We need a roof over our head. We need to be wearing a helmet. Even though it's not legally required when you're on a slingshot, but when you're in business for yourself, when you're working for someone, you need protection. You want to make sure that everything is going as smoothly as possible. There's no bumps in the road that's going to throw you off, right? So what I want to talk to you today about is 5 simple steps that can help you overcome challenges that you may have. You see, we all have challenges in our life. And when we have these challenges, we make excuses for why we don't get things done. The average person makes 6 excuses per day. And that equates to over 2,000 excuses per year, 2,000. But I see that as 2,000 missed opportunities in your life, in your business, your personal life, but most importantly, in your bank account. It hits you right there in the wallet. 2,000 missed opportunities that we didn't take advantage of. Now, we all make excuses. I do myself. I had 2,000 reasons why I didn't want to get up this morning, but I did. Just like you need to get up and do something when you have that mindset of that excuse is popping in your head. You see, we all make excuses, and it's because we have fear. Now, there's 3 simple, well, I won't say simple, but 3 fears that cause us to make these excuses. The first is that fear of failure. Then there's that fear of rejection. And then the third is, I'm not good enough. So if you're listening right now, please write these fears down. And for each fear that you write down, I want you to, right beside it, write down what caused that fear to come into your mind. See, that fear of failure is that no one wants to fail. Everybody wants to be successful. And so when we have that fear of failure that pops into our heads, we decide that, hey, we're not going to do it because so-and-so is going to look at you and say, oh, well, we knew that wasn't going to happen. So you don't want to let anybody down. So right beside the fear of failure, write down what popped in your head when that fear of failure, that thought came into your mind. Write that down on your paper. The second is the fear of rejection. So beside fear of rejection, write down what popped in your head when you wanted to get something accomplished and fear of rejection just popped in your head. You thought that people would not accept you or not accept your idea. And then the third fear pops in that I'm not good enough. So when you have that fear popping in your head, I'm not good enough, write down beside that on your piece of paper. What popped in your mind that made you think you weren't good enough? So we have 3 fears, but you also have 3 other areas that you're going to write down of what came into your mind when you were feeling that way. The fear of failure, fear of rejection, and I'm not good enough. You see, that all happens to us very often sometimes. And that's because we don't know what our why is. So step number one is discover, what is your purpose in life? What is preventing you from determining what your purpose in life is? Because that fear is probably popping in your head right now, but you know that you have a purpose in life. So write that down. What is your purpose in life? Because your purpose in life is going to get rid of all these fears that you may have. What is it that gets you up in the morning? What gets you going? See, for me, my purpose in life, and it has always been since I became a mother, and that was to provide for my daughter, to provide for my family, to be the best mom that I could be, to set a great example for her, to have it so that her life would be easier than mine. Not necessarily that she wouldn't go through any challenges, but I wanted to make sure that she had a true understanding of what life was all about. But I wanted to make some portions of it a little bit easier for her, such as going to college. So discover, what is your purpose? That is step number one. Now I want you to take a few moments and write that down. What is your purpose in life? What is it that gets you up in the morning? And then underneath that, like I said earlier, you're going to have these three fears that keeps popping in your head. Write down what's causing those three fears to pop in your head. You see, I'll tell you a simple story, and I shouldn't say simple, but a story about a fear that I had. And that was the day when I was in the office working in corporate America and discovered that I had breast cancer. Now, no one wants to get that phone call that you have breast cancer. So I had all these fears in my head. I knew what my purpose in life was, but I had all these fears. And so, as I tell people, breast cancer was a blessing to me because it allowed me to really look at what my purpose in life was. It just validated my purpose in life. But it also allowed me to remove any fears or barriers that were preventing me from starting my own business, allowing me to illuminate my potential and live my best life. So yes, breast cancer came into my world. And initially, I thought it was completely over because you hear the big C and that's what you originally think. But as I tell people, I was blessed with breast cancer. I was blessed to have the opportunity to walk away from corporate, start my own business, eliminate high blood pressure, reduce my cholesterol, and to boot, lost 20 pounds. See, sometimes we take a tragedy and we turn that tragedy into more from a negative perspective. But I took breast cancer and turned it into a positive because I wanted more out of my life and I wanted to live my best life. Corporate America was great to me, but it wasn't my purpose in life. It allowed me to get to what my purpose in life is right now, and that is to help others live their best life. So step number one is to discover what your purpose is. Step number two is to let go of limiting beliefs and letting go of those three fears that we talked about earlier. We all have limiting beliefs. We all have fears. And so we need to, figure out, how do you eliminate those fears? So if you think about it for a few moments, we all know who Simone Biles is. And she is one of the greatest gymnasts that I have ever seen. But we all know when it came to the Olympics, she was faced with a challenge in her life, and she opted to not compete. You see, Simone had a limiting belief that maybe she wasn't going to be the greatest. So she opted to step away, and she took time for herself to really take care of her personal health, take care of her mental health. And sometimes we as individuals, we struggle with that. We struggle with taking time for ourselves because we as women, particularly, we try to be all things to all people in some situations, and we don't take care of ourselves enough. And so for me as a woman of color, sometimes I found myself not taking care of myself enough, not doing what was best for me. And as I said before, having breast cancer really took care of that for me. It allowed me to take a step back and really look at my life to see what was actually going on. And so I want you to be able to do that for yourself as well. You see, I told you in the earlier, my why is to make sure that my daughter has all that she needs so that she can live her best life. And so my goal was to really leave a legacy for her. And I knew I couldn't do it on a 9-to-5 job. Yes, the company paid me well, but to leave a legacy, it didn't allow me that ability to do so. So for me, what I started doing was investing in real estate. Now, some of you may say, well, I don't have the money. I don't have the time. I don't know how to do it. How do you get started? Well, for me, it was a side job. I still kept my 9-to-5, but on the side, I was actually building my business in real estate. So when I would get paid for a bonus, I would take that money, put it aside, and keep saving money so that I could have enough money to put money down on a property to have my first rental property. And so I did that. And the more that I learned, I, of course, had to invest in myself to get more education around real estate and how to run that business. At the same time, I'm working my 9-to-5 job. So I continue to do that. Now, it took a while, 10 years plus, but it allowed me to have some money set aside for her so that I can continue to build another property or buy another property. But see, I had limiting beliefs, and those limiting beliefs were from people that said, you're not going to be able to do that. And I was thinking that myself. I don't have enough money. I don't have enough time, and I don't know how. Those were the limiting beliefs that were in my head telling me that I couldn't do this. But, I just kept pressing forward because I said, if someone can do it in Coca-Cola to leave a legacy for their kids, or with Nike, then I can at least have a small piece of the pie to figure out how to leave a legacy for my daughter. And so I started, as I said, my side hustle with my corporate job. And day by day, I just kept nibbling away at it. I said I did some investing in myself, but I did. So I purchased different types of programs online. I did different types of networking. I went to different trainings, and I was able to learn a lot in real estate. And then I launched my business, started my rental property business. And to this day, I have several rental properties. So I was able to leave that, create this legacy for my daughter. I still have a long way to go. But what I want you to understand is that when people tell you no, then you say yes. Don't allow someone else's limiting belief to be your limiting belief. Don't allow that to happen, because you can do it. You can do everything and anything that you set your mind to do. So that's step number 2, is to remove any limiting beliefs. So what I want you to do is to, if you have a piece of paper, to write out, other than yourself, who will benefit if your dream is realized? Who will benefit? So for me, it's my daughter who's going to benefit. But I want you to take a few moments and write down who will benefit if your dream is realized. So my point to you today is to trust yourself, have faith in yourself, and know that sometimes you have to go it alone. And see, for me, I did. I had to go it alone because friends and family didn't think that I could do it. They didn't believe that, I could make some money in real estate investing and not lose my shirt, because that would really, when I started this was 2007, 2008, and everybody was losing money. But actually, that was the best time for me to do it. So make sure that you take out this piece of paper and write down who will benefit if your dream does actually come true. And I know that it will. Step number 3 is that you need to stimulate your mindset. Now, we sometimes find ourselves getting into this, what I call comfort zone. And we're comfortable with, the way things are. The old saying is, if it's not broke, don't try to fix it. Well, yes, you should try to break it and then refix it. So sometimes get out of your comfort zone. Connect with people that you've never connected with. have discussions and meetings with people that you've never had discussions with. Learn something new that you've never learned before. So get out of your comfort zone. The second point of that is to the learning zone. Is to learn something new about yourself, learn something new about a different trade or business that you're looking to do. So getting to that learning zone. And then the third zone is the growth zone. So once you've connected with new people that think differently and are doing some different things, you've learned something new, you're ready to be in that growth zone so that you can propel to that next level of where is it that you really want to go so that you can live your best life. So one of the areas that I did when I was in my growth zone was I branched out into a new arena, and that was in coaching. So I've got my real estate business, but then I wanted to help more people. And so I invested into the John Maxwell organization and became a certified coach, trainer, speaker with his organization. So I expounded my network, and people will tell you your net worth is what your net work is. And so my network grew from connecting with real estate and now connecting with John Maxwell. So sometimes we have to do some things differently in order to expand our knowledge and expand our bank account. So a story I'll tell you is that, when I graduated from high school, my first thing was to be an accountant. And I thought that's all I really wanted to do. But as I matured in life, went to college, met new people, worked in corporate, I realized that, my skill set was really helping people. And so you may find yourself that, hey, you've got this degree, you're working at your 9-to-5 job and things are great, but you have this burning urge to do something different, or you're ready to transition from your 9-to-5 because you've worked your 30 plus years, you're ready to retire, do something different. Whatever that is for you, take a few moments and just write that down. Starting something new can be a little fearful. As I said, going into real estate was very fearful for me because I had to go it alone. So my point to you is that it is okay to be fearful. Having fear sometimes allows us to have the opportunity for growth. So once you start growing, then you start learning, and then you start connecting with others. So take out a piece of paper, each of you that are listening, and I want you to write down, what are you fearful of? Write down 3 fears that are preventing you from moving forward. See, earlier I told you there's 3 fears that we all have: the fear of failure, the fear of rejection, and the fear that you're not good enough. So now that you know that, what are 3 fears that are preventing you from living your best life? T.D. Jakes says, change your mind, change your life. And that's what I want you to do today. Step 4 is decide how you want your life to be. Invest in yourself. You may have to travel to do something differently, or may take a job that is in a different city or different location. Maybe you want to be a business owner, or maybe you're ready for that next level job at your company that you're working for. Whatever that is. But you need to decide how you want your life to be. So that's step number 4. Now, the 5th and final step is that, before I do that, what I want you to do is to take out a piece of paper and then write down these 4 things. You need to have clarity in your life. You need to have purpose in your life. You need to trust yourself. But most importantly, you need to believe in yourself so that you can make things happen. Because if you don't believe in yourself, then what are the chances of someone else believing in you? The 5th and final step is to be honest with what you're willing to give up. Yes, we all have to give up something in order to get to where we want to be. Unfortunately, we do. So number 1 is, are you willing to give up friends that are not willing to help you get to where you want to be? Are you willing to give up a new way of thinking, a new way of doing things? Are you ready to eliminate any bad habits that are getting in your way? And are you willing to put in the time and the work to get this done, to reach your goals so that you can illuminate your potential and live your best life? We all know Elon Musk. He is the world-renowned richest man in the world with Tesla. He's had a lot of challenges. A lot of people didn't like him. A lot of people didn't believe in him. But look at him today. He's very successful. So I use that as an example to share with you that you can do anything that you believe that you can do. You see, when I was going through my transition of my 9-to-5 to becoming an entrepreneur, I realized the three things that I needed to do to recreate myself. I had to recognize who I really was. Number 2 is I had to recognize my faults, and I had to be okay with what my faults were. Number 3 was I had to realize that I was the boss, and I had to be accountable for my actions, my behaviors, as well as my mistakes. So my point to you is that you have to be okay with who you are. You have to be comfortable in your own skin. You have to be comfortable in receiving feedback, whether that's positive or negative, without getting defensive to others. You have to be willing to change. And you have to be willing to know that you don't know it all. So sometimes you have to connect with some people that can help you out. And trust me, I had to do that a lot. I had to connect with individuals who could help me learn more, connect with more people, get to where is it that I wanted to go. So my takeaway for you is this. Make sure that you are comfortable with your core values and your beliefs, and that they match your actions. Be comfortable being uncomfortable. And don't be a people pleaser, because sometimes we want to make sure that people are happy with us. So don't be a people pleaser. So what I want you to do today is to write down one action that you want to make, one action that you need to take before the end of 2022 so that you can reach your goals and objectives. And beside that action, I want you to write down one thing that's preventing you from getting to that action. So your assignment is to write down one action. And then beside that, what is preventing you? What's getting in your way? What's challenge or obstacle is preventing you from taking that action? See, this is one of the things that I do in my Illuminate Your Potential, Live Your Best Life, taking your excuses and turning them to actions. So I have a blueprint that will take these excuses, put them into actions. And so I want to be able to spend some time with you to help you be able to move that needle so that you can live your best life, whatever that may be, whether that's starting a new job or creating a business, getting promoted, or transitioning from work to, retirement, whatever that is for you. My job is to make sure that I provide you the services that can help you live your best life and illuminate your potential. So connect with me. Go to www.lindajordan, and that's JORDON, and schedule some time with me for a clarity call. And let me be that person to help you get over that hump of those challenges or obstacles that you may be facing. Let me help you take those excuses and turn them into opportunities so that you can live your best life and illuminate your potential all at the same time. I hope that what I've shared with you today has been uplifting, and I hope that it is providing some insight and some excitement for you. Thank you for your time today. Thank you for allowing me to pour into you and to share with you some of my experiences that have helped me along the way. So I hope these 5 simple steps to overcome any challenges and obstacles in your life will help you propel and get to that next level. Thank you for your time today. I hope you will enjoy the rest of the summit and have a wonderful afternoon.
Hello, everyone. I am Dr. Pam Love. I am the founder of the Finishers Network, and I am so delighted to be part of the Comeback Champion Summit. I want to thank Shay Brown for inviting me to be part of this, along with so many wonderful, dynamic, and powerful speakers. If you have not shared this summit, I hope you will do so, because what I'm about to share with you can literally transform your life and the life of people who will come after you. I'm going to be sharing how to endure and finish what you start. I found that there are a lot of people who start a lot of things, but they don't finish. They get sidetracked. They get frustrated. They feel defeated. There are all kinds of things that come up. And so after working with senior executives and working with returning citizens, people all over the country in various walks of life, I've also studied this information, but I've also walked through it in my own life. I've had my own challenges, had my own situations and circumstances that could have stopped me, but I am a finisher. And so coming through those things, I want to give you some keys that can help you move forward. Many of you know part of my story of molestation and drinking and all kinds of things in my younger years, and then bankruptcy and I believe it's been now 5 car accidents and an elevator accident. I've been through situations that could have killed me, caused me to be in a mental institution, or to cause me to be incarcerated. And yet I'm none of those things. And it was in the midst of some of the most difficult seasons in my life that I was able to persevere by the grace of God. I can't take all of the credit. It was by the grace of God that I was able to move forward. There were some things that helped me that I want to share with you, that keys to being able to endure in the midst of things that just cause you to sit down, that can knock the wind out of you. You know, most recently in 2021, I had an eye stroke, totally unexpected. No signs of anything. It was shortly after I had taken the vaccine, and I'm not anti-vax, but this was shortly after the vaccine, and all of a sudden, I can hardly see out of my left eye. I'm seeing all these floaters and things are happening, and so I go to the doctors, and they tell me, no, ma'am, you don't have floaters. You've got blood in your eye. And as it turned out, again, I'd had this eye stroke. Most of my work was virtual. So what do you do when you no longer can work? So not only is this affecting me physically, but now it's going to affect me financially. And I sat down, just for transparency, I sat down, I cried. It was one of the hardest things that I was dealing with, because here I am thinking, I'm losing my vision, my sight. What is this all about? But when I came to myself, and it took some conversations with other people, it took prayer, it took some things that really uplifted me and reminded me, you know what, this is not just about your natural vision. This is about your spiritual vision as well. And so I had to get centered. I had to remind myself of what I had come through, and that to recognize that this was not the end. This was just a pause for a second. But something on the other side of this was going to be so much better. I want you to hear me, because some of you stop. You stop when there's adversity that comes. You act like this is the end. And I understand, because it can be hard. It can be hard when setbacks come in your life. That's what this summit is all about, being a comeback champion. But I want you to get in your spirit that you are a finisher. You are a comeback champion. My mantra is, I am a finisher. And so once I came to myself, able to forward and begin to do the things that I needed to do. Now that meant just about every month I had to start getting a needle in my eye. Oh, I know some of you just cringe, right? But that was part of my process. I couldn't let part of my process stop me from doing the things that I needed to do. I had to embrace the process. And so today I want to identify some barriers to finishing what you start. I want to identify 3 keys. Now I'm going to give you 3, but I'm going to focus on the third one more than the other 2. And then I want to talk about some next steps for being a finisher. You know, at times we're taught to hurry up and move forward, and we just run, in the natural. We can keep moving. But where are you going? Where is this taking you? Is it leading anywhere?
Is it leading you anywhere? You know, during this pandemic, we learned to mask. But even prior to the pandemic, many of you were masking. You're masking your pain, you're masking shame, you're masking embarrassment, you're masking the things that have been preventing you from doing what you're supposed to do. And I'm talking about things that are in your heart to do. Some of you are supposed to finish a book. Some of you are supposed to finish degrees or start a business or move forward in your business. Some of you are supposed to start nonprofits. There are things that you're supposed to do. Some of you are supposed to be in different areas, but you're afraid to step out and do what you know you're supposed to do. I'm not talking about just what you think, and I'm not talking about good stuff. I'm talking about the right stuff. We've got to stop masking and move forward. We've got to become clear about who we are, about what we're supposed to do and why we're here. I want you to remember that it's so important that you achieve what's in your heart to do, because the future is calling you. Finishers, the future is calling you. There are people that are yet unborn who are going to be inspired by something you finish. There are people that are yet unborn, or people who are going to have children who in the future who are going to look at something you did or hear about something you did. Finishing is a continuum. Finishing is a continuum. Therefore, there are some things that some of you are supposed to start, and then you are to pass the baton so that someone else can finish it. So the future is calling you. What are you going to do about it? The time is now. And it's time for you to endure and finish some things that you're supposed to finish. So I want to share with you today 3 keys. Now remember, I'm going to focus on the third one more than anything, but I want to share with you some keys to finishing. And the first one is let pain serve you, not sabotage you. Remember I said I wanted to identify some barriers to finishing? One of them is how we respond to situations, how we allow setbacks to affect us. We allow ourselves to get stuck in situations versus allowing ourselves to look at the lessons that we learn in the process. How can pain become your friend instead of looking at pain as your enemy? There are lessons in obstacles. There are lessons in setbacks. What is it there to teach you? What is it there to develop in you when you're going through difficult situations? So let pain serve you, not sabotage you. There's so much more that I can say about this. There's some other things that I have in terms of a course and coaching that I do to share about this particular key. But as I said, I want to focus more on number 3. Now, number 2, it says get rid of distractions, but some of you may say, wish we could do that. The key here is to minimize your distractions. You can put parameters around your time. You can do time analysis. There are a number of things that you can do to minimize the distractions. Some of you will say, I'm a procrastinator. I just procrastinate. But can I tell you that procrastination is never simply about procrastinating? So one of the things that I teach and help people to do is to get to the root of, why are you procrastinating? Is it fear? Is it the idea of more responsibility, which sometimes is rooted in fear? What is it? What is the real reason for your procrastination? So minimizing your distractions is something that you can do to eliminate the barrier of distractions, which keep you stuck and give you excuses. We say finishers make progress, not excuses. Here's the third key that I really want to focus on, and that is grit. It is so important that you develop grit. See, this gentleman looks like he's in pain. He's struggling to keep himself up with one arm, but guess what? He's still staying up. And so I want to look at some key components of grit to help you to be able to endure and finish what you start. Let's start by defining grit. It's not the same as self-control, but what it is passion and perseverance and stamina to move forward to the desired future. so that your desired future can be a reality? To what extent can you manage those situations that come up when adversity comes up? Do you have the ability to sustain that interest in and focus on those things that you know you're supposed to do? Or are you going to give up? Develop grit. One of the things that you want to take note of is that there's a difference between perseverance and stamina, but you need to develop both. Remember, I showed the picture of someone running. In order for someone to run a distance, or even in some cases, run a short distance, it doesn't have to be a long distance, but you've got to have a certain level of energy and strength to be able to do that. Or with the gentleman that was holding himself up with one arm, you've got to have the ability to move, to hang in there, to have that energy and strength to do that. And that takes practice. Perseverance is about continuing even in the face of difficulty, where there is opposition. You've got to have that persistence. There is a certain mindset that's necessary in order for you to persevere. So part of develop grit is about developing the mindset to be able to look in the face of adversity and say, I am a finisher. I can do this. I'm going to move forward and do the things that I'm supposed to do. And sometimes that takes having other people to support you in that process. But part of this is about your mindset. You've got to determine or develop the mindset to be able to move forward. Now, there are 5 characteristics of grit. As you see here: courage, conscientiousness, perseverance, resilience, and excellence. And I want to share a few things with you about resilience. Resilience, as many of you know, is about bouncing back. How well do you bounce back in the face of adversity? How well do you respond when there is trauma, tragedy, threats, situations that are designed to knock you down, knock the wind out of you? How well do you do with that? Resilience is being able to bounce back. And there are 7 key areas of resilience. And I want to focus on 2 of those, and that's emotion regulation and causal analysis. I'm going to start with the causal analysis, which is really your ability to determine the source of your problems. What's really causing some of the challenges that you've experienced? You know, it's interesting that sometimes we have relationship challenges, we have different experiences, but sometimes we are attracting those things. And yet we blame other people. Now, I'm not suggesting that it's never about other people. It's never external circumstances that are beyond your. But to what extent have you put yourself in a position for those things to happen? Your relationship choices, if you hadn't chosen that relationship, if you hadn't said yes when you should have said no to a relationship, right? You might not have had those experiences. So sometimes we blame external circumstances without really looking at the source of our situation and dealing with the source of our circumstances, okay? So causal analysis is really about determining what the source of your problem is. Emotion regulation is another key of resilience. One of the things in traveling the country and working with senior executives and returning citizens, I mean, people from all walks of life, each have challenges with emotion regulation. So to what extent do you have the ability to exert control over your emotional state? Notice that it is one of the most important resilience factors. Emotion regulation is one of the most important resilience factors. And so your ability to manage those emotions is something that's really, really important if you're going to be able to adapt, bounce back, be able to come back from what you're dealing with, okay? And so to what extent are you able to determine, what am I feeling in a moment? Am I feeling fear? Am I feeling anxiety? Am I feeling depressed? What am I feeling? Am I feeling joy? Am I feeling anxious? What is it specifically that you are feeling? And to what extent can you regulate that? Am I feeling anxious? How do I deal with that when I'm anxious? What do I do so that it doesn't stop me? It's not crippling me from being able to move forward. And so emotion regulation is one of the most important resilience factors. So if you're going to be able to adapt and bounce back, you're going to have to be able to look at this emotion regulation. And that's something that I work with people around. This particular tool, the Johari window, is something that I use to help people to identify blind spots. And we just talked about emotion regulation, and we talked about resilience as part of, or emotion regulation is part of resilience, and that is part of grit. And so there are times when there are things about ourselves that others see that we don't. Really, really important that you identify those blind spots. And I don't have time to go into much about that, but just know that there are things that people know about you that you don't know about yourself. They see things about you. They see your expressions, how you respond to situations, that you respond differently. Okay, so this is just a tool that I use to help people. Learning to grit for joy. You know, being able to experience things and to move beyond it. Remember, is about an attitude. Grit and resilience are key to endurance. Not wasting your pain is tied to joy. You know, for those of you who are people of faith, you know, the scripture says that all things work together for good, them who love the Lord and are called according to his purpose. Well, one of the things that I've learned is that if that is true, which I believe it is, then when I'm going through situations and circumstances, then I say, this has to work together for my good. It has to come together in some way that's going to be good on the other side of this. So once I get myself up, after I've cried, after I've had my moment, my pity party, whatever it is, then I sit there and say, remind myself. And sometimes it takes other people reminding me, look at what you've come through before. You know this is going to work together. You're a finisher. Sometimes it takes other people in your ear. Part of finishing is having the right support, having the right cheerleaders and champions in your ear that can help you. So don't waste your pain. Notice it says the process of endurance requires practice, persistence, patience, self-awareness, stamina, and support. All of these things are part of grit. If you're going to learn to grit for joy and move forward, if you're going to learn how to endure, these are some of the things that you've got to learn how to do. So what now? I've shared with you 3 keys. I've focused on the third one, which was grit. Talked about resilience as important if you're going to be able to grit. I've said that emotion regulation and causal analysis and impulse control and other things are keys to resilience. If you're going to adapt, if you're going to deal with adversity, situations, if you're going to be able to come back from situations and achieve the things that are important to you, those goals that are in your heart, what can you do? You've got to learn to endure and finish what you start. I've given you those keys. Let pain serve you, not sabotage you. Minimize your distractions. Learn to grit. This is very important. You got to learn how to grit. Here's an affirmation that we say as finishers. I am a finisher. I make progress, not excuses. I am a victor, not a victim. I run a race to finish it, not just to say I'm in it. I am a finisher, and I will finish everything that I was born to finish. I want to thank you. If you're interested in a free 30-minute coaching consult, text the word finish to 410-615-6477, and you'll get this free 30-minute coaching consult where we can talk with you about how you can move forward and learn how you too can be a finisher. I want to thank Shay Brown again and the Comeback Champion Summit. I am a comeback champion. I am a finisher, and I want to help you to be able to finish what you start. The things that I share with you today are just a snippet of the things that we can work together to accomplish. to help you to move forward so that you can achieve everything that's in your heart to achieve. Because remember, as I said, the future is calling you. What are you going to do about it? Do something. Take action today. Text me. Text the word finish to 410-615-6477. It's been a pleasure. I look forward to hearing from you.
And of building your empire. Do you currently own a business? Maybe you're ready to start a business or own a business and you are to the point where you are ready to expand. Regardless of what brought you here, come a little closer and let me tell you a secret. I just finished launching my 12th company. And guess what? I can teach you how to do the same. You know, they say owning a business is the American dream, but why limit yourself? Have you ever thought about a business and then went down that little rabbit hole of products and services only to find that in your mind you just created multiple businesses? That's what I tend to do. When I tell people that I own 12 companies, the first thing that everyone asks me is, how do I run them all? For me, the how is easy. The why is easy. It's not the how and the why that's the question. It's the why not. Why not own 12? Why not build my own empire? Why not build a dynasty? Why not wake up every morning doing exactly what I love to do? See, you must understand, I strive to be that square peg that will never fit in a round hole. This means I always want to think outside the box. I always want to strive for more education, more knowledge, just more. It means I want to live a life of service. I want to help as many people as possible along the way. And most of all, I never want to settle for less than my dreams and goals. One of my favorite quotes is, if you can dream it, then you can achieve it. You will get all you want in life if you help enough people get what they want, by Zig Ziglar. When we look at the different empires, and you look at what it takes to create them, the imagination, the creation, the formation, and the running are not difficult. Especially when you make companies that make sense and work together. To better understand how they can work together and what an empire can look like, let's look at two of the empires that I have created. The first empire, building the woman, started with J. Pre Fashion, a women's clothing store that specialized in bringing name brand fashion at a price that anyone could afford. Next, we had Beau Diamante, a jewelry store bringing you beautiful fashion and fine jewelry at a price that would not hurt your budget. Then we included Paint Me Sassy, nail supplies, nail wraps, gel nails, dip powders, everything you needed to have your own salon at home. Mesmer Perfection, those cosmetics and that skincare. And then Parlux Travel, customizing travel, building the whole woman, making a complete vision of everything that woman would need. Think about it. You're going to take that trip, what do you need? You need clothes, you need makeup, you need jewelry, you need your nails done. Guess what? In my empire, you can get it all. Second empire I built was building the entrepreneur. That started with Marpoms, a business service company specializing in bookkeeping, business startups, and different business services, from training and development to human resources. Anything business we could do for you. Next, we added One Wing Still, creating beautiful business cards that were metal, giving you that prestige that you wanted. Then we created the One Wing Studio, which is where we are spending time today. It's a studio that includes a video studio, podcast studio, and a photography studio, all under one roof. Then we went to One Wing Speaking, where we house our public speakers, our motivational speakers, those that will come out to you and they'll motivate your entire team and get you hyped about not only your empire, but every business that's within your empire. Next, we had the One Wing presentations, where you can hear the podcasts and the videocasts daily, re-energizing you from day to day. So where did that bring us? That brought us with 2 different empires. The first building the woman, and the second building the business, both creating. So now what? Now that the empire is built, now I'm on to my dynasty, and that's what we're working on now. But remember, I'm here to help you build your empire. So let's look at what building your empire offers. Building your empire offers coaching, training, and education. So when you look at the 2 businesses that were created, the Building Your Empire, which is under business services, and then the Building the Woman, the neat thing about those businesses working together, the way all the businesses flow, is that if you were to close one business under Building the Woman, all the others would still make sense. If we took out the clothes, you still had the jewelry, you still had the nails, you still had the travel, and that created the woman. With the business, if you took out the metal cards, we still have everything else. So it made sense. They all flow. And that's what you want to do when you build that empire, is you want them to flow together. This also means the opposite, that you could close or sell, or you could add, because everything flows together. You could also create one large business where you consolidate all those ones into one mega business. An example of this would be Walmart, Target. They have these mega businesses with many departments, and you could create that too. And everything would still function, grow, and make sense together. When you look at owning multiple businesses, it has its advantages, but yes, it also does have its disadvantages. Some of the advantages include the feeling of owning multiple businesses, multiple income streams, and the ability to design your own future. The 2 biggest disadvantages are the amount of capital it can take to open multiple businesses and the amount of time that is needed to run an empire. This brings us to the first and most important step in building your empire, which is knowing your time commitments and your obligations. We all have things that we have committed to do, not to mention the amount of time we want to spend with our family and our friends. But with these, it is completely important to keep this all in the front of your mind, not in the back, but in the front of your mind as you are building that empire. Let me explain. As you sit there thinking about that empire you want to build, you also must look at the amount of time that is required to build each business. Some can be done on a part-time basis, some on a full-time basis. Some you can continue your current job, and some you'd have to let go of your job to build. Now, when you're doing multiple at a time, each one takes a different amount of time. Once you know what it will take, then you can look and see, does this align with my personal commitments? Does it align with my family obligations and the contributions I want to make to my community, my family? Can I create a successful work-life balance? This is so important. The balance is what will keep you motivated, keep you thriving, keeping you not only enjoying your business, but enjoying your home life, enjoying time with your family. It's what's going to keep you going. So that work-life balance is so important. Because of that importance, let's look at a few tips for creating that work-life balance. The first tip, make sure that you prioritize everything you're dealing with. When you prioritize it, you're making sure that you are handling those most important tasks first. So things don't get finished at the end of the day. You've handled everything that had to be handled immediately. Second, delegate. Delegate those tasks to others. It'll allow you to free up more of your time. You don't have to be the be-all in your business. That's why you hire others. That's why you bring in employees to help you do that. Delegate those tasks. Free up that time. With that time, you're then able to rest. You need to rest mentally and physically to keep going. You're no good to anybody else, not to your family, not to your employees, not even to yourself. You are not good to anybody if you do not take care of yourself. Next, you want to ensure that you have systems in place in your business. Your business should be able to run without you there. If your business cannot run without you there, and if one employee leaving or one client leaving will bring down your business, you need to look at the systems you have in place and change those systems so that your business can function without you being there. A successful business is system-based, not people-based. Remember that. It's system-based, not people-based. The last thing, remember, you're human and things are going to go wrong. I don't care how well you plan it, there will be things that go wrong, but that's okay. Learn from them. If we continue to learn from our mistakes, we will continue to be successful, we will continue to grow, and our businesses will likewise, it will grow and thrive with the learning we're doing. You're about building your empire. We try to offer as many services so that we can help you build that empire. So under that, we offer you the one-on-one coaching and mentoring with you individual, multiple entrepreneurs. We'll come out to small businesses and meet with the entire team. We have detailed educational programs that will walk you through running multiple businesses, all the way from conception to where you have your empire. We'll do speaking engagements where we'll come out and talk to your business, to students, to different groups. We do group trainings and group mentoring. We do all this because why? We want you to build your empire. We don't want just our empire. We want everybody to have that successful empire. So here's where it starts, let me tell you. For everyone that attends the Comeback Champions Summit, I will offer a free 30-minute one-on-one. And that's not all. I'll offer you an additional 10% off any additional services or bookings that you do. That way you can take part in all of these services and grow that empire. Because remember, that's what we want. We want to see your empire thrive. You can reach me at jmarcus@marpalms.com or www.marpalms.com or phone number 469-750-6027. Again, that's jmarcus@marpalms.com, www.marpalms.com, 469-750-6027. And the first thing I want to tell you is I'm going to leave you with one last quote. Life is a song, sing it. Life is a game, play it. Life is a challenge, meet it. Life is a dream, realize it. Life is a sacrifice, offer it. Life is love, enjoy it. Sai Baba. I want to thank you for attending this, and together, let's build your empire because it matters. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Brenda Sawyer, the encouraging confidence author of Encouraging Words for the Mind, Spirit, and Soul, along with other best-selling anthologies and collaborations. I am also the founder and CEO of Girls Walking with Integrity, Empowering for Destiny, where I equip Christian women with strategies to move from pain to purpose by encouraging, empowering, and transforming their lives through biblical principles and teaching. And I just want to welcome you to the Comeback Champion Summit, where I am honored to be on this platform once again to speak to you about the topic of how to be transformed by the renewing of your mind. How to be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Now, I know you think that, okay, well, we have to renew our mind in order to be transformed. So how do we do that? How do we do that? We know that the brain is one of the most important organs of the body connected to the mind. We use our mind to think. We use our mind to, well, our mind is very important to us. And what we think is very important. What we think also determines how our lives are going to be changed. In order to change our lives, we do have to transform our thinking. We have to be transformed by the renewing of our mind, by changing our words and what we speak. Now, I know that we are all, we decide, we make choices, and we have, we make decisions, we have free will, and we can really say whatever we want to say. We can think whatever we want to think. We can make decisions. We have the free will to do so. But when we say that, we could be speaking the wrong words. Does anybody, do we ever think about speaking the wrong words? Because it says to speak things into existence. You want to be able to speak things that you want to see into existence. I always say you want to be the change that you want to see. So I want to be the change that I want to see. So I try. It's a practice. It's a daily practice. It's not something that that just happens, because in the world that we live in today, we know a lot of things go on, very negative things. And so how do you say, how can we be transformed by the renewing of our minds if we're around all of this chaos and turmoil, hustle and bustle? We have the power to do that. We have the power to take control over what we think. Now, it's very true. We have the power to take control over what we think. How do we do that? This is the part where we're coming into the transforming our minds. We do that with practice. We do that with going over it in our minds. Because when we think, we say, whatever we're thinking, that's what we could be feeling. Whatever we're feeling, that's what we could possibly say. So, for example, I'll give you an example of, you can say, sometimes we can say, my feet are just killing me. Now, it's not a bad thing to say. It's not a bad thing to say. But when we speak those things into the atmosphere, they tend to take what I'd like to call root. My feet are just killing me. I'm just dying to get there. Those are words that are not going to empower you to think on a positive level. Okay, there's a scripture I'd like to speak to you about, and that's Proverbs 18:21. And that says, death and life are in the power of the tongue, and those that love it will eat the fruit thereof. Well, now, what does it mean by death and life in the power of the tongue? What's the scripture actually saying to us? This scripture is saying to us to speak life, not death. Now, even though life and death, it's a part of what we have to go through, this transitions. So we can speak life over our situations instead of death. So instead of saying, my feet are killing me, they're just killing me, you're speaking that. You're feeling that. Even though you feel it, maybe could you replace the statement with, I really think I need to rest my feet today. And even though they're hurting you, you don't have to speak that. Okay, you don't have to speak that. Now, it sounds like, oh, I don't know. I have to speak what I think, and I have to speak what, I want to say whatever I think. That's, yeah. But what we're trying to do now is renew our thinking. We have to transform the way we think. In other words, we're conditioned to think so many different things. And because we are, sometimes we may be brought up in different households where it may say, you're just so ignorant, or you're just so, you'll never be anything. Now, I do know that those words are powerful, and they can take root, especially in a young child. If you're saying something like, you're just ridiculous. Look at you. Those are negative words, yes. And they do take on negative thoughts. So we can replace those words with, you're doing such a great job. Especially if we're talking to children. You're doing such a great job. And that takes root in that child's mind. It would also take root in your mind. So if you have an employer that says, I don't like your work. Okay, well, that may be a reality. And then if they add, I think you're lazy. Well, there's something that, okay, you're thinking, okay, my supervisor just called me lazy. Are you really lazy? Are you really lazy? Do you feel lazy? Do you go to work every day? And then you have your supervisor telling you that, I don't like the quality of your work, and I think you're lazy. You can do better than that. That takes root, because now you're thinking, am I lazy? I don't know. I mean, I go to work every day, but am I really lazy? So we're wondering now, these things that we think, they have to take root in our mind somewhere, because you hear them, you say them, and they become almost a reality of what you're thinking. So in other words, your words can become the reality that you think. You ever hear the saying, well, you are what you eat? Well, so I think that we are what we think. So why not be the best person that we want to be? Be the very best. I always used to say things like, good, better, best, never let it rest until your good is better and your better is best. But, when we hear these words, it's like, that's not possible. It's not possible for me, because they've already said that I was lazy and I'm not functioning on the level that they want me to function on. So that's taking root in your mind. So what you have to go home and do is say, hey, I know I'm not like that. I am not like that. And you don't have to receive the words that people actually say about you. You don't have to receive that, or you don't have to believe it as well, because you are what you think. So if you think that you can do anything, well, I know, as a Christian, I know that I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. And do you know something? I have to tell myself that every single day. I may say, and it's okay to say you're tired. That's fine. I'm not saying that you can't say that, or you shouldn't say that. But, when you keep thinking the negative thoughts, being around the negative people, hearing all of the negative gossip, it takes root. It gets in your spirit. How do we change that? Well, we change our words. We change our words, because we don't want the negativity in our lives. I know I don't. So we're gonna speak what we want to see. We're going to speak what we want to see. We're going to think the way we want things to be. Because if we don't do that, then we're basically following what people want us to do. We're following what they think about us. In other words, their ideas about us. Now, I know that I am who God says I am. And he says that I'm fearfully and wonderfully made. So I'm going to speak that over myself. And what anybody else speaks over me, I choose not to accept it. Because as I said, we have free will. We've been given free will, free choices, free decisions. So we can make a decision by speaking ill of something or negatively of something, or we can choose to speak positively about something. You know, I just love you to death. Now, there's nothing wrong with that. But think about what you're speaking. Even though death and life are realities, they're not bad. But I just love you to death. Well, think about it. You know, why not say, I love you to life. I love you to life. Not, oh, I just love you to death. You don't mean any harm by that, but sometimes your words will be able to, well, I always say that the universe has ears. And whatever you put in the environment, in the universe, and the atmosphere will come to pass. So we know that we're not going to live forever. We do have a time that we're going to expire. But we don't have to make it sooner than it really is. So, like an untimely demise. So, sometimes people say, oh, I just can't take it anymore. My kids are getting on my nerves. What gets on your nerves? There's nothing that, when you think about it, nothing really gets on your nerves. You have a nerve and something gets on it. No, that's not true. It's just these are just words that we speak. Okay? These are just words that we speak. So what I'm saying is to be mindful of what we're speaking. Be mindful of what we're thinking. Because what we're going to speak is going to affect what we think. Vice versa. What we think is going to also affect what we speak. Sometimes they just say things whatever I say what I feel. Well, okay. But remember, behind each word and action, negative or positive, there are going to be either negative or positive consequences. So to renew your mind, transforming your mind, I like to transform my mind with the Word of God. Because in Romans 12:2 says, be not conformed to this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. So what does that exactly mean? It means that we have a choice to conform to the world if we want to do everything the world does. We can do that. We do have that choice. We have free will. But do we want to? With all the things that are going on today, I mean, just because you see someone else do something negative, does that mean you have to do it too? Because someone else says something negative, do you have to say it too? No. So it's do not be conformed to this world, but be transformed. Make a change in what you're saying and what you're thinking, because that makes a very big difference in how you live your life, how other people see you, and how you see yourself. So we have to be very mindful of that. And I find that when I'm reading the Word of God, that really strengthens me and really renews and refreshes my mind and what I think. So I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I don't think negatively, because I do, because I'm human. We're all human. We're not perfect. But what we want to do is be transformed, change. As I said earlier, be that change that you want to see and that you want other people to see. You don't want to have to say the words, and you'll regret words that you might regret the words that you say. So I just, I mean, I've said different things. Okay, so for example, even in my childhood, I'll tell you, I had teachers, okay, that were very, 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 some of them were nice. I'm not going to say all of them were. I'll say some were nice and some were not. But they would actually say to us, the entire class, and I was in that class, and they would say to us, you know what, you're all stupid. You're all ignorant, and you will never amount to anything. Now, can you imagine a teacher saying that to you? To a child? And see, back in my day, we had to respect the teachers. So, of course, you go home and you tell your parents. But that wasn't a good thing. So it depends on what you believe about yourself. Do you believe that you're stupid? Do you believe that you're ignorant? Do you believe that you're not going to amount to anything? No. One thing, I didn't believe that. I didn't allow myself to believe it. I always said, you know something? I'm going to prove this to me, myself, and myself, that I can do it. And I did. Otherwise, I don't think I'd be here talking to you today. I wouldn't be here talking on this platform or speaking on this platform if I had that same mindset. So I had to actually be transformed and renew the things in my mind. I didn't play that over in my mind like, oh, you're stupid, you are you're never going to amount to anything, you're never going to get a job, you don't understand the math, you don't. I have 2 master's degrees. I could have worked on a PhD, and I'm not boasting in myself. I boast in the Lord, because He has given me that that power and authority to do the things that I'm doing. But I just didn't let that, even bother me too much, because I'd go home and I might feel like, I probably felt a little like, okay, who says that, I mean, who does it? And my parents, told me, that's not who you are, So whenever people talk about you or say something about you negatively, you don't have to accept that, and you really don't have to respond, to that. Not really, if you don't choose to. But think about, before you respond, think about what you want to say instead of blurting something out that you might be sorry that you said. But I could have been anything. Growing up in New York City, in the projects, I could have been anything, and I could have let that take root. I could have let that take root in my life. Those things that people said, I could have thought and said, I guess that's who I am then. Not so. You have to have that kind of mindset that's going to push you forward. You have to be around the type of people that are going to move you and push you forward. You don't want to hear negativity, even though you will hear it. I'm not saying close your ears off, and you can't help but hear it, because look at the world that we live in. So you can't help but hear it. But are you going to speak that along with what the world tells you and says? Are you going to agree with everything that happens? No. You're not going to agree. You're not going to agree with everything that goes on. So Romans 12:2 says, be not conformed to this world, but be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind. It's not always easy, no. Because when you think about it, you can easily just accept what people say and say, hey, that's great. But I learned something because I heard someone say that you should never allow people to, let's see, how did they say it? Never let people keep you past where they met you. So in other words, we've all changed. We all, change. We all transform. Every day we're transforming. Every day we're changing. But never let people maybe put you in a box, past where they met you. So in other words, some people may say, and this is another negativity. I remember you when you didn't have even a red cent. Okay. I mean, I'm just giving you an example. So now, okay, they meet you maybe 25 years later, they'll still bring that up. I remember when you just didn't have any money. Look at you now. But they still think that. They see you in that same light that they saw you 25 years ago. So never allow people to speak into your life what they think about you. It's what you think about you. And it's what God thinks about you. I know God loves me. And as I said, every single day, when I feel maybe, a little tired, drained, it's okay to say that. It's okay to speak it. But I say, God, I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. And do you know, just by saying that and speaking that into the atmosphere, it's so true. It's so true because I can do nothing without him. I can't, because he's the one who created me. So those people who have things that they're saying about you or thinking about you, they didn't create you. Nor did we create ourselves. So how can someone who didn't create you say the negative things about you that infiltrates into your mind, into your thinking? So we have to be the ones to change that. We have to change that, what we're thinking. It's not easy, because if you hear this and you've been used to hearing all these things all your life, are you serious? That's not easy to change. Not easy to change. You have to make up in your mind, I'm going to do this. Oh, I'm going to do it. See, because anything those teachers said to me, I said, I don't have to prove it to them. I'm going to prove it to me, myself, and I. That's the kind of child I was. I will prove it to me, myself, and I. And I did what I did. I didn't allow those things to really take root in my spirit or take root in my mind. And that's what we have to do. That's what we have to do, especially living in the world that we live in today. Wow. Need I say? Lots of things happen, but that doesn't mean that we have to do everything that the world is doing. We don't have to say everything that the world is saying. Even our parents said the same thing. If Johnny decides to jump off a bridge, would you do it? No. If you're smart enough, you wouldn't do it. So we're not trying to emulate anyone else. And you'd be very surprised that a lot of people want to emulate you. They want to emulate you. But transforming, we are the transformers. We are the comeback champions. How about that one? We are the transformers. We're the comeback champions. We don't take no for an answer. We don't take negativity to heart and say, well, it must be true. Not at all. The Bible says that we're more than conquerors. So here on the Comeback Champion platform in this summit, know that you are a comeback champion. Think about all the things that you've gone through. Think about all the things that were said over your life. Look at, I write in journals, and I have maybe like, I don't know, 15 journals. And I look back over the years and I go, wow. All I'm going to say is wow. Because it helps you to, when you look back in retrospect, it helps you to see how far you've come. Have we made it? No. Are we perfect? No. Not by a long shot. But over the years, it is a process to transform your mind, your way of thinking. You just don't stay where people want you to stay. You don't do that. You move. Your movement. In Christ, we live, move, and have our being. So if he's a movement, he's never stagnant. So we're not going to stay in the same place. God forbid we stay in the same place for 10 years. So that means we're ever evolving, ever transforming. Okay, so death and life are in the power of the tongue. Those that love it will eat the fruit thereof. They're talking about if you love to speak all the things like negativity, death, it's just, it's gloom and doom. You ever get on the phone with someone and they start to like, oh, well, I just feel, and you're like, not today. You don't tell them that, but because that drains your spirit. It does. Think about it. You're on the phone with someone and they're telling you all the woe with me's. Woe with me. I'm. So instead, here where we can use our I am statements, like the I am affirmations. You can look in the mirror every morning. It takes about 2-3 minutes, and say. You don't say what you want to say. Not so much what you see or what you feel. You want to say what you want to see, how you want to feel. I am healed. I am well. I am wealthy. I am prosperous. You know what I always say too? I'm a money magnet. Just like comeback champions, we say that. We don't say we're defeated. We say we are the comeback champions. Yes, we do. That's an I am statement. I am a comeback champion. I win every time. Winners never quit, and quitters never win. It's as simple as that. So look in the mirror 2 or 3 minutes or so, a day if you have time, and speak those things over yourself. I am going to have a great day. Well, this is the day that the Lord has made, and I will rejoice and be glad in it. I am intelligent. I am wealthy. It also says in the Bible that God gives us the power to get wealth. See, a lot of times, the world's thinking, we don't have any money, we don't, you can't, you can if you want to. You can listen to that and believe it, because the more you hear it, the more you're going to believe it. The more you hear it resonate in your spirit, in your mind, you're going to believe that. Most definitely you will. But if you have that attitude that, no, I'm not going to let people speak into my life like that, because I don't believe that about myself. So I'm not going to believe it, and I don't think it, and I'm not going to believe it. I am the righteousness of God through Christ Jesus. I am healed. I am the head and not the tail. I am above and never beneath. I am the lender and not the borrower. Speak these words into existence. Because as we're speaking, we're thinking a different way. So when we're speaking these things out, it also affects our thinking, the way we think. So if you keep saying, I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't have... Even when people say, I don't have any money, I don't have, you know what? Here we go again with the Bible. God also says, what's in your hand? What's in your hand? What did I give you? He gives us so many different things that we can use. So we really have no excuses. We do make our choices. We do make decisions. It's a part of life. It's a part of life. But we want to try to make the right decisions. Not all the time will we. That's reality. But what I'm saying to you is, we have to be transformed. We can't be conformed. We have to be transformed. That means changing all of the time. Changing our thinking. Changing the way we speak. Brain's very powerful. The mind is very... You know what he used to say? Mind's a very terrible thing to waste. You know they said that. And it is. It's a very terrible thing to waste your mind. It's not good. So you don't want to waste your time thinking negative thoughts that come into your spirit. You don't want to, and you really don't want to waste your time. Not that you don't like everybody, you know, it's okay, but I don't waste my time with time wasters. I mean, I don't. You know, I want to, you know, spend my time more or less with people who are going to encourage me, like I'm an encourager. That's my platform, you know, Encouraging Words of the Mind, Spirit, and Soul. That's my book, along with other best-selling anthologies and collaborations. I love to encourage. So as I encourage other people, I first must encourage myself. I have to think that about myself. I can't be thinking like, I can't do this today. I mean, I'm just, I don't know what to, you know. Think, say what you think, the way you want to think. That little 2 to 3 minute exercise in the mirror in the morning will help you. It's a process. It doesn't happen overnight. It's not like a magical thing. It's a process, and you have to trust the process in order to get it done. So we are comeback champions, and I'm on this platform once again as a comeback champion, and I'm just grateful. I'm grateful to be here. I'm grateful for platforms like this. I'm grateful for this summit. I'm grateful to speak into your lives, because what I'm speaking right now is really speaking right back to me. And I will not speak gloom. You will never hear me speak gloom and doom to you. Never. You can ask any of the people who speak to me. They'll always say, she always has something positive to say. Because I'm thinking in that manner. It is a process. It's not going to happen overnight. Trust God and trust the process. You're more than a conqueror. You're fearfully and wonderfully made. You're even a money magnet. I believe you are. Money, I always say, money locates me and finds me. I don't run after money. Money runs after me, locates me, and finds me. See, these are the things that we have to change. It's almost like reprogramming yourself or your mind. You ever hear people say, oh, you got to reprogram your mind? But that's similar to, you know, transforming and renewing your mind. Renew your mind with the words that you want to say. And when you say these words, it's coming from your mind. You're thinking these words. If that makes sense to you. I don't know if it does, but... So what I'm saying to you now, tonight, actually, I'm saying to myself. And believe me, it really helps when you put those words out there in the atmosphere, because the atmosphere, believe it or not, the atmosphere has ears. That makes sense. But we have to be transformed by the renewing of our mind. And how do we do that? By putting all those things, all those negative things behind us and move forward with the positive, so that we can say that we are comeback champions. I want to say a very blessed day to all of you, and thank you so much.
My name is Tanya Powell, and today I want to invite you into a conversation that has the power to not only change your life, but collectively that of the world. See, as we emerge from a global pandemic, well, I sure hope we're emerging, there is still so much chaos and uncertainty. The gaps in world leadership has been exposed, and so many of us are left wondering, how will we get through this? Who will lead us through this? In fact, Prime Minister of Barbados, Mia Mottley, recently said, when will our leaders lead? But I believe the question is, when will we step up and fill that gap? When will we start to lead? And as I ponder the state of the world, I have fallen in love with this quote by the late Dr. Maya Angelou that says, you may encounter many defeats, but you must not be defeated. In fact, it may be necessary to encounter the defeat so that you can know who you are, what you can rise from, and how you can still come out of it. These words, ladies and gentlemen, have become such a source of inspiration and a call to action for me. So even as we face several global crises, I know that chances are that you have a personal disruption going on in your life. So many of us are battling fears, anxiety, worries. And maybe your personal pandemic is a job loss, a strained or broken relationship, a devastating illness, or perhaps you're just tired and exhausted. And maybe you've lost sight of your goals and dreams and lay awake at night wondering, what is my next step? But here's what I do know, is that we cannot allow these disruptions to distract us from our destiny, to distract us from our dreams and goals, to distract us from our greatness. See, as you look at your life, as you look at your goals and dreams, I want you to ask yourselves these questions. What if there was a way for me to thrive through it all? What if I could grow through it and emerge reinvented, happy, living the life of my dreams? What if I could lead myself to my greatness? And so today's conversation is not just about my story leading myself through adversity, but hopefully will equip you to do the same no matter what your challenge is. So let's dive in. In fact, I want you to write this down. This is a quote by Albert Einstein that has also started to guide me. And it says, adversity introduces man to himself. Of course, you know, for me, it's adversity introduces woman to herself. And so if ever there's a time to assess our dreams and goals, that time is now. So let me ask you, how are you showing up for your goals and dreams? See, the legendary Les Brown says, if you treat your goals casually, they will die a casualty. So I want you to write these questions down. 1, am I confidently leading myself to my dreams and goals? 2, Am I showing up powerfully for me? And 3, am I honoring my gifts and talents? And 4, am I leading myself to my greatness? See, in 2019, these were the questions I had to ask myself as I came face to face with me through my adversity. And I'm going to share with you just 4 quick points on how I led myself through. But first, I'm going to ask you to allow me to share a little bit of my story and what led me to these life-changing points. And the other thing I learned, as Louis Pasteur says, my strength lies solely in my tenacity. You see, it had been 2 years of trauma in our family. In 2018, our mom was diagnosed with a life-threatening illness, in fact, colon cancer. And I'm sure you've also had disruptions in your life out of nowhere. But in order to give mom the best shot at her life, living her best life, we found a specialist overseas. And so in December of 2018, I quit my job, went overseas, spent 7 months being her caregiver. We returned home in July of 2018, and mom is doing well, and she continues to do well. And I'm all ready to resume my life. And here's the thing, ladies and gentlemen. We've all had experiences in life where we have back-to-back blows. Because as I was getting settled and just celebrated my birthday, as I sat across from my doctor, I remember it was a beautiful Wednesday afternoon. He gently took my hand. He leaned forward and whispered, "I'm so sorry, Tanya, but you have breast cancer." And in that moment, I felt like I had hit the floor of life again. And that night, as I lay in bed, engulfed in tears, I realized that perhaps I was prepared for my journey by mom's journey. And so I remember I sat up in the bed and I looked up to God and I asked, okay, how can I grow through this instead of just simply go through this? And I decided then and there that I was going to lead myself through this mess and create an even greater life. In fact, I remember it was March 25, 2020. As I lay in the hospital bed post-surgery, as I stared up at the ceiling fan going around and around, I remember the poem by Dr. Miles Monroe, and this is not verbatim. And it said, "The wealthiest place on earth are not the gold mines of South America or the oil fields of Iran or Iraq. They are not the diamond mines of South Africa or the banks of the world. But that the wealthiest place on the planet is just down the road. It is the cemetery. Because there lie buried companies that were never started, inventions that were never made, best-selling books that were never written, masterpieces never painted. And in the cemetery is buried the greatest treasure of untapped potential." And I decided then and there that in spite of a cancer diagnosis, I was going to rob the grave of my gifts. I was going to show up fully and lead myself to the breakthroughs that I wanted. And so I coined this phrase, and I want you to write it down. She who leads herself leads her world. So let's talk about self-leadership. I love this definition by Coach Melanie Ann Lear that says, self-leadership is the ability to walk with duality. It is the ability to hold the floor while raising the ceiling. And what that meant for me was that whilst I am in the middle of this mess, I could still hold the vision of my goals and dreams. I could still focus on the breakthrough and not on the breakdown. You see, it's Tony Robbins who says, where your focus goes, your energy flows. And here's the thing I also discovered. I discovered that where my mind went, my body followed. And so I was determined to turn this test into a testimony. So let me now introduce you to how I led myself through this breakdown to being on the road to my greatest self. And I'm confident that this process works because as I stand here in front of you, in 2021, I became a multi-best-selling author, an international speaker and coach. I was intentional in creating the life I wanted, even as I was in the middle of chemotherapy, surgery, radiation, even in the moments when I was flat on the ground. So follow these steps and unleash that even greater side of you that you haven't even met yet. But I want to caution you. These are simple steps, but that they are not easy. Because easy demands commitment, easy demands discipline, and easy demands focus. Easy demands joy. Easy demands passion. But commit to them and they'll be easy. So remember the acronym LEAD, L-E-A-D. So step one is L, learn. We gotta learn, unlearn, relearn. There's so much information at our fingertips. And so we have to be discerning of the information that supports our dreams and goals. We gotta tap into what drives us and what empowers our dreams and goals and leave the rest. We gotta unlearn the beliefs and the systems that are limiting us and keeping us stuck. We have to create that shift in our thinking, that shift in our being. In fact, sometimes it's not about trying harder and doing more of the same. But perhaps the question we need to ask is, who do I need to become? And we got to relearn and reframe and have a new perspective. See, one of the things I came to learn is that magic happens in the down times. It's in the down times that the lessons make us wiser, stronger, more purposeful. So I want you to lean into those down times and ask yourselves, how can I grow from this? What can I learn from this? As a mentor of mine would often tell me, Tanya, never ever waste a crisis. And step 2, E, evolve and transform. The focus then becomes on our own growth and evolution and transformation. We now need to take the lessons and the information and transform our lives. You see, it's in our transformation that we give others hope. We inspire others, that we become our greatest selves. We have to embody our evolution, walk with it, live with it, so that we give others permission to do the same. It's Dennis Waitley who says, it's not who we think we are that holds us back. It's who we believe we are not. And so we must believe with unwavering certainty that we were made for a time like this. We were made for now. And so I want you to commit today to unleash your experiences, your knowledge, your gifts, so that you can transform the world. And step 3, attitude. Master your attitude. And when we talk about mastering our attitude, we're talking about mastering our thoughts, our feelings, and our actions. So I want you to ask yourself this question. Am I keeping my commitments to me? See, when things get hard, it's so easy for us to break out of self-integrity. And the first word we break is the one to ourselves. You see, execution is a result of being self-integral, honoring your word to you. So how do we even start to master our attitude? We got to cultivate an unshakable attitude of gratitude. I've found that gratitude keeps us connected to God, keeps us connected to source, and what we focus on expands. And I want you to also understand that magnificence happens when you can be grateful in the downtime, when you can find a seed of good in it all. I remember there were days during my chemotherapy when I was in pain, but I was grateful. I know, I was grateful that I could feel pain because it meant I was still alive and I could still keep going. And then we got to master calmness of mind. It's in calm of mind that we receive inspired words and actions. That's when we connect to our greatest self, to the greatness within us. James Allen, in his book, As a Man Thinketh, says, self-control is strength. Right thought is mastery. Calmness is power. So say unto your heart, peace be still. And number 4, we got to decide. We got to decide on the life that we truly desire and commit to it. Everything begins with a decision. And once we make that decision, we got to ask ourselves, do I have all in as long as energy? As long as energy that says, I am in on this as long as it's going well, as long as I'm getting paid. But you see, as long as energy fizzles on the first gut punch? Or do I have all in no matter what energy? Energy that is focused and sustained, energy that is centered around my purpose, and so it does not fizzle. And so today, make that decision to unleash your greatness and back it up with all in no matter what energy. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to write this down. It's about walking with one foot in gratitude and one foot in desire. One foot in gratitude, one foot in desire. And so as I close, know that we do not have to see the entire staircase to get going, but we only need to see the first step. Step out in confidence and unwavering faith, knowing that you are stepping into your greatness and you will not fail. Self-leadership is about walking with the duality of feeling the fear, but taking action in spite of. We see the light because we've been in dark. We feel warm because we felt cold. We taste sweet because we've tasted sour. So too, we're courageous because we felt the fear. So be bold. Les Brown says, you don't have to be great to get started, but you sure got to get started to be great. And you have greatness within you. So today, commit to honoring your gifts and talents. Commit to showing up powerfully and purposefully. Answer your call. As I love to say, it's your call. It wasn't a Zoom call or a conference call. Answer your call. Decide to show up, because as you lead yourself to your greatness, you give others permission to do the same. As you empower yourself, you empower others to their greatness. As you lead yourself to your highest self, you attract and lead other leaders. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is what the world needs more than ever. Leaders leading leaders. So lead, L-E-A-D. Lead yourself to your greatness. I just created a powerful checklist to lead yourself. If you would love this as a gift, just send me an email to tanya@tanyadpowell.com and put in the subject line, Comeback Champion, to receive this gift. Connect with me on Instagram at TanyaDPowell1, and let's transform the world together. I leave you with this quote from Jamie Kern Lima. You are a real life miracle and a living, breathing force for good. And the power has always been inside of you to believe. Not only in yourself, but also in the power of your wildest dreams. I look forward to connecting with you.
In August of 2010, at the largest historically Black college and university in the nation, a student died on campus while participating in an unauthorized event. As a chief crisis strategist, I was responsible for managing the brand reputation of the university and the chancellor while honoring and respecting the dignity of the student and his family. The call to the chancellor about the tragedy that happened went something like this: Houston, we have a problem. Women make up 31% of the executive level positions in our country. And when we talk about Black women, that number drops to a staggering 1%. The barriers to getting to these positions are both real and self-imposed. There's a whole nother conversation around maintaining the positions as well. And there I was telling myself, look at you managing this crisis for a university, 11,000 people, and you can't manage the crisis in your own life. I was the Olivia Pope of my profession, complete with Ms. Pope's messiness. All of us, one thing we all have in common is painful experiences. Trouble in life, it's going to find you. All of us experience that and none of us like it. We don't like to have trouble in our lives, but we do. But great leaders know that to advance and deliver results, personally or professionally, that you have to have resilience to do that. And there's a number of ways for you to be resilient, but that's something that you will need to lead. So how do you get that? And how do you work through these painful experiences? The first thing I'll ask is, what do you see when trouble comes your way? Do you run and hide from it? Do you duck? Do you blame other people? Do you just go away and pretend to ignore it like it's going to just disappear? I used to run from bad experiences like they were bill collectors. You can't escape bad experiences. They are going to happen. So what you see, your perspective about bad experiences will determine how far you will go and grow. You have to see opportunities each time a painful or bad experience happens in your life. I was about 30 years old and had just recently got divorced. I had a 10-month-old and a 2.5-year-old, and there I was back at home living in my parents' basement. I couldn't work because my infant son, my 10-month-old, was born with heart disease and a disability that was associated with it. And the top cardiologist in the world told me that he was going to die. He wasn't supposed to make it to the age of 3. I was home and struggling and thinking to myself, what am I going to do? All I could see is death, being single, broke, busted, starting all over again. I felt like at that time that my life was over and that $47 a week child support payment was not going to get me where I needed to be able to take care of my children. So then I got myself together and dried up my tears and said to myself, wait a minute, no, I have to take care of my children. I am responsible for them. And being sorry for myself as a single mom now, a single parent, is not an excuse for me to just sit there and cry and give up. So I knew I had to and decided I was going to fight back. And I started looking for the opportunities on what I could do with this new experience, with this new situation that I was in. So I opened an unlicensed daycare in my parents' basement. I took the books and the toys and all of the things that my children had and used them to have a daycare. So the same room that the three of us slept in, that was our bedroom, was the same room as the daycare. And that allowed me to get up on my feet and get myself together to go back to school. And that began the beginning of my career. So you have to be able to look for opportunities. Good management of bad experiences leads to growth. So your perspective matters. What do you say to yourself in bad experiences when something painful happens to you? Is it, oh, I knew it. I'm just so messy. There's no reason why this would work out for me. I can't do as good as she did. I will never have that position. They will never give me a chance. I'll never be able to reach that goal. There's no way I could finish college. There's no way I could start a business. I'm not going to be able to do that. I'm not as smart as she is. Does it sound like you? Well, it sounded like me at one time. I would tell myself things that was so bad. The negative self-talk can take over if you let it. I remember when I was applying for a position, and it was the obvious next step in my career. I was in a job and my manager was retiring. And so his position was a vice presidency. It was a C-suite job, and I wanted to have that job. I felt I had delivered my work. I had earned my way to be able to get the position. So I applied. I went through the process and I was a finalist with one other candidate, which was an outside candidate, and I was inside. So I felt that not only had I delivered and proven myself, but there was an opportunity for me being an internal candidate that would present to be more competitive than the outside candidate. I was wrong. I didn't get the job. And when I didn't get the position, I told myself all kinds of things. Negative Nikki went on a rampage. She was in my ear, sitting on my shoulder, telling me, you knew you weren't ready for that job. Why would you make a fool of yourself and apply for it? Oh, you're in that messy relationship and you cannot be in a messy relationship and lead at that level. Why'd you even bring him to those work events? You knew that they didn't want you wearing those heels. That's what the gossip people said, the gossip train said, your heels are too high for work. You shouldn't be wearing high heels to work. You know they don't like you. Remember all the things that they said about you and you were told was the gossip about you. All of these things, I went on and on and on about all of the reasons why I didn't get the position. And all of it had to do with something was wrong with me. I fell short somehow. I came under, I was less than the other candidate. And so I talked myself into a frenzy. The new manager came and joined the organization, and she began to lean heavily on me for a lot of work, not only my work to support her, but that of other team members as well. So instead of complaining, which I didn't, I said, I'm going to continue to deliver excellence in all of my work like I had done previously. And so I started telling myself and went into a training class and said, you know what? I'm doing great work. She needs my support. This is important. I have an opportunity to grow and provide some more learning for myself and gain some more skills and knowledge. It's never a problem not to be able to grow from where you are. You can always learn something new. So I continue supporting and delivering great work. Less than a year later, she lost the job and I was promoted into the position. So I fed myself a different conversation and I was patient and continued to grow. And I countered the negative self-talk because you're going to have to guard your self-talk. And I countered that with positive conversation for myself, not only taking a positive life stance, but I really fed myself something different and put a cycle of value in my life about who I am as a person. And you will need to be able to do that too, so that you don't find yourself stuck and not being able to move forward because you're telling yourself something that's not true. It's one thing to lie to yourself. It's a whole nother thing to believe it. The third thing is, what do you do? So what do you do when a bad experience or a painful experience happens in your life? Do you just give up and sit there? Do you just let all of your dreams and everything that you've ever wanted, your goals, do they go away? You get under the covers and just cover your head and say to yourself, I can't do this. Get up. Yes, you can. You can do this. It's critically important that you take responsibility for your choices and decisions and for what happens to you. Whatever, sometimes things happen to you that are not your fault. You didn't bring it. It's somebody else's nonsense or messiness that actually becomes a part of your life. You still have to take responsibility for the choices you make in that mess. Do you stay? Do you not stay in the mess? How far do you get involved in it? Take responsibility. Whatever you choose, you need to take responsibility and find opportunities for personal growth. You have to commit to growing yourself. Personal growth, I cannot underscore how important that is. And finding lessons in bad experiences. They're meant to grow us. They're meant to stretch us. You stop growing when there's no more tension between where you are and where you want to be. There has to be this tension because you have to stretch yourself and grow. I was in a job and on my team at an organization, and I was a little troubled by something that was going on. There was a vice president who was firing people in her department who didn't have performance issues. This was a small organization, a nonprofit. And I saw what was going on. There was a lot of talk around the organization. So I went to the president and had a conversation with her about what was going on. She informed me she knew what was happening, and I expressed my disappointment with her that she was allowing this to happen. A few weeks later, the president eliminated my division and laid me off. And so I was unemployed. My lesson there was, and what good leaders know is, we have to not only teach ourselves, but teach our team what hills you die on. You're going to have to make choices about what hill that you die on, where are you going to plant your flag, what cause are you going to take up, what matters. Everything that happens doesn't necessarily matter, or we want to see change, we want to grow it. You have to think through the ways, the channels in which that you could bring about change. So I took responsibility for my decision, and guess what? I would do it again. I would lose 10 jobs to express the importance and maintain integrity in an organization. That's just who I am. You get to choose who you are. But whatever you decide and however, what decisions and choices that you make in your life, you're going to have to take responsibility for them and find the opportunities for growth. The opportunity for growth in that for me was being very clear about teaching my team and myself where I plant my flag and which hill I'm willing to die on and which one I'm not, and opportunities to look for different paths to bring about change for something that is not effective for the organization or impacting employees. Personal growth is about finding opportunities, getting training, reading, growing, all of those different things. So listen, again, we all have trouble and painful experiences in our life. As long as you're living, you're going to have painful experiences. Sometimes you're going to be the pigeon, and sometimes you're going to be the statue. We all want to be the pigeon, and that's just not reasonable. It's not going to happen like that. So you need to be resilient, gear up, because even in your painful experiences and problems, You still need to live your purpose and pursue your dreams and your goals. Everything I have ever accomplished in my life was in the midst of mess. It just was. Whether it was mess because somebody was lying on me, or because I made a decision, a bad decision, or whether I made a good decision and people didn't like the good decision, whether it was a bad relationship, a divorce, financial problems, a loss of a job, you name it, the list goes on and on. But it doesn't stop you. The messiness and the problems, you can clean that up. You can clean those things up and still address those while you're realizing your purpose and while you are living your dreams. Don't make excuses and let those barriers stop you from living your purpose. There are people who need you, even in your mess, even in a painful experience. There is someone who needs you at that time to help them get through a painful experience too. Your lessons can help someone else. They can stop them from living the same thing or going through the things that you've gone through. So if you're ready to grow and you know now you can come back from anything, you are a champion, you can be your own champion, you can come back from anything, and you want to be more resilient and you're ready to do the work because it takes some work, text me "what if" at 984-282-0129. 984-282-0129. Text "what if," and I look forward to working with you. Thank you so much.